fantastic day. The first, of course, FP2s this morning, MotoGP Qualifying coming up, and then it's qualifying for Moto3, Moto2 the sprints, then we've got Moto4 come back to as well. Done for Saturday, as they always are these days in the Grand Prix. And I'm very excited to get those little butterflies back. Had them a bit yesterday, but I think when we come into Saturday morning, that's when the juices really start to flow. And it's an important session as always in FP2 for Moto3 and Moto2 coming up, and of course GP as well. Expect a lot of race runs, riders heading out there straight away and sticking on the same tyres the entire session. They lost a little bit of track action yesterday due to the weather. It wasn't too bad, of course, but at the start of the session, for the first 5 to 10 minutes, we saw Rico Simela crash, of course, at turn 8. He described that as a very small error, and it was a very small error. The conditions just, causing a little bit of havoc. In the afternoon session yesterday, looks it is fully dry, and I'm excited to see who's got some decent pace for tomorrow. We go qualifying later on.
Slim Saturday, Super Saturday.
You know what's so funny?
Can't wait to get into this. Way from getting a lucky right on cue to the crop.
But now we don't be so bad with that wet ass bitch. Okay? So of course, the nigga like you.
Moto3 top Honda from yesterday, Hazel Rios on the yellow Rubicon started machine. Guido Pini on his debut for Leopard Racing straight into the top 14. He would have liked to have been a little bit further up though, languished down in 12th, just half a second or so away though from David Almanza's top time. So for both Pini on the Honda and Jesus Rios in his rookie, his first Grand Prix of his rookie season, job well done.
Yeah, exactly that. Job well done. Both obviously moving into new teams for the new season. And yeah, very impressed with both of them really. Spoke to Mir Couture obviously on Thursday as well, and he said the team have been impressed by how quickly Pini has been able to adapt to his new surroundings and the Honda as well after riding this bike here on the screen. David Almanza, a straight shot really with Pini for in Leopard Racing to Intact GP. Almanza top in the times and Pini straight into Q2, so both of them clearly happy with their new team so far early on in this season.
Interesting stuff going on already here. David Almanza is just helping out Ryusei Yamanaka. Ryusei Yamanaka had an absolute horror show yesterday. He did squeeze in to the top 14. He was 11th yesterday with a very late lap time, but really the Japanese star needing to find a bit of pace because his pace isn't there. David Almanza couldn't be really saying the same because he's at the opposite end. Almanza, so often it's the case, someone needs to tell him the Grand Prix on Sunday, not Friday. He was so quick on Friday throughout 2025, and now he's at his new home in KTM. Had a quick chat with him, quick catch up. It seems like he's got a little bit more room to kind of, but more on that in a minute. Alvaro Carpe, that was almost a T-bone stake down at turn 3. Things getting very tight there. We're going to get a replay of that fairly soon, I'm sure. Almanza just saying that there's a bit more potential with the KTM package. You can see that style on the Honda package, it's having to ride it hard, and then the mistakes were coming. Not so much in the KTM, it's a little bit more user-friendly. This is what we just reacted to, or I just reacted to. Carpe getting it all wrong down at turn 3. That was close. I think he almost crashed it into Leo Ramastorfer there.
Yeah, that was close. You were saying user-friendly on the KTM. That absolutely wasn't friendly for Alvaro Carpe down at turn 3. Obviously a very tricky braking zone, and when you're all piling in there in the Moto3 class, it gets very busy. Some people are braking earlier, some people break. that can easily make a mistake. It's where David Munoz crashed out the Grand Prix last year. It's where him and Luca Nerta came into contact in the Grand Prix last year as well. Do watch out for that corner in the opening exchanges later on. But yes, very impressed with Almanza. He said yesterday that he was working alone in free practice, unlike he was during the test, and they've obviously made a step with the bike, and his feeling in general is good. So Almanza will be fully expecting to be challenging for competition later on. But you are right, we saw last year how good he was on a Friday. It does mean, and he's showing this on the KTM already, that he lands at the circuit, is able to adapt to the conditions very well, got a very good base setup that could be quick from the off. But as we go throughout the weekend, we saw last year Almanza wasn't able to make the step forwards from a Friday to a Sunday that others were, and ultimately he missed out on victories and podiums more often than not. Of course, was gifted that podium over in Malaysia when Fernandez got disqualified from the race, and we all thought he was going to go and claim victory, or at least a podium in Valencia at the end of last year. Ultimately that wasn't the case either. But yeah, a great start for Almanza in new colours. And Zen Matani just gets it a little bit out of shape there, the rookie on the number 32 out of turn 3.
David Almanza, just to give you a bit more context, first on 10 in the class came here last year, 7th on the grid, 7th in the Grand Prix, and actually was quite a big improvement from his rookie year in 2024 when he only scored 18 points, and a lot of people asked a lot of questions. He moved on to that Leopard Honda. We know they had a reference team, we spoke about that a little bit yesterday, and scored 134 points and took his first podium. So massive step. The Honda, it did take a couple of wins towards the end of last year, but it's absolutely not the package to be on, or at least it wasn't last season. The KTM definitely did the majority of the winning. So let's see what Almanza can do. Maybe that's just going to help him out just a little bit. His teammate, who was on screen a moment ago, David Munoz, was pushing and shoving. That was down at turn 9, the number 64 now got his sight on the Valencian GP winner that ended last year, Adrian Fernandez. Munoz, who said there were big names not in Q2 at the moment, he is one of them, finds himself in Q1 now.
Yeah, he does, and to be honest, judging from what he said yesterday and what the team manager Peter Ertel said earlier on in the weekend as well, yellow flags in sector 2, just looking out at the commentary box window to see what happens. It is Kelso. It looks like down at turn 3 as well. Yeah, I can see the yellow panels flashing down there in the distance. Here we go, down at turn 3. Hard on the brakes is the number 66 with his teammate in tow, Eddie O'Shea, backing it in. It's going to nicely done until the front end just says no more, unfortunately. A pretty simple crash, obviously. It puts O'Shea on behind there as well. O'Shea doing well to not collect his teammate, but yeah, just a very standard turn 3 slip off, but you could see the front end just chattering away there on the front.
You could see as well, as he backed it in, once it unloaded at the apex, the front dived and down he went. He was also still braking. Muscles, sir, I've got to say. Tell you what. Well, it's easily done, isn't it? Easily mistaken. Coming through turns 7 and 8. Unfortunate, Joel Kelso just touched on another thing, Al. He said about doing long runs. Obviously, the new rule is now you can't restart. So that is going to be a real pain. And he's right at the other end of the track as well, turn 3. So that's going to be service road for the Australian. And unfortunately for his teammate as well, Eddie O'Shea loses his reference on track, and Kelso's probably got a little bit more pace and potential than O'Shea at this moment in time. So a kick in the teeth for Michael Lavett's team.
Yeah, it certainly is. Kelso can obviously restart his bike on the service road and then come back on. I don't think the bike will be too damaged. Pretty simple enough crash down there at turn 3. So hopefully for the Australian, he can get that bike up and running, and if he does need to get back to the pits, he can make a couple of repairs and head out for the final, I don't know, 15 minutes or so, because it is a crucial session. As we see in here, everybody is putting in several laps. That's a little bit too close for comfort for free practice too between Yamanaka and David Almanza. Yamanaka, though, on a very fast lap, and he goes up to P2. Good job done. Squeezed into the top 14 yesterday, 5/10 off the rider. He's just overtaken on the number 22 machine, but Yamanaka looking good so far this morning.
Yeah, I've got to say, time's a little bit slower at the moment, but that's normal. We had a bit of rain, not overnight as such, but throughout yesterday, so conditions a little bit different for these guys compared to yesterday morning. Almanza repays the favour. That's down at turn 3, so Almanza moves through. He's 4th in this session at the moment. Max Quiles leading away on the 41.515. Quiles yesterday, where did he end up? In the end, second. P4. Well, that's my notes all wrong.
What are you looking at?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at. That's the first error of the day. Yeah, I can tell you, yeah, Quiles indeed was in P4, so apologies there. It's all the same, really, moves to into Q2 nonetheless, but after a slow start, I can tell you he was definitely 10th in the morning. Quiles finding his feet when it mattered.
Yeah, Quiles looking good already.
What is going on here?
Yeah, typical Moto3, isn't it? Ryan Ariarte had a good day yesterday as well on the number 51 machine. I think a lot of eyes are going to be on the reigning Junior GP, Moto Junior, I should say now, and Red Bull Rookies Cup champion, moving into KTM Iowa, and Valentin Peroni, third place yesterday. Both of those riders are heading straight into Q2. Peroni said he feels very, very comfortable straight away in pre-season, and he's moved that over into Thailand on the number 73. Had a brilliant debut season last year, Peroni. Now he's got a season under his belt on that Moto3 machine. He's a very, very confident chap and a well-spoken rider as well. It's fantastic to speak to Peroni, and he's very quick. So far, though, not as quick as Quiles.
Not at the moment, but we are only 10 minutes into this session. I'll tell you what, I don't know if you've noticed this, but I was in the airport lounge in Barcelona and Peroni came in. And I was like, he bulked up a lot, hasn't he, for a Moto3 rider? He came in last year as this quiet, unassuming, fresh-faced rookie. And he's come back looking like he's going to rip someone's head off. So Valentin Peroni, whatever he's been eating over the off-season, it's looking good. He's looking like he's up for a scrap this year.
Do you offer him one?
Just I'm a Millwall fan. You can't paint us all the same.
No, Peroni, by the sounds of yesterday and what he was saying during pre-season, as I mentioned, he's a character, you know, that compared to this time last year, it's obvious to say, but he referenced this himself. He had no experience on a Moto3 bike coming into the class last year. Of course, has picked up podiums in his debut season, and now is super comfortable, super confident on that KTM. And for me, he's a genuine title contender before we've turned a wheel in anger, really, in terms of qualifying and the races to come this afternoon. But judging from yesterday, P3 just behind Carpe and Almanza ahead of Quiles. Peroni is going to be right in this podium hunt, and I think also is the number 9 just behind Vader Patama. If Peroni dies at the inside of the final corner, we're going to see that move quite a lot across the weekend. But yes, Patama just lurking there on the Honda in between 3 KTMs. Cormac Buchanan, the 4th of those, just at the back of your picture there. But yeah, Patama had a fantastic day yesterday, didn't he?
Really did. Vader Patama was one of the standout performers. Just in 8th place at the end of it all. Second Honda home as well. We're just behind fellow rookie Jesus Rios, who we've already spoken about. Rios at the moment in 5th. He's going under the radar. I don't feel like we're talking about Jesus Rios enough at the moment, but he's right there up in 5th. Quiles still your leader by a couple of tenths of a second over Carpe and Peroni. Just back on the Valentin Peroni subject, I've got to say, yeah, last year, for me, he was probably one of the rookies of the year, because Carpe, yes, overall. Quiles, yes, overall, absolutely stunning. But it wasn't expected from Valentin Peroni. He'd never been on a Moto3 bike before, he'd never seen half the tracks before, much like Carpe and Quiles in regard to the second matter. But to be fighting for victories in your first season on what is a brand new machine, he was a true rookie, if you know what I mean. So Valentin Peroni, very, very solid, and I think where he's at now, 3rd in this session, strong yesterday, it's a good benchmark of just how much he's learnt in this time. I think this is the turn 12 inside corner replay. A little bit of chatter on the front end, but nothing that's going to affect the Argentinian too much.
No, he was definitely the surprise package of last year, wasn't he? In a very good way, Valentin Peroni. 21 starts now in Moto3, 2 podiums, a couple of pole positions, 4 front row starts as well. Of course, picked up that podium over in Hungary. What a race that was over at Balançon Park, and he qualified and pole over in Austria and at the San Marino Grand Prix as well. And as I mentioned yesterday, his pace was good, and one lap pace was good. He worked alone as well, and he's just oozing confidence at this part of the season, which he wasn't doing that season. Of course, started last year with 3 consecutive DNFs, and the pressure was really on heading to Qatar to pick up that first point. And Hervé Poncharal, who's obviously left the team now, in comes Gunther Steiner at the top of the Red Bull KTM Tech 3 tree. They've got a star on their hands of Tech 3, and fully expecting, as I say, Peroni to have a very, very strong season. Yeah,
he's definitely the benchmark within the team, but Enrico Salmela was very fast yesterday, considering he did have a little tumble down the road at the same time, just touched the white line during the rather tricky, miserly conditions, and down he went. But rookie mistake from a rookie, that's allowed, and he did get back up. Ryan Ariarte just moving through from the track, at least on Peroni. and Peroni repaying the favour right in front of our comms position at turn 6. Uriarte's having a look back. I tell you what, you've got to be careful. You don't want to be doing this too much because Vader Pratama's right there. It is only FP2. We're not quite on Grand Prix Sunday just yet, but down towards turns 8 and 9 as they come through this double right-hander. It's a bit of Peroni versus Uriarte. Uriarte at the moment in that top 10 and can do worse than following Peroni at this moment in time.
Yeah, absolutely. Uriarte and Peroni both expecting those guys to be at the front of plenty of battles, and judging from what we've seen so far, Vader Pratama as well. These guys just, I think, holding each other up a little bit as Pratama goes for a move up the inside of the final corner. I'm just looking at the lap times that are coming in, the two Leopard Hondas. You can see one of them at the bottom of your screen. They're just in the chasing group there. Guido Pini and Adrian Fernandez are setting very competitive lap times. They're both in the mid 141s. Just bring them over the line. Again, Pini a 41.6, Adrian Fernandez a 41.6 as well. 41.4 for David Almanza. That's a very competitive lap time. It looks like at the moment the race pace in these conditions are mid 41s. Keeler's just at a 141.7. So yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that one. This is Pini chasing Hakim Danish, who well, was chasing. Now passing and saying, move out my way, Hakim, although Hakim is lapping some decent times as well.
I've got to say, I think Pini had to go for that move. He was quite late on the brakes and got the job done. Danichu's got a red helmet up through the first sector, 13th today, just behind Cormac Buchanan, who's having a decent session up in 12th place. Headline grabbing Danish from yesterday, of course, with that monumental save at the final corner. Lost a bit of time in that second sector, but that's to be expected. But Guido Pini's rubbing elbows with you. Spoke with a couple of guys down at the Leopard Racing Garage about Adrian Fernandez. Seems very relaxed this season, it's got to be said. Coming into it, he's almost like he's acknowledged that he's a Grand Prix winner. There is no pressure, there are no questions being asked about whether or not Adrian Fernandez can take Grand Prix victory. He's already proved that he can now. So the team, I think, one of the comments was that it feels like he's on holiday. The team were not quite all in agreement with that, I don't think, but they were noticing that Adrian Fernandez seems very, very relaxed, seems very, very calm, not as tense and worried almost as he was at the same point last year.
I think it proves, and we know this already, just how massive a victory can be in Moto3. We know the pressure was on Fernandez's shoulders, both from obviously himself and the team as well. They want to be winning races at Leopard's Honda. Adrian Fernandez picking up that great victory over Valencia, and no better way to go into the winter break, knowing that, okay, I can sort of relax, as the team have mentioned, knowing that I've got that monkey off my back. I don't need to worry about that now. Now I can focus on trying to win more races, be consistent, and challenge for a title. Fernandez was very happy with his first day of 2026 yesterday, and just improving every time he went out, and didn't take as many risks as he thought was necessary, and it was plenty good enough to get himself inside that top 14. So yeah, look out for Fernandez, a podium finisher here last year, of course, as well. Fernandez, if he can get a good start to the season, as he did last year, stay injury-free, which unfortunately he couldn't do last year, and just be a little bit more consistent, Fernandez is going to be right in this title fight, and that is what ultimately Leopard signed him back up for. More yellow flags.
Down at turn 3 again, I think. I can just see a flashing light panel over on the other side of the circuit. So, Matteo Bertelli, of course, our pole hound from the start of last season. So Matteo Bertelli, who's having a slightly more complicated start to this season, it's got to be said. He's found himself down through in Q1 again for the opening round. Spoke with him yesterday as well, and he wasn't too pleased with his performance. I think he knows he's got a bit more left in the locker. So Matteo Bertelli, down he goes at turn 3. Hopefully he is all okay though, I imagine so, because the yellow flags have been moved in. Here he is on track, so he's remounted, obviously held the clutch in. If not, he's going to get a nice little slap on the wrist and a possible penalty from Simon Crafar. This is down towards turn 3 out. I think we know where this is ending up.
Certainly do. We saw Joel Kelso crash here around about 5 or 10 minutes ago. Is it going to be pretty similar? Well, running a little bit wide, wasn't he? Vitelli, the Italian, wasn't quite the same line as Joel Kelsey. You can see there, Vitelli still limping from that pretty horrendous injury that he picked up, unfortunately, just after the Americas Grand Prix last year, getting on for obviously a year since Vitelli picked up that injury. And of course started the season really well, was on pole here, as you say, Keeper, last year, finished top 5 podium in Austin, and just said yesterday that he hasn't got the feeling that he had this time last year. It was a tough day, struggled to find a comfortable setting on that machine, but obviously proved with the crash he might not be feeling all too comfortable this morning as well. So a tougher weekend potentially than expected down there at 11th MTA spot.
We were talking a moment ago about Adrian Fernandez. Of course, he has the opportunity to take the victory this weekend. So, Al, a little bit of trivia for you. Last rider to win the last race of one season and the first race of the following season.
Yeah, good question. Gonna go Dennis Foggia?
Not quite. Been Jorge Martin.
Jorge Martin, okay. 2017,
2018. So a long time. That one shows that most people do move up into Moto2 after potentially taking a victory or wrapping up the title. It also shows that it's Jorge Martin kind of pedigree that we're talking about, dominance in Moto3. I mean, we've yet to see dominance from Adrian Fernandez, of course, but he's one of the stalwarts of the class. This is Max Quiles about to punt Ryusei Yamanaka and run him out wide. Does so, not a problem. Quiles on top at the moment, 41.319. Just saw there at the bottom of the screen, Joel Kelso back out on track. So good to see the number 66 back out in angle. We're looking at Adrian Cruces. Haven't really spoken a lot about Cruces. He's on the personal best lap at the moment. And Cruces making his full-time debut, but of course had a flurry of wild cards and substitutes last year. So we have seen a fair amount of the number 11 already as well on this CIP Green Power KTM. Scott Ogden, great day yesterday. His teammate up there in 6th place. For Cruces, he was 21st, finds himself through Q1, but a bit of extra track time. He'll use that to his advantage, and hopefully for Alain Bronek's team, find himself up in Q2.
Yeah, was filling in for Noah Detweiler at the start. Of last year, Adrian Cruces, when Detweiler picked up an injury in pre-season, and Cruces impressed with the CIP Green Power team, and I think ultimately that led to him getting signed up for this season, and rightly so too, on the number 11 machine. 6 starts now in Moto3, was inside the top 10 over the Americas Grand Prix last year, was qualifying inside the top 14 last year over in Argentina with CIP Green Power as well. Was in the points on debut last season here too with CIP Green Power. So yeah, he just needs to rediscover that mojo a little bit from last season, does Adrian Cruces. Obviously a different prospect coming in, knowing that you've got the full entire year, full season to go at, so you're not just sort of, you're not going to be relaxed when you're filling in for a rider, because you know you've got to impress, and that's what he did last year, but not, I don't think, as much pressure on your shoulders. What are you seeing?
Just had a crash in front of our comms box,
Carpe.
one of the KTMs, and it is Alvaro Carpe, who was... it's Salmela again. Oh, well, we had a wrong graphic yesterday, now we've got a wrong identification up here in commentary, 1-1 in terms of the TV department, but that is a fast one. He lost it quite early down at turn 5, so 5, 6 and 7, it's that middle infield section. Rico Salmela finds the gravel for the second time this weekend, and as a rookie, that is something you could really do without. This is it, coming through turn 5, he's out wide, so wide on the curb, comes down, break it in, front's gonna go.
Yeah, classic turn 5, wasn't it? Just a little bit wide, and maybe the young Finn should have, you know, just rolled out of that slightly when you're going wide. Not sure how much grip is out on the blue stuff, not a lot, I can probably tell you that for a fact, compared to the racing line anyway. Good to see that he's all okay though. A couple of crashes, not what you'd want, but I suppose trying to draw the positive from it, you're finding the limits at 2 tricky corners. But yeah, Salmela walking away from the crash, and the bike doesn't look too damaged. I'm just watching them try and get it restarted potentially in the service road, but with 6 minutes to go, there's not a lot of time left to get back out on circuit.
And David Munoz had a moment at turn 1 as well, so the riders are pushing on and maybe just finding the limit as they move on and try and set lap times. David Munoz, I was briefly worried about him on the timing tower. And still, he almost rear-ended Tissot Gorman this time at turn 3. We're going to have a look at what happened at turn 1. David Munoz is 18th on the timing tower at the moment. Front end goes. Great save. Not quite as dramatic as Hakim Danish, but certainly a lot faster. Good job, David.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those at turn 1 already, haven't we, this weekend? And this is a big gaggle of riders. I can tell you Sal Mellor is trying to get his bike restarted, and he has on the service road. So I'm not sure where he's going to be able to rejoin. Just racing past the podium. He's on our screens now. So good for the Finnish rookie to get his bike back up and running anyway. Just over 5 minutes to go in this session. I mean, whatever laps you can do is a bonus now to try and figure out if there's anything wrong with the machine. Of course, next time we're going out is for qualifying later on this afternoon. So yeah, Sal Mellor, yes, not great to have a couple of crashes, but also they've not been big crashes, which is good.
The two Michael Laverty Grid MLAV Hondas are working together. This is great teamwork from them. We see it quite a lot. We saw it quite a fair few times last year. And now Joel Kelso is leading around Eddie O'Shea. You can see O'Shea's on a personal best at the moment. He's got his old cool fab mini bike rival, Tissot Gorman, just up ahead of him. Those two really come through the ranks of British racing. And across the line, no improvement this time from Eddie O'Shea, but he is only 400s off David Munoz. So whatever's going on for David Munoz, it's not all hooking up over the course of one lap. Just less than 5 minutes to go. Kelso improved his time. He's 17th at the moment, less than a second off. 19 riders covered by a second. Moto3 continues to defy possibilities in 2026 already before we've even had a Grand Prix. I just winced, as you could probably tell, because David Munoz was making moves up the inside at turn 3, and I think he got the job done. Watching Vader Patama at the moment, and he's following Brian Uriarte, so not a bad marker for the Indonesian as he's following the Spaniard up through turn 5 and 6 now, and they'll flick it right into turn 7 right here. And got a bit of building room as well. Patama down in 18th at the moment, but has already got himself a Q2 spot.
Yeah, the top two from your Rookies Cup from 2025. These two were embroiled in plenty of battles over in the Rookies Cup last year, and it must be a pretty cool feeling for them both to be riding together on the Moto3 Grand Prix grid. You rightly just point out, Kiko, David Munoz is on a pretty stormy lap time. He's kept it through the third split as well. I was going to mention the lap times. Adrian Fernandez is still going very well, lapping in the mid 141s. Maximo Quiles 141.7, just a tenth slower than Adrian Fernandez. So at this moment in time, briefly checking the times as they come in, it does look like Fernandez has got some very good pace. Quiles also, Uriarte, as you can see, is just set a 141.8, which isn't a bad time either. But we're going to keep an eye on Munoz.
Yeah, goes third. That's a big jump up the order from Munoz because he was down in around 20th just a moment ago. So not bad stuff at all. Alvo Carpe comes across the line. Does he go P1? No, he doesn't. Lost a lot of time in that final sector. Stays 5th. Adrian Fernandez has gone up to P1 on a 141.278. So it's Fernandez, Quiles, Munoz, Almanza, Carpe, Peroni and Pini, your top 7, all covered by less than 0.3 of a second. Yamanaka, Rios and Joel Esteban completing your top 10. Uriarte, Marco Morelli, who was 5th yesterday and is already in Q2, is 12th. Tissot Gorman 13th yesterday, 13th at the moment. Ogden 14th was we pick up David Almanza, who's 4th, but on course to go P1 if he can hold it all together through the second half of this lap. Almanza likes to work alone, it seems, in 2026, a contrast to last year, but at the moment he's doing the business, and out there as he comes through the third timing point, is he still on course to go P1? Not quite. He goes grey through that third sector. Just over 2 minutes remaining. Moto3 FP2, but no bearing on anything in qualified. This is literally a free practice. Your top 14 slots already banked.
It is a free practice, but obviously we are learning quite a lot for Sunday morning's Grand Prix. Almanza has found a very nice bit of empty tarmac and is lapping alone, and is lapping very well indeed. Let's get him over the line. A 141.3 personal best into sort of the low mid 141s now. Almanza, this is good stuff. A 41.2 was set by Adrian Fernandez last time around. just trying to spot Fernandez on our timing screen. He's not going to improve this time, but these guys, including Alvaro Carpe, have found some decent track time here, lapping alone, getting into a nice rhythm, and towards the end of the session, trying to push on that rear tyre to see how it does last in the latter stages of the race. That was the plan coming into it. Alvaro Carpe, 141.8, so plenty slower than David Almanza, as you said, on that last lap around.
I must admit, I haven't seen Almanza come into the pit lane at all. I think he's stayed out there and just done one run. So 13 laps, and they've all been fairly consistent, much like Quiles and much like Adrian Fernandez. So maybe they're your three you're looking at. Munoz at the moment has got a time up in the top three, but he hasn't really had pace of the top three yet, but we haven't seen that anyway, really, this weekend. So all eyes in the Dynavolt intact camp will be looking at the number 22 at the moment, and as he continues, he's more than a quarter of a second under Fernandez's top time.
Yeah, another good lap then coming in for Almanza. Clearly got good pace. He did lose a little bit of time towards the end of the lap, didn't he, last time around, but he's kept it through the third split.
Yeah.
This is very, very promising for Almanza. Quiles also on a good lap as well, but Almanza clearly comfortable yesterday, finishing top of the timesheets, and he's brought that into Saturday morning as well. Of course, got to qualify well later on in a few hours' time when we go qualifying in Moto3, but this is very good stuff from the number 22. Must be impressing his new team.
They'll be loving this one, won't they? There's never been a question about his speed, but it's been his pace on Sundays that has left a few questions. Not at the moment, though. And I tell you what, that fourth sector, he nailed that, didn't he, that time around? More than 3.5 tenths now his gap over Adrian Fernandez. Checkered flag is out at a 140.922, the only rider in a 140 so far.
Best lap of the weekend as well. Beats his time from yesterday on. Very used rubber as well, so that is very promising for David Almanza. Kelso improves on his final lap time. A crash earlier on for the Australian if you were just joining us, but good job from Kelso to get into the 141s late on in that run, and not too much damage, and of course, to the machine. So I'd say a positive session overall for Kelso. There's 16 riders within a second, and that is all she wrote. I think no one really on an improved time coming in. No, they're not.
No.
So yeah, an interesting session. We'll delve into the lap analysis, timesheets ahead of qualifying to see who had a good run. That was a little marker laid down, I think, from David Almanza, especially. That last lap time, and is he going again? Well, he's in touch, but I don't think he's going to improve.
It's still important, though. I mean, if he can get one extra lap in, this will be his 15th of this run, I believe. So David Almanza putting in the hard work, and of course there's no one else who's really out there on a live lap, or at least anything to shout about. He also knocks his ex-teammate off P1 as well, so they'll be pretty happy about that. There's a little bit of rivalry between the Dynavolt intact machines and the Leopard Racing Hondas, so we'd like to have, as much as the rider rivalries, a little bit of team needle as well. Final corner for Almanza, final corner of the session for him, comes to the checkered flag, and doesn't improve this time. Lost a lot in that final sector. A 41.6 though still would have been good enough for a top 7. No, it wouldn't have been a 41.6. Well, not even a top 10. I can't see where I'm reading there, but never mind. Laps banked, 15 laps. I think not quite the most of the session, but he's certainly up there in terms of lap count. Most of the session, 18 I believe, set by Pini and Brian Uriarte.
Anyone can directly go to the nearest glasses store in Buriram, then feel free to get your options in. He does wear glasses, I can confirm, but clearly not working very well this morning.
Glasses that are drinks glasses. It's important to note that. That's what I want. I'm not wearing them. I haven't got just 2 massive jugs on my eyes.
You sometimes do.
Yes, I sometimes do. So never mind. Here we are. We've at least managed to get it all done and dusted for FP2. Can't really take too much out of it. We do, like as I say, have to delve into the chronological analysis here, but at the moment Almanza, Fernandez, Quiles, there's no doubting their pace, but Munoz in 4th, question marks there because he didn't really do anything yesterday, so to speak. Gets a bit of extra track time, doesn't he, for Q1 later, but once you're in Q1 there's no guarantee you're coming through it.
Yeah, he is going through Q1, Munoz, but judging from that, you do feel like he could be in that top 4. He's going to be expected to be, but still riding injured, of course, with that left leg.
It's his teammate who leads the way now. Almanza was P1 yesterday. He starts Saturday in P1 as well, ahead of Fernandez. The array of Spanish flags right across the top 5. So that's how 2025 ended. It's how 2026 has started. Peroni in 6th, Phoenix 7th, Yamanaka, Rios and Esteban, your top 10. Riders down the order mark. From running outside the top 10, Vader Patama, he would have been doing a long run. Joel Kelso had an accident on his way to 16th place. Cormac Buchanan up inside the top 20 ahead of Adrian Cruces, and all the way down to Matteo Bertelli and Rico Salmala, 26th and 25th, both crashes in that session. FP2 for Moto3, done and dusted. And that also means that I'm done and dusted, at least for the morning. I'll be back later with qualifying with Lewis Sotheby, who's just taken my chair. Elliot York stays put. That means Moto2. Enjoy.
Good morning, everybody, from Buriram. That feeling in the air, that rare feeling that comes with the first racing day of a brand new season. Saturday, February the 28th, 2026. The day that the final season of the current era of MotoGP is underway. The last season of the 1000cc bikes, the last season of the ride height devices, season for Michelin in MotoGP. Will it be the season where the guard changes at the top of the Premier class? Yesterday it was Marco Bezzecchi who took top spot. Really sent a message to Marc Marquez that he means business this season. Moto2 is up next though, before we get into the MotoGP pre-practice 2 action and countdown towards qualifying. And it was Manu Gonzalez, quickest yesterday, last season's championship runner-up. 3 different chassis constructors in the top 3, as you saw there, with Alex Escridge, the Jerez test leader, second for forward, and Ethan Guevara, top Oscar Scuro in 3rd. We also have the likes of Danny Holgado, standout, Mario Aggi 5th, Senna Agius, Ayumi Sasaki, Ivan Otto, Chelsea Vietti and Colin Vaya inside the top 10 yesterday. Barry Baltus, breakout star of 2025, 11th ahead of the returning Sergio Garcia. Top rookie, sole rookie through to Q2. At the moment is Angel Piqueras in 13th ahead of Philip Salat for American Racing, who was up inside the top 3 in the morning, held on to a Q2 place in the afternoon. All of that means that going through qualifying 1 are the following: Alonso Lopez, Joe Roberts, Danny Munoz, who has stepped into the vacant position left by the Moto2 champion Diogo Moreira, Ital Trans, Zonta van den Goolberg, Tony Arbolino, Denny Sonchu and Luca Lanetta. David Alonso, the standout name, who we'll discuss at length as we go through the session. Adrian Huertas, who did end the day in 23rd. He will not take any further part, though, in this weekend, as we'll explain shortly. Aaron Canet, who crashed in the morning at the same corner as Huertas in 24th, there to Furusato, Rueda, Navarro, and Alberto Ferrandez. And pick up on the issue that we just raised with you. We moved to late yesterday afternoon. A crash for Adrian Huertas, who has broken his right foot after ending last season with injury. He starts this season with another one. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York with you in the commentary box for Moto2 action. Rotten luck for Huertas, because much like the crash that ended his season in Valencia last year, not really his fault.
No, absolutely not. Unfortunately, a very localised downpour, actually. There was threat of rain, wasn't there all the way through the session yesterday. We had some before Moto3 practice begun, and the track was a little bit damp in places, but not too bad. But yeah, we got a pretty sudden downpour over that side of the circuit. Turn 1, unfortunately, catching Huertas out, like you say, Kiko.
Hey?
Lewis, sorry,
wow.
mate. I do apologise. That's very offensive.
All habits by heart.
I do it, yeah. Lewis, yeah, desperately looking for Huertas to basically be the first rider to sort of hit that area of the circuit down at turn 1. We didn't see at the start of the crash, but obviously it was a big one, and yes, unfortunately Huertas has been ruled out for a broken foot. Fingers crossed he can be back in the frame for Brazil. We have got a couple of weekends off, haven't we, after this one, so it gives him a little bit more time to recover. But yes, not a nice way to start the season. As you say, through no fault of his own, just really, really unlucky at this moment is Huertas. Hopefully things can change for him down at Italtrans Racing Team in his second year in Moto2, of course.
Couldn't agree more, Bertie. Anyway, let's move on with the issues of the day. As you saw there inside the Aspar box that we just departed, David Alonso, the surprise of day one. Boy, was it a session of contrast, or a day of contrast for David Alonso. Fastest of all in free practice 1, and we all sat here in the lunch break thinking, well, that's championship favourite for you. Looks like he's starting the season on the front foot. But boy, did it all career downhill when we got into the afternoon, Al.
Yeah, it certainly did. Just didn't have the right feeling at the right time. He said at some parts of the circuit had a little bit of chatter on the front end, and you know, with the rain threatening, we sort of did feel that why is Alonso not out there pushing for a lap time just yet? And obviously he's a cool, calm and collected customer. So are the Aspar team as well. They know exactly what they're doing. And to be honest, from what he said yesterday, he's not too worried. They'll have to go through Q1, and he just said we're going to take advantage of the extra track time. When I spoke to him on Thursday as well, he was obviously trying to dampen expectations. Of course, Alonso, he said it. He's coming into this season wanting to win the Moto2 title and fully expecting to do so. Now, you can't qualify down outside the top 14 on a Friday too many times and expect to keep coming through Q1 into Q2. It's going to catch you out eventually, but you can accept 1 or 2 times. He's already done it. This is his teammate Daniel Holgado, who is straight into Q2 on the other side of the box. But yeah, I think when the rain came, it obviously cost Alonso a chance of trying to improve. So who knows? We're never going to find out if he would have been able to get into the top 14. But yeah, a small setback, let's say, on the opening day of the season. They're not going to worry too much about it, fully expecting to go through Q1 later on, but that is absolutely no guarantee because there's riders like Joe Roberts who are also in there as well. Yeah,
it is ultra competitive in qualifying, one of the best of times. We're expecting it to be the same today. He did pick up some chatter on his stall attempt at a time attack before. It did indeed get a little too wet for improvements. See, one supporter has travelled far from here to support the American Racing Squad and the sole American in the class. Here he is on screen, Joe Roberts, another rider who will be going through qualifying 1 later on today. And as you rightly point out, it's not the end of the world to go through qualifying 1. It's not unheard of. In fact, it's actually quite common for riders to come through Q1 and then qualify on the front row of the grid. So David Alonso will have that in his mind later on. Wonder Alex Escridge is smiling because the Jerez test, which caught all of our attention, but Escridge topped it with a 1:38.8, which is inside by quite some margin the all-time lap record around the southern Spanish circuit. It wasn't just one isolated lap either that saw Escridge quickest in the test. He did a whole run of them to really catch our attention. And it's backing up yesterday afternoon, Albert. It was no flash in the pan.
Exactly, that was the big question, really. Several big questions, of course, coming into the opening weekend of the season, but I think everyone was quite surprised, and understandably so, that Escridge topped the Jerez test, a circuit that everyone knows like the back of their hand. So if you're quick in Jerez, you're going to really, statistically speaking, be quick everywhere. A lot of the riders say that when we head to Jerez, we learn a lot, because if you're quick there, you're going to be quick everywhere. And Escridge was understandably very happy yesterday, confirmed things from the test, he said, confirming that we're faster now, we just need to continue with that momentum. And what the forward team, the Clint Factory racing team now, as they're called on the forward chassis, probably haven't been able to do in recent years, is work on the finer details. There's obviously been quite a big margin from the gap to Calix and Boscura in recent years, but the Escridge said yesterday we can now work on those finer details that will make the difference. Now we've bridged that gap and we are competitive now, and he's aiming for a front row, which would be perfect, he says, but we're not going to get too carried away. A top 5 in qualifying is going to be absolutely brilliant, and then obviously on Sunday, if we are in the top 5, that's going to be fantastic as well. But it is now looking like that forward chassis is a competitive bike in Moto2. Fast in Jerez, and fast in Thailand as well. We're very early into the season, of course. Let's not get too carried away, but exciting times, I think, for Escridge and forward.
Front row today would be the first of Alex Escridge's Grand Prix career. This man here on screen has had plenty of them. Manu Gonzalez has had 18 of them, all told, including 13 last year. And we'll get into the lap-by-lap analysis in more detail as we go through this session, but from a first cursory glance, not only from his sole lap time that saw him top yesterday, a new all-time lap record, but does Manu Gonzalez come into qualifying day as favourite?
Yes, you'd have to say so. I think we saw this last year as well, didn't we? Gonzalez was able to hit the ground running. I know from the pre-season test last year, coming into 2025, he said immediately he felt amazing on the bike. Now, he did say yesterday that he did struggle a little bit more than expected. So if you're struggling a little bit more and you're still finishing P1 on the timesheets, then it bodes well for the weekend ahead, doesn't it? Gonzalez topped a lot of Fridays last year and was straight into the weekend on the front foot, which is what he's done this time around as well. But he said he just needs to understand a few things that are happening on the front end that he isn't quite as comfortable with compared to last year. But when there's margin to be gained and you're still fastest, then it bodes very well for Manu Gonzalez. Of course, looks very strong on race rhythm, and of course when the time attacks were put in yesterday, albeit in tricky air conditions, we didn't get a full perspective of what can happen with the rain coming in the final 5 minutes. But Gonzalez, as things stand, with another session to go here, and then of course heading into qualifying, I think the smart money would be to be Gonzalez on pole.
Boy, does this man have a mountain to climb if he's to fight for pole position today. Aaron Canet, who has had 14 Moto2 pole positions, it will take something superhuman, it feels, if Canet's going to make that 15 here this afternoon. First of all, he's got to find his way through qualifying 1, and there is very little evidence so far in this Thai Grand Prix weekend that Aaron Canet is going to do that. Crashed in pre-practice 1 yesterday morning, a crash that we didn't really understand watching it, and as we found out, neither did Aaron.
No, that's a rider's worst nightmare, isn't it? We didn't quite catch how it all unfolded, but lost the front end in a pretty weird way, didn't Canet, down at turn 1, very early doors, got spat over the handlebars as well, and yeah, thankfully he was all okay, no injury to report for the number 44. But when a rider is saying, I still don't really understand how that crash unfolded, that is not good news. He said he's not feeling comfortable yet on this year's package. Of course, changing from Kalex to Boscoscuro into the Elfmark VDS team is Aaron Canet, finished 4th overall last year, of course, and he's just struggling with that feeling. We saw him on track yesterday with Dennis Onchu. Dennis Onchu feeling a lot more comfortable than his teammate as things stand, and you could just visibly see that, couldn't you, when we were circulating and following the two Elfmark VDS riders yesterday. Canet just does not look comfortable at all. Of course, a dent to the confidence with that crash. This is a crucial session for Canet to just try and find some form of feeling, but he doesn't sound like a rider who's all that confident of finishing in the top 4 in Q1.
Yeah, he spent the last 4 seasons in Moto2 on board a Kalex, so this is a bit of a change-up for the very experienced Spaniard. His 110th at the Grand Prix start in Moto2 this weekend. By the time the season's all said and done, unless he misses a few through injury, he will rack up 200 Grand Prix starts across all classes this year, will Aaron Canet. But the change-up back to a Boscoscuro that he last rode in 2021 when it was, of course, under the name of Speed Up. It's not been a particularly enjoyable one so far for Aaron. Here is that Boscoscuro in the colours of the Speed RS team for Celestino Vietti, and one of the other patterns from the test which is carried over to here in Buriram is that really for Boscoscuro, if they're going to contend at the front this weekend, they have 2 main contenders, Ethan Guevara and Celestino Vietti.
Yeah, the only 2 Boscoscuro riders who are heading straight into Q2, and that's understandable as well. 2 experienced riders now on the Boscoscuro, and Vietti was pretty happy with yesterday, confirming that they have a good base setting, a very solid base, he put it, on that Boscoscuro in the Speed RS team, which is good news for the Italian. Qualified 2nd here last year, so likes the circuit as Vietti, and of course was in podium contention before that instant at this corner we're coming round now. Turn 10, Colin Vire, when Aegis went for a bit of a risky move that unfortunately ended Vietti's hopes of finishing on the podium. So Vietti likes the circuit and confirmed yesterday that the base setting is pretty good. So Vietti should be in that pole position fight, definitely should be in a front row fight, or at least on the top 2 rows. That's what he'll be aiming for. And you mentioned Ethan Guevara, Lewis. He is radiating confidence after picking up that debut Moto2 victory at the end of last season in Valencia. He's headed into the winter, basically a rider reborn. He mentioned actually yesterday that he now feels like over a long race run, he's feeling like he did in Moto3. He can just bang out the laps on a consistent basis, and we know Ethan Guevara was mighty fast in Moto3, was a world champion back in 2022, and it just hasn't happened for him so far until a few months ago in Moto2. Do feel like now, from what he's saying, from how he's looking on the bike, from where he's finishing, of course, in the opening Friday of the year, that Ethan Guevara is starting to arrive in Moto2, and that's great news.
Yeah, and he doesn't exactly feel his best either. He's still suffering from the tail end of a bit of flu that he had on his way here to Thailand, so that can only bode well for Ethan. He's had a good night's sleep and he's feeling a little more rested and refreshed today. So yeah, in terms of what we saw yesterday, in terms of the long runs, they of course did one long run at the start of the session, and then obviously went out to try and get some 134s in and a time attack later on. So let's tell you who's looking particularly hot and who is not. So in terms of riders, the general race pace looks like it's in the 135s. Potentially low to mid 35s, before maybe dropping into the high 35s, low 36s towards the end of the Grand Prix. So Manu Gonzalez was the standout. In terms of laps of 135.5 or lower, Manu Gonzalez did 7 of them in an 11-timed lap run. 10-timed lap run, because the first, of course, was out-lapped at the start of the session. Alex Estridge, by contrast, well, he did 3 laps of a 35.5 or lower. Ethan Guevara, he did 5. Danny Holgado, he did 4 plus a 34.7 on that first run. His pace, though, did drop off much more toward the end. He was back in the high 35s, low 36s by the end of his run. The interesting one, I guess, is David Alonso, because he went out there, did a 14-lap run at the start of the session. His fastest lap in that run was his fastest lap of the session, a 135.6. But after 14 laps, he was still lapping in the 135. So I guess what that sort of tells us is, once again, Alonso's got that longevity over race distance. He's able to hold those consistent lap times, but doesn't have that explosive pace on a brand new tyre that the likes of Manu Gonzalez does.
Exactly what the script was last year, pretty much, wasn't it? Alonso, as the race went on, was able to grind out the faster lap times and get himself in those podium fights and build himself back up from lowly qualifying positions. Now he's got work to do, of course, David Alonso, hasn't he, later on this afternoon, to try and get into that top 4 in Q1 and then do what he can over a couple of laps in Q2. Vital that Alonso does get a good grip position, because you can't keep relying on your race rhythm if you're qualifying outside of the top 10, outside of the top 15, and not even getting into Q2 altogether. But I don't think, as I said before, the team will be too worried, and Alonso, who is now on screen, will be too worried. He's still put the sharp end at this moment in time in this session as well. Just got to iron out a couple of issues. Obviously, when he topped FP1 yesterday, we were, I think, all like that. Okay, here we go then. It's the David Alonso show in 2026. Of course, that hasn't been the case in the afternoon, and we are going to learn a lot in this session, as we did in Moto3, about race rhythm. So we're obviously going to keep an eye on the lap times that are coming in as we do jump on board with David Alonso for a lap around the Chang International Circuit.
Time is a 1:34.981. Already David Alonso's fastest lap of the weekend. Probably done that yesterday. He would already be in qualifying too, because it was a 35.0 is what you needed yesterday to clear the bar for 15 minutes off this afternoon. Jorge Martinez Aspar watching on intently. Who's expecting big things from his two squads in Moto2 and Moto3 this season, with Max Quiles the red-hot favourite in Moto3, Alonso the favourite in Moto2. Here is Ethan Guevara, who has now taken over at the top on a 1:34.845. He, like several in this Moto2 FP2 session, planning a race simulation, so we'll learn quite a lot over the next 21 minutes, and even more when we see the lap analysis come through shortly afterwards. So it will certainly tell us whose race pace is looking particularly good. Guevara from Aegis at the moment, and Alonso. Those are your three riders in the 1:34s. Baltas fourth ahead of Ortola and Vietti. Danny Holgado has now got himself into the 1:34s to take top spot. Justin Holgado, he says it's a very difficult track to make a difference, this one, because there are only 12 corners. It's not the most complicated and technical of layouts, which does tend to close the pack together. But Holgado still feels, when it gets to qualifying trim, that he's perhaps a little bit behind the very quickest.
Yeah, exactly that. Alonso and Holgado sort of in a similar position in terms of qualifying, but Holgado, I think, was just happy with that he's just progressed nicely from pre-season. I think both of the riders in the Aspar box are sort of singing from the same hymn sheet in terms of not getting carried away. There's a lot of hype around them from outside. Those guys in the media and fans as well are expecting massive things from the Aspar duo after their stellar rookie seasons last year, especially for Holgado, who I think surprised everyone with a couple of victories and claiming Rookie of the Year honours overall. But yeah, Holgado just keeping his cards close to his chest, playing his chances down slightly, but I think tomorrow, and they're showing this already, they're going to be right there in the race. But as you say, qualifying is key. It always has been, but I think even more so now in Moto2. And Manu Gonzalez said this yesterday in his debrief. Last year there was 3 or 4 riders who were right at the top every single weekend. But on average, of course, there was more riders, sometimes less than others. But in general, there are 3 or 4 riders, Manu Gonzalez was saying, that were that were fast straight out of the box every weekend. Now the Moto2 class at this moment in time is so competitive, and we're seeing that already as Holgado sets a little bit of a slower lap time there on that last lap, and he's got a Screech tucked in right behind him as well. So a Screech doing well to tag on to the back of the session leader so far. That's of course Polo Spargaro, who is a close ally of Danny Holgado, working very close with Holgado, Polo Spargaro last year and of course this year as well. But yeah, this class has become very, very competitive. It has always been, but I think this year we're going to see it even more competitive, and that's why qualifying is going to become even more crucial this season. So for the likes of Holgado and Alonso, if they're wanting to do what they want to do this year, they have got to nail qualifying a little bit more often than they did last year, especially for me, Alonso.
Spargaro champion in this class, of course, back in 2013, and certainly had to go through some psychologically and mentally challenging experiences on his way to the Moto2 title. Of course, chased Marc Marquez most of the way in 2012, and then had a very tense tussle with Scott Redding through the following season, which ultimately Polo Spargaro came out on top of. So as the season goes on, if Holgado does find himself in the deep waters of a World Championship battle, Pol could potentially have a very useful intel and experience to pass over to Holgado in terms of how to handle that kind of pressure.
Absolutely. We obviously see now MotoGP riders, former GP riders, former world champions working closely with these rising stars. It's when speaking to MotoGP riders, they want to pass on their expertise, pass on their experience to the next generation, as Holgado sets a new fastest time of the weekend, the 34.6. So yeah, a decent time there from Holgado, and this is on used rubber as well. A good race rhythm coming in from Holgado, and yeah, I think just in general with, it's like in any walk of life, when you've got more experienced people who have not walked in your exact shoes but walked the path you are heading down, it's always great to get some advice along the way and help when you can. I don't think they want to disturb them too much. Of course, we've got the likes of top track with Dennis Onchua as well, the Marquez brothers with Maximo Quiles, for example, in Moto3, and plenty of other riders. Of course, VR46 Academy work very closely with Celestino Vietti as well, and there's plenty more examples of that. Quartararo with Tony Arbolino, we can keep going on, but it's nice to see from our perspective, it's nice to see from the fans' perspective as well. And Holgado has got a very wise head in Polo Spargaro, a cool customer when he needs to be as well, a fantastic listener and speaker is Polo Spargaro, fascinating to always chat to, and of course has been there, done that, and worn the t-shirt that these guys want to wear this year as well.
It's an impressive run this at the moment from Holgado. It's in the early stages of it. We've, of course, not quite yet reached the halfway point in this session, as a Screech gets a little bit balked behind the rookie Tayo Furasato. Last couple of laps now for Holgado have been in the 34s. That 34.646, the fastest lap of the morning, just a tenth off Manu Gonzalez's lap record from yesterday. Holgado across the line, 34.8 for him now. He's clearly the fastest rider lapping at the moment. There've been a few riders that have made good progress already this morning from what they did yesterday. We've already mentioned Alonso down to a 34.9. That compares to a 35.6 that he did yesterday. Lots of progress from the Mark BDS Boscoscuros. Kinet's down to a 35.4, which is 3/10 quicker than he went yesterday. And a shout out too for the Moto3 world champion, Jose Antonio Rueda, who's in 18th place at the moment on a 1:35.759. He's also found 3/10 of a second of what he did yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, that's great to see, isn't it? Rueda within a second, of the top time so far. It was always going to be difficult for Rueda coming into this weekend. Of course, after what unfolded in Malaysia and in the coming months, trying to recover from what unfolded. But he described yesterday as a very positive day, and he simply, the reigning Moto3 world champion, just needs to get as many laps under his belt as possible. Get comfortable on the Moto2 machine, and just get comfortable on a motorcycle altogether. Regain some confidence on that number 98, the reigning Moto3 champion. So great to see Rueda, who we know tested the Moto2 bike back in Barcelona last year. And speaking to a couple of members of the team, they said that he was fast straight away, and we did see that on unofficial times as well. Rueda, we know how good that kid is, and it's going to take a little bit more time than what we expected, of course, after what unfolded at the end of last year with that horrific incident in Malaysia. But once he gets going, Rueda, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with in Moto2, make no bones about it. And to be now within a second of the top time, he's not going to be in podium contention this weekend, Rueda. He's in Q1, and I'll be a little bit surprised, I think, to see him make it through into Q2. Not putting any pressure at all on Rueda this weekend. I think it's going to take a little bit of time for him to get up to speed. However, if you can be in around that mix and try and get into the lower end of the points, let's say, on Sunday, that's going to signal a fantastic weekend for Rueda.
Yeah, it's very simple what he needs, and that's just pure laps and kilometres. And unfortunately, for Antonio Rueda, that's not a kind of process you can fast forward, is it? You've just got to be patient and just trust the process, to use one of the classic sporting cliches. Jose Antonio Rueda, of course, having spent his entire Grand Prix career with that Red Bull KTM squad in Moto3, no doubt that team is going to stick by him and give him all the time that he needs to get up to speed. We've seen many a rider come through that particular pipeline and make it all the way to MotoGP, and of course a major bump in the road for Rueda with the experience he had to go through late last season. No question that the talent is still there, the smile is still there, which we're all delighted to see earlier on in the weekend. Rueda is just going to have to remain patient. How much Holgado is attacking on the way into turn 12. Is he continuing to lap in the 34s? His last lap was a 35.0. That's a 34.9. So Holgado, who's now on to lap 10 of his morning's work, is once again putting a real marker down to the rest of the Moto2 field. Manu Gonzalez, by contrast, has only recently returned to the racetrack. For whatever reason, he came to the pits quite early. He's only now, Gonzalez, in 9th place. He's done 5 laps, so he's now some 10 laps or so behind, or 5 laps behind the 10 that Holgado has done in this session. So if there were some gremlins, it's potentially delayed or disrupted Gonzalez's race preparation a tad.
Yeah, intrigued to see what's going on down there for Gonzalez. We did see him in the pits. We can see Dennis Onchu in there as well. Usually riders like to head out at the start of the session and try and complete the full session on the same set of tyres because they're working for the Grand Prix race tomorrow. What we're going to get a replay of here with David Alonso, that is through turn 8. This is the short burst to turn 9, and you can hear it and then see it on that Calix Triumph, getting it all wrong. Did the Colombian into turn 9, but try and like to see a wider shot of that, not be on board to see exactly what happened, but a little bit of a scare there for the 2024 Moto3 World Champion.
Potentially there on the outside of turn 8, but certainly was in no position to drop it on its side into 9, which you carry in second gear at around 85 kilometers an hour. So a little bit of a scruffy session for Alonso at this stage. So they can't say that about this man. Gardo continues to churn out the high 34s, low 35s, 135, 175. But that lap on its own would put him ahead of Manu Gonzalez, who's currently in 9th place, and Manu Gonzalez has pitted again.
Yeah, just noticing that. So something clearly not right with Gonzalez. We saw him in the box, then head out, and now he's heading back in. So yeah, this is not the session that Gonzalez, yesterday's pace setter, would have wanted. So we said he's going to be favourite heading into qualifying around about 15 minutes ago. Is that now changing to Danny Holgado? Of course, this isn't one lap pace we're seeing. This is more race rhythm that we're seeing, but not the Saturday morning that Gonzalez would have been looking out for.
Certainly not. As we take a look now inside the Grassini box of Alonso Lopez, who is currently in 13th position, as you can now see, 35.3 to him. Lopez, another high-profile Q1 participant later on today on his debut for Grassini. He's another rider who's reading from a similar hymn sheet to Rueda in that he just needs more time on the bike. Of course, spent all bar one start of his Moto2 career on board a Boscascoro. Did curse his own mistakes yesterday, made 2 key errors late in the session, which caused him to miss the Q2 cutoff. Altus beautifully sliding his way into turn 3 and picking it up on his knee. Been a troublesome corner already in Moto3 that so far today, and Barry Baltus almost coming a crop or 2.
Yeah, did a decent little save there for last year's bronze medalist, just picking his knee into the ground, a little shake of the head, knowing that was a very close call to going down the road here for Barry Baltus, but kept it on the straight and narrow, which is good news. Loving that white boot and white sort of lower leg leather look that he's got going on. Very clean look for Barry Baltus. It was almost a little bit dirty though going down the road at turn 3, but where is Baltus in the session? P5, but just looking at the timesheets, no one is even closer really to the level that Olgado is setting in terms of consistent low 135, high 134 lap times. Mario Aggi, though, is doing a decent job, another 135.5. He's only P18 as things stand, but he's on his 10th lap and he's in the mid 135. That's decent pace for the Indonesian.
We saw him have that moment into turns 8 and 9 a couple of laps ago, and now he's gone down there. So Alonso having some problems with that particular part of the racetrack on this Saturday morning. We said it was a scruffy session, and it looks like it's come to an early end for Alonso.
Yeah, it certainly does. It looks all okay, which is good news. So where exactly is it? It's on the exit of turn 8, and that looks like it's gone pretty late as well. The Colombian all okay, thankfully, running to collect the machine. However, after what was looking like a decent session, let's say, it's gone pretty early, to be fair. He tipped it in, front end just cried no more, and down the road he goes. And yes, the fans, quite a few riders on top of the head there, pick one. But no, that's sort of the Alex Marquez clan, isn't it? The little, the riders, the little clan that they work with. But yeah, understandable shocked faces down there for Nico Tirol and the Aspar team. A little bit of a rebuild job ahead of qualifying. Not the weekend after FP1 that Alonso and the team were looking for.
Yeah, it was turn 8 he crashed, not turn 9. The bike did end up at turn 9 in the end, with Alonso letting go of it as he slid through the runoff. But it was turn 8 for Alonso, and he will not improve on 4th place. 34.9 for him. It's session which I guess certainly swung in the direction of his teammate in this morning's session, Daniel Holgado, whose last lap was a 135.364. I don't think I've seen him higher than a 35.5, which is the lap before the one he's just completed. That's about as slow as Holgado has been in this session, and there are a lot of riders in this session who give their right arm for a 35.5.
Absolutely, yeah, Holgado, this is really, really good. Garcia just crossed the line, a 135.6. That's a decent enough time for Garcia, the returnee, of course, full time this year in Gresini colours. Aegis, what's he doing? A 135.6, of course. Aegis up inside that top 3 as things had a decent session for the Australian. Lap 13, he's just crossed the line with a 135.6. So there's some riders within a couple of tenths of Holgado, but what we've seen so far, Vietti 135.6 as well. There's plenty of riders who, okay, we don't know how much fuel running, what life of sort of tyre they've had. Luca Boscuro looking a little bit pensive there in the box. He'll be hoping to see more Boscuros up at the sharp end later on in qualifying. But yeah, there's plenty of riders who are able to do mid 135s as Manu Gonzalez re-enters the fray. Intrigued to go down there this afternoon and just see what was going on this morning. It looks fairly calm and collected down there as things stand, but clearly Gonzalez not having the session he would have wanted, and worries on the times he's down in P9. He's not into the 134s yet. Is that going to change though in the last 6.5 minutes?
So only the 7 or so laps that Gonzalez has done, whereas Daniel Holgado has now done 14, so he's half the mileage of his what appears to be his likeliest rival at the front of the race tomorrow. Mario Aggi crossed the line in 18th position, one of the standout performers of yesterday afternoon's practice, the Indonesian, 5th quickest on a 34.7 as Alonso's bike now returns to the box. We'll be impressed if we see that one back out on track in the next 6 minutes, as Alonso now has to join us as spectators. The run wasn't slow before then, as you can see bottom right corner of your screens, and so as I kind of alluded to yesterday, was telling us in pre-season that he's trying to modify his style a little bit to be a little bit more consistent and crash less. And unfortunately, on day 2 of the season, we've seen the Colombian's first crash of 2026.
Yeah, unfortunate stuff for Alonso. I don't think he's going to be heading back out there anytime soon. He'll have to wait till qualifying 1, of course, to head back out and try and get a lap time in to get inside that top 4. One rider who won't be in qualifying 1 is Angel Piqueras, top rookie from yesterday. Was really good to see Piqueras getting along well with that Calix Triumph, of course, staying with the same team that he finished second with in Moto3 last season. An earned promotion into Moto, so really, really excited to see what Angel Piqueras can do on a Moto2 bike, and it started very well. P13 yesterday was less than half a second away from Manu Gonzalez, and 35.6 is a decent time on a long run as well. How many laps has Piqueras completed so far? 13, so can't be too sure, but it looks very promising so far, both on 1 lap pace and in Sunday race pace as well, Trim, for Keras here in Thailand.
Yeah, I think it's looking good on both sides of the MSI box this weekend, because Ortola's currently up in 7th place. He was 8th yesterday. Of course, spent last season with the same team, but he's having to adapt from Boscoscuro over to Calex, and it appears to be a firmly seamless transition for Ortola so far. 7 top 10 finishes for him last season, of course, highlighted by that podium in the final Grand Prix of the season in Valencia. I think Ortola could be a bit of a dark horse this season. Potential, certainly to see him on the podium more regularly, and potentially even the Grand Prix victory before we're done too for the number 4.
Yeah, would agree with that. I think he just needs to sort out qualifying compared to last year. Only twice he qualified on the top 3 rows in qualifying. Did the number 4 on, of course, the Boscoscuro last year. So a little bit of adapting to do to the Calex this season. But Ortola, as his rookie teammate, and helped Keras, who of course doesn't have Boscoscuro experience after being in Moto3. Very strong-looking team, and of course they've been in that team for more than one season, both of them now. So a nice bit of continuity for both riders and team down there as well. I do agree, Ortola isn't getting any plaudits, not really getting any noteworthy mentions at the start of the season, but he'll be noticing that and saying that's absolutely fine by me. I'll fly under the radar and start the season well, and who knows, he could mount a surprise title challenge. There's no reason why he can't.
Now leading a rider who he spent plenty of laps on track together with in their Moto3 days. That was Antonio Herrera, the Moto3 champion, behind him, the number 98. As Manu Gonzalez, we're keeping an eye on his progress. He's been out and straight back in.
Yeah, clear problems then for Manu Gonzalez. Something not quite right on that Triumph Calex. Obviously, we can't tell from up here. We've not got a pit lane reporter down there as things stand as well. So I'll have to go straight down there in Moto2 Qualifying and find out what's going on, because clearly when you're going back out, coming in, going back out, coming back in a session where you really want to be out on circuit, gaining confidence, gaining mileage on the tyres and on the bike, of course. This is, yeah, not the Saturday morning that Gonzalez would have wanted. Let's see if they were trying to work on anything. Gonzalez speaking to his manager there.
He's clearly very keen to see what they're doing to the bike.
Yeah.
And there's clearly something that requires some urgent attention on that Calex of Manu Gonzalez. So whilst one side of the intact squad are having a very good morning, Senna Aegis is in 3rd place at the moment, and he's still lapping in the 1:35. He's just done a 35.9 on what was his 16th lap of the morning. It's been troublesome for his teammate so far. Manu Gonzalez in 9th place. Into the final corner we come then with Sergio Garcia leading Joe Roberts. Of course, these two did briefly fight with each other for the Moto2 Championship before Ayagura took charge in the second half of 2024. Roberts is going to leap up the order here from 24, now up into the top 10. A 1:35.3 for Roberts is just under 2/10 shy of what he did yesterday.
Yeah, 12th lap for Roberts. Can't quite recall seeing him come back into the box, but if he did, potentially on fresh rubber, of course, maybe one eye on Q1 later on this afternoon. The number 16 has to come through Q1 to get into that pole position fight a little bit later on. But if it's not and he's on used rubber, that's a very good time. But yeah, he just shook Sergio Garcia out of the way there. Roberts spoke to him on Thursday and he said they'd made some good gains on rear traction that he was ultimately really struggling with for most part of last year. Of course, ended the season with another injury as well. And yeah, just missed out on the top 14 yesterday with the American. Now, one final time in FP2 here. Manu Gonzalez will head out on circuit. He's not going to get a fast lap time in, but obviously ahead of qualifying, important to try and iron out whatever issue they've got down there in the Limoni Dynabot Intact GP team.
Yeah, it's just going to be an outlet to the checkered flag, isn't it, here for Manu Gas, who's now been shuffled back to 10th place. And fair play to the Aspar squad. They have got David Alonso out for at least a practice start at the end of the session. Session that was interrupted by, well, first of all, by a big moment between turn 8 and 9, then a crash there a couple of laps later. So perhaps there'll be some niggles in the back of Alonso's mind later on when he returns to that part of the racetrack on a qualifying run. Roberts getting his elbow out, potentially a dress rehearsal for some last corner antics in the Grand Prix tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow's Thai Grand Prix over 22 laps of the Chang International Circuit gets underway at 1:15 local time tomorrow afternoon, following the Moto3 race at noon, and 3 p.m. local time tomorrow will be the first Grand Prix of the season in MotoGP, same time as the sprint gets underway this afternoon.
Yeah, looking forward to that one, of course. This is Colin Vire, another decent session for The Dutch sophomore in Moto2, 2/10 off around the third split. How many laps has Weiden so far? 12th lap last time around, a personal best of a 1:35.043. So I'm just wondering if a few riders have slotted in some fresh rubber ahead of qualifying a little bit later on. Get Colin Vire over the line. What's he going to set this time around? 1:35.0. So if that is on his race run, that's a fantastic lap time. Ethan Guevara, we know, has been in the box. He's set a personal best, a session best, I should say, middle sector. And then, yeah, just loses time in the third split. But I think, judging from what we've seen, Lewis, this has been an interesting session. A low point for yesterday's pace setter, obviously David Alonso crashing. Holgado sort of turning up the wick in terms of the pace. Ethan Guevara looking very good as well. So a lot of unknowns, I think, going into qualifying later on, which is, I think, all right.
Yeah, unknowns for two of the key contenders, Manu Gonzalez and David Alonso. I think we've had one clear race favourite stand up this morning in the form of Daniel Holgado, but that will all be conditioned on where he qualifies later on this afternoon. Qualifies deep in the field, then perhaps he won't have that favourites tag heading into the first Grand Prix of the season. But certainly on pure race pace, he was the standout in this morning's session. Pretty much all times he was on track, he was lapping faster than everybody else. Guevara takes second place then, just 7 thousandths behind in the final analysis. But over the full session, perhaps lacking 2/3 lap to go with the rider who he held off for the entire distance in Valencia at the end of last season. Much to the frustration of this man, Daniel Holgado, on the 27 as he was then, now the 96. And Holgado, he would have scripted a free practice 2 session, it would have gone a little bit like that.
Yeah, absolutely, pretty much perfect, wasn't it, for Danny Holgado? Only 3/10 off and a little bit more off the all-time lap record, which signifies that potentially a little bit later on, although conditions could worsen in terms of both the temperature and maybe the threat of rain, but yeah, that all-time lap record could be going a little bit later on. But he has some competition, does Holgado. Ethan Guevara backing up his positive progress yesterday into Saturday morning. Both of them having a stellar session at the wheels of their boss Oscuro and Calix. See, so Holgado and Guevara, the two Spaniards, looking very strong, and Stenaragius as well, just over a 10th off. The third rider in the 1:34s in this session, the fourth of those, David Alonso, who obviously didn't have an ideal session, but Agius, a podium finish here last year despite a long lap penalty, looking good again.
Yeah, Guevara has now been top 3 in all 3 sessions this weekend. Second in FP1, third in practice, and now second in free practice 2. Surely he is going to be in the mix for the front row grid later on this afternoon. Moto2 qualifying, which will take place in the hour leading up to the Tissot sprint. 3 p.m. local time for the sprint. Moto2 qualifying will be around about an hour prior to that. So make sure you're with myself and Kiko Giles, who will be alongside me in the commentary box. Elliot York will be in pit lane. And for sure, we'll be sniffing out the problems down at Intact GP with Manu Gonzalez, who spent as much session in the pits than he did on the racetrack during that free practice 2 session. Our colleague Jack Appleyard, who's getting ready for the MotoGP session, informs us that it's front-end issues for Manu Gonzalez. We'll hope to get further news on that ahead of qualifying. Danny Holgado, quickest though in FP2 from Guevara, and Stenaragius third. David Alonso did get up to 4th and into the 34s, but then later crashed. Barry Baltas 5th ahead of Colin Vire, Alex Scrigny, Von Altola, Chelsea Navietti 9th ahead of Manu Gonzalez, who had his gremlins, as we heard, on the front end of his bike, which restricted him on track and restricted him to 10th. Robert Sasaki, Salix Lopez and Untu next up. Arbolino Piqueras connected improving time this morning, but only up to 18th ahead of Adji and Munoz. Garcia 21st from Alberto Ferrandez. That's his fastest lap of the weekend too, ahead of Rueda, who did the same. Luca Lanetta 24th from Taya Rosato, Zonta van den Gorberg. And Jorge Navarro, who completes your field of 27 now, with Adrian Huertas ruled out with a broken foot. What a qualified morning that was for Danny Holgado. Is he now the pre-race Moto2 favourite? We'll find out in qualifying later on. We'll begin the countdown to qualifying in MotoGP next, though, with free practice 2 getting underway shortly.
Thailand's Chang International Circuit hosts the season over, and today we finally go racing in the first sprint Saturday of 2026. Built in real northeast Thailand, first opened 12 years ago. Hot conditions in Buriram make the first contest of the season one of the toughest tests on the calendar. The fight for the first pole is coming up next live. It's time for MotoGP. 4.55 kilometers in length, just under 3 miles. Very demanding layout, this Chang International Circuit, 400 kilometers northeast of Bangkok. Some of the hardest acceleration zones and some of the toughest braking zones on the entire 22-round Grand Prix calendar. Throw in some searing hot conditions as well. We're expecting temperatures tomorrow for the main Grand Prix around 36 degrees, sweltering heat in this part of Thailand. Turn 12, so many great overtaking opportunities around this circuit. 12, one of 3 of the most severe braking points around this Thai venue.
Over everybody, Marco Bezzecchi says, no, Marc Marquez is still the favourite. He's clearly basing that on history. Really, who can blame him? But Aprilia must be absolutely thrilled with their first day. They know it's only Friday, though. The key qualifying session to come in the next couple of hours, where we'll get perhaps the definitive answer.
As the reigning world champion is concerned, because when it really matters, Saturday and Sunday afternoons, he is always there, always in the mix, ready to get the gloves off and ready to fight. He said yesterday, Mark, that Bezzecchi currently on a different level. Still suffering with a little bit of a hangover from last weekend's stomach bug in the test. This was the breathtaking shot, the jaw-dropping way to get us back underway in MotoGP in 2026. Look at that, the contrasting styles, the contrasting approaches of Mark and Juan Mir, the different styles you need to tackle the corner. First corner that was on the factory Ducati and the factory Honda. The good news for those two we just saw on screen, the pair of them both into Q2 directly. Juan Mir was 7th fastest. Marco Bezzecchi, Marc Marquez was a top 2. The Gian Antonio, as you mentioned, 3rd fastest. Already directly through to Q2 went Pedro Costa, Jorge Martin. This rider on screens right now, runner-up here last year, runner-up overall last year, Alex Marquez. Juan Mir, who we just mentioned. Brad Binder into Q2 for the first time since Catalunya last year.
Michele Pirro didn't cost Alex Marquez a place in Q.
in a training accident right at the beginning of January. We're hoping that Fermin's fit and fighting and ready to go when we make our first trip to Brazil since 2004 in Guyana in 3 weeks' time. Well, it was a brilliant Friday for one Italian in the form of Marco Bezzecchi. I think it's fair to say it was a going into 2026, and certainly maybe something that can run Bezzecchi and Mark close over the course this weekend. Digia definitely leading the chasing pack.
For sure, and I put those questions to him yesterday, and he said, just as a rider, the front end is everything, he said, in MotoGP nowadays. When you can trust that, it just takes care of everything else. This is a rider on screen, and I guess would back that up after the issues he suffered from last season. And Fabio Di Antonio also said, when I asked him about the pace of Marco Bezzecchi and how difficult it will be to beat him this weekend, he believes that he's much closer to Bezzecchi in race trim than he might be in qualifying.
Yeah, of course, Fabio Di Antonio just relieved to be starting this campaign. Fully fit and ready to go, just like this man on screen. Jorge Martin, his 2025 started carrying injuries. Digia was fracturing his left collarbone after the end of day one testing in Sepang at the start of last year. There were some really eye-catching performances yesterday to kick off the new campaign. Bez, of course, quite rightly taking most of the headlines with that all-time lap record, the brilliant 128.526. Pedro Acosta was fourth fastest, leading the KTM charge once again. Jorge Martin's new season didn't get exactly off to the best of starts as he had this early flash in FP1 at the final corner in turn 12. But for the most part, Lewis, promising signs for the 2024 World Champion. Fifth fastest on the Aprilia, 3 Aprilias into the top 10 yesterday. Martin is going to be in the mix for sure.
Might be in a few MotoGP fantasy teams ahead of the qualifying session to come. Fifth place yesterday. One of 3 Aprilias automatically through to qualifying 2. And I think Aprilia, as we're going to Q2 later on, they've got to feel they've got a genuine chance of getting 3 bikes, if not 4, if Raul Fernandez gets to qualifying 1, potentially on the front 2 rows of the grid later on this morning when qualifying gets underway. Martin, he's certainly got himself in a fitter state than he was at any stage of 2025, but bike fitness, as he put it, in the run-up to this weekend is something very different. So surely Jorge Martin is already going to get stronger and stronger and stronger, both in terms of his physical condition and in terms of his competitiveness on the bike, the longer this season goes on. He's already starting at a pretty good level, fifth yesterday.
Fabio Quartararo, wherever we go in the world, has an army of fans supporting the superstar Frenchman. Unfortunately, hopes and expectations of top results in the beginning of 2026 look like a long shot, to say the least. Fabio Quartararo was the lead Yamaha yesterday, looked way down in 16th place, 1.35 seconds back at Bez at the top. Fabio Quartararo said, rather worryingly, as far as I think a few people are concerned, with this new V4 powered M1, we have no clear direction in terms of the development program for the V4. Now, let's not forget, Andrea Dovizioso, Yamaha's test rider, joined myself in the commentary box this very Grand Prix last year. And he had just tested the V4 behind closed doors in Sepang. So for a bike that's been on circuit with test riders, Andrea Dovizioso and Augusto Fernandez, and in the hands of Quartararo and Jack Brunner for a few days now, for them to still be saying that Yamaha has no clear direction is rather worrying. And also Fabio saying yesterday, likely he believes that it's going to be the French Grand Prix, his home round in Le Mans in May, before they get any kind of significant update on this current spec V4 motor, Lewis. 16th, 19th, 20th and 21st yesterday were the Yamahas testing times.
Yeah, exactly as advertised, unfortunately, given how testing went for the Yamaha squad. Of course, it's well documented what went on at Sepang when they had to essentially scrap the whole second day because they had some problems which they hadn't fully understood and identified, but it is going to be, well, I initially said yesterday it's going to be some short-term pain for some long-term gains, but we're not quite sure how short or long-term that pain is going to be and where the gains are coming from right now for Yamaha, which must really frustrate Fabio Quartararo, who's gone through the mill for a few years now on board the Yamaha and has been hoping that the good times will come back again. At the moment, there is no obvious sign on the horizon of those coming back, and yet to feel for top rank inside the Pramac team, making his debut down in 21st place. And I actually thought he did quite a good job yesterday on the 130.3 to match Alex Rins, which was just 2/10 off his teammate Jack Miller on his first Friday in MotoGP, but he's only got 21st place to show for it.
Well, this ride on screens, Fabio Di Gianantonio had a stunning start to 2026, didn't he? Yesterday, third fastest in practice, great over one lap, great race pace as well. And Frankie Morbidelli, his teammate, 30 Mina Enduro VR46, was not even a tenth of a second outside of the direct place in Q2, so plenty to be optimistic about. High hopes, I'm sure, in the Italian squad going into the Sprint and Grand Prix. Well, let's get the thoughts of the boss, Pablo Nieto, with Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning to everybody at home. Good morning, Pablo. After yesterday, is it fair to say that Fabio is the man best placed to take the fight to Marco later today?
You never know, no? But it's true that yesterday was a fantastic race. Working very, very good. Also was very important to make the winter test here because we have a lot of information. But anyway, we know that today is another day. Of course, at the moment we are in a good moment. We have to try to make it's very, very important to make a good two and try to be in the top in the front road, maximum second road. And then I think it's one of the riders, like you say, that maybe can make something with Marco, but always difficult.
Fabio had big problems last year, really extracting the maximum from a brand new soft tyre in qualifying. Do you feel you've made progress with that over the winter?
Yeah, we know that the biggest problem that we had last year was that one, no? So we know that with used tyre we are very, very fast. This winter we was working a lot on a lap time, something different because it was very hard last year, no? And we know now the 70% of the race is the qualifying and the lap time for qualifying. So we was working on that. Now we will see if it was works or not.
Fabio, he mentioned to us on Thursday that this is his first year in MotoGP where he comes into it with the same team around him, the same crew chief. 4 years before that, if that changes every single year, just how much of an impact do you think that will have this year?
Yeah, that's very important. No? Some riders is taking care a lot of that because in the end it's very important when you arrive to the garage and you see all the people, the same crew chief, mechanics and everything. And for him it's the first time that we didn't take nothing. So I think he feels very, very good with the team. He feels very, very good with Ducati. Now I think we are in a good moment. We have to be focused because it's very, very important the first part of the year. Of course, we know that this year is a little bit different because also we have to confirm the riders for next year. And it's interesting. It's very interesting.
Funny you mentioned, I wasn't going to ask, but you brought it up. Clearly, it's in your mind. How much of an impact is that having on what we see right now?
I know you're going to ask me, so that's why.
I promise I wasn't.
No problem. Yeah, but we have to put everything on the table, no? So we know that this year is very, very strange because before the first race, we know at the moment just confirmed Marco, but we know that 50% of the grid is almost done. So it's going to be interesting. We are very happy with the riders. Of course, we have to talk about that. But at the moment with Dija, we are very, very happy on Marco. So we will see what happens in the next race.
Thanks, Pablo. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to Pablo Nieto. So the first blip on what has been a sensational Japan and Buriram Grand Prix so far. Marco Bezzecchi trail-breaking into turn 3, decelerating down from 340 odd kilometres an hour into this real tight turn 3, and that front end of that Aprilia cry no more. Bezzecchi was flying. He actually had just set the best lap of the session into the mid 129 straight away. You can just see there the front giving out underneath him on the factory Aprilia. So signs that you can't get too overconfident because MotoGP sometimes does have a tendency to bite back when you least expect it. Before that, Bears was flying again. A 129.654 has put him in control of this FP2 session. Alex Marquez just goes into second. But no question, there's those little mistakes, those little tip-offs, they will gnaw away at your confidence.
Yeah, there are no foregone conclusions in MotoGP, and I guess Marco Bezzecchi will know that better than anyone because he was the fastest rider by a country mile in Indonesia last year, won the sprint having botched the start, and then of course ran into Marc Marquez on the first lap when he should have won there. That gave him a double long lap penalty when he should have cleaned up in Phillip Island, didn't win there, so Marco Bezzecchi, I guess, has some recent history of dropping his lines a little bit when he's had by far and away the fastest package on the racetrack. Didn't appear as if there was massive damage to that bike when it went through the gravel trap at turn 3, which is a corner where we've had crashes now in all 3 classes this morning. We've had riders go down there in Moto3, Moto2 and now MotoGP this morning, so really perhaps a little bit troublesome at the end of the back straight, the 1 kilometre back straight into turn 3. But of course they'll be looking to get that bike very quickly and have any repairs made before qualifying 2, so he has 2 points at his disposal. It just looked like one of the side wings potentially was knocked off, nothing more than that.
Of course, it will be a longer excursion back to pit lane under the new rules for 2026 that are in force. Marco Bezzecchi cannot just, unless you get the clutch in, which you didn't obviously, you cannot get that bike started under his own steam unless he is behind the safety barrier. It's a fairly long run-off on the outside of that turn 3, so yeah, it might be some time before we see Bez actually make his way back into pit lane. He had to set the first, or the fastest first sector of the session, so he was pushing. He was really trying to find the limit once again this morning. Pedro Acosta is now Bez's closest challenger. Once again, there's no great surprises to see Acosta leading the KTM charge. Bang 9's up inside the top 5. That's more like it from the 63 after his sort of topsy-turvy introduction after 2026. Acosta second then with a 129.725. It seems, Lewis, that the KTM's new chassis is ridden with some of their understeer issues. The bike's turning better mid-corner. They feel like they're getting a bit more life out of the rear tyre, which has been a big Achilles heel over the last couple of years. 4th yesterday for Acosta, albeit 6.5 tenths behind the factory Aprilia. But second this morning. Acosta said that the 3 Ducatis, the Marquez brothers, Bagnaia and Bezzecchi's pace was crazy at the test, but you have to say, he's knocking on the door.
He's closing the gap, it seems like. He also said to me yesterday that he still feels that they have a pace that the KTM ultimately at this point does not, but never rule out Pedro Acosta. We saw in the latter part of last year how he was able to fight and punch above his weight on board that factory KTM. And Brad Binder, I guess, backing up that KTM have made clear progress with that bike. As you say, it wasn't exactly a frequent visitor to qualifying 2 last year, but the first Friday of the season this year, they were straight into the top 10. And they had Bastianini, another rider who was very pleased with the new chassis, even if it didn't necessarily show up on the timing screens. He and Maverick Vinales will be in qualifying 1, with the 2 factory KTM riders on Costa and Binder in qualifying 2.
Yeah, one rider who was breathing a massive sigh of relief yesterday was Johan Zarco, correct by his fingernails into Q2 yesterday. Is 129.590, good enough for 10th place. But when you look at Luca Marini, Vinales, Morbidelli and Fernandez behind him, there was not even a tenth of a second splitting those 4 directly behind the Frenchman. Fine margins as always. And I guess indicative yesterday of Raul Fernandez's winter woes. Not that there's been too many of them on the latest generation RSGP, but compared to his teammate Ayakura, Bezzecchi and Jorge Martini has said on the new spec Aprilia, he's been finding it hard to get anything out of a soft rear tyre. He was the only Aprilia yesterday outside of the top 10, and not by much, but he did touch it on yesterday again, still struggling to get the best explosive one-lap pace out of a soft rear tyre. Well, it was an excellent day yesterday for the 2 factory KTMs, Acosta and Brad Binder directly in the Q2. Let's get the thoughts on the boss, Saki Ayo.
Yeah, it is. A great yesterday. Looks like a strong morning as well. Aki, what's the mood in the camp? I guess both riders into Q2 was a nice way to start 2026. Working mood. Of course, a lot of thinking during the test. Of course, here last we have been already a long time here, and it's long week to analyze everything and to understand our, let's say, of course we have seen some improvements, but as you know, it always when you change something, there will be some side effects and consequences as well. So, of course, mostly last weeks it's analyzing everything that. How the changes affect and to control the side effects. First Q2 appearance coming up for Brad since Barcelona last year. We could see when he came into the box yesterday what it meant to the team, what it meant to him to have started the season with a first day like that. How important do you feel that was?
It's important, but okay, last year we had quite different start, and I feel although they didn't. And I think we have much better mood now. At the end of last year we made some steps. All the things around are more clear. So somehow, let's say, all the work is more protected outside, let's say, and it's somehow the mind of everyone different. So it's, as I always say, working day by day and working by understanding.
We spoke so much last year about the growth of Pedro as a rider, as a human. How different is the Pedro that starts this year compared to the one that started last year?
And you can see his, if you at the photo from last year to this year. I saw him yesterday. But there is a photo from last year, there's a photo from here, so I see him. He's also a young guy, you know. You are already here more and more. It's many things happen. I see. I'm working well.
He feels that at the moment Ducati are brilliant. Maybe just have a little bit more. Can you close that gap throughout today and tomorrow?
But I would say in this way that we started to understand here, and until Qatar, Jerez, I think everyone understands a little bit the situation more. So time to work, time to focus for each lap, each practice, each day, and for sure in Qatar we already understand more, and we come back to reality.
Exactly. Have a good one.
Thanks a lot.
Jack, thanks as always to Akiayo. He said working and working hard is the Austrian factory. Well, our work paying dividends at the moment. As Marco Bezzecchi then is ready to return to the fold. Just saw a replay of that incident that caught him out on the brakes going into turn 3. It just looked like he was never really settled, never really wheels in line, was it, that he tipped it in to that third corner. And once wheels came back in line, once the rear grip of the beach chucked the tuning blade over the front and down went Bezzecchi. Here is Acosta, who is having a real good Saturday morning so far here in Buriram. 29.725 is the second quickest time of the morning session so far. He's just ahead of Alex Rins, one of those 4 V4 powered Yamaha M1s. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's a real tough start to bring Saturday for the Spaniard. 2.5 seconds to live. Bezzecchi at the moment, not even able to get himself into the 131s right now. It's Alex Rins. He said yesterday, I just had 0 pace on new rubber. Alex Rins' best time yesterday at 134.3. Not exactly a shoddy lap time, but he did it on a 12-lap-old front time, a 5-lap-old rear time. Ooh, one old 2026 looming for Rins, Lewis, it looks like.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to be too busy this morning. 15 minutes of qualifying 1, and I'll be absolutely staggered if any of the Yamahas get beyond that particular point. I mean, Quartararo looks like they're already held, doesn't he, given how strong he is over 1 lap. It was a difficult practice to manage for everybody yesterday, given the constantly changing conditions, the claps of thunder that had us hitting the roof in the commentary box. They were so loud, and it was difficult to truly identify when to be on the racetrack at the right time to pick a bit of a gap in the intermittent drizzle that was falling on their heads. And Fabio Quartararo was one of them in the Yamaha camp, who was simply out of fresh rubber at the end of the session because he'd gone early to try and dodge the rain earlier on in the session. So by the time it improved at the end, when it did stop raining, and as we saw from Marco Bezzecchi, the track was plenty quick enough at the end for some fast lap times. Quartararo, amongst others, did not have a brand new soft rear tyre available to it.
Of course, in the upcoming Q2 session, first real fully fledged time attacks. The first attacks the pole position we're going to get this season. Marco Bezzecchi is going for his 3rd successive pole position. Can Pedro Acosta stop him? Well, this is another extra lap being put in by Acosta. He's on a brand new medium rear tyre, which is certainly going to be benefiting on the RC16. Grabs a handful of power out of that final corner. A 129.848. Just missing out a little bit in that final sector. This FP2 session so far bodes very well, doesn't it, as far as Acosta and KTM's first round podium aspirations sit. Here he is now braking hard into this turn 3. The brake is only to the right where Bezzecchi got caught out just a few moments ago.
It's a difficult corner to get right. It's 1 kilometre straight in it, but it's going to be curving it over turn 2. And we're on board now with Pedro Marco Bezzecchi, by the way, back on the racetrack and picking up immediately where he left off with. He set the fastest first sector on his first lap back out of the pits, and he's on course now to do another lap in the 129s. Goes the wrong side of track limits as we go through turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, the riders talk about how crucial it is to manage the power. You've got 300 horsepower in your right hand, trying to manage it in a brutal acceleration zone coming out of turn 3. He does generate a lot of temperature in the rear tyre, and of course then that generates a lot of wheel spin. We just saw there the instability. Him on board as Costa got on the power, it really was booking and weaving underneath him. Didn't work out as well that turn 4 for the Spanish rider, who, if you believe the rumour mill, there's no smoke without fire, as we always say. The hot gossip quite some time now has been Acosta. He's going to slot in alongside Marc Marquez, an all-Spanish lineup in the Ducati's factory team next year. Of course, we're moving into Acosta's third MotoGP campaign. I can't believe I'm saying this, he does still remain winless. The former Moto2 and Moto3 world champion, of course, 21 years of age now. Acosta, 5 podiums, 5 Grand Prix podiums, that is, last year, the same as he had in 2024. We won't like this, that was 10 GP podiums now for Pedro Acosta, the second highest in history. Behind Colin Edwards, who had 12 without mustering a Grand Prix win. People, Lewis, I mean, given the competition, how tough MotoGP is these days, I mean, is Acosta going to go 3 years without a win?
He's going to have to really go some, I feel. If the current competitive order continues, he's on the third fastest bike at the moment in MotoGP. That's the consensus across the pit lane. Now, that's not to say that Pedro Acosta can't ride above the limit of his bike, but there are 4 Aprilias, particularly around here, that are all super fast, and you'd say 5 Ducatis, save for Piro, of course, who's in for Minardi. That's what Pedro Acosta is up against. Now, of course, if KTM have improved their longevity on a race tyre, then that is clearly going to play into the hands of Pedro Acosta and give him a better shot, but no MotoGP victories are handed out for free nowadays. The field is as competitive as there's ever been. With Aprilia taking this big step forward, I kind of feel like as we start the season, Pedro Acosta is facing as stiff and as tall a climb to get that first win as he had at the end of last season. It is not going to come easy for him, but we certainly know that Pedro Acosta is going to throw the kitchen sink at it.
Amazing to think that he had to wait until round 12 in Brno last year for his first sprint and Grand Prix podium. I don't think we're going to have to wait that deep into the current season to find Acosta threatening the top 3 and just refinding his groove and rediscovering some confidence. It's Marco Bezzecchi. The key is one of the real strong weapons of all MotoGP riders, their ability to immediately block out crashes, block out mistakes, and so often we see them pick themselves up the floor and then go even quicker. Are we going to see an improvement on Marco Bezzecchi's stunning all-time lap record yesterday at 128.526? Maybe a bit of a long shot, but I think we might get a first ever 127 here in Buriram.
Marco Bezzecchi has been out there. He's done 2 time laps now of a 129.9. 29.972 is the lap having just completed, following a 29.927 the lap before. Both of those laps are faster than anything Pecco Bagnaia or Marc Marquez have done so far this morning.
Bezzecchi was 7/10 quicker yesterday than his Friday pace on the factory Aprilia here last year. We didn't get a single 128 on Friday in Buriram last year. Only Bez and Marc Marquez were able to dip into 128 yesterday. Learning, and he's showing what a fast learner he is. One of our 2 superstar rookies in 2026. Diogo Moreira has just climbed up to 12th point, 130.489. That's a pretty stonking lap time actually by Moreira. Let's just get this replay before we pop down to Jack in pit lane. What a shot. How hard is Diogo Moreira pushing himself to try and learn MotoGP? Both feet off the footrest there as he grabbed a handful of front brake on the Pro Honda LCR machine into the final corner. Beautiful to watch. Such a great riding style, Diogo Moreira. Okay then, last year right here in Buriram, we saw Alex Marquez finished second in both the sprint and the Grand Prix to kickstart his championship challenge 1 year ago. Let's get the thoughts of the boss now. It's going on day 1. Well, they could have finished on 6, but
Yeah, Michaela's joining me on pit wall with Alex third at the moment. And I have to say, compared to last year, the guys have just been speaking about the domination we saw from Mark and Alex 12 months ago, but things a lot more competitive this year, Michele. How difficult is that making life for you?
Yeah, the truth that there, but is working on a better feeling just because we have to understand again the package that we approved during the test. We're still working on the bike, and of course, nice to see Alex again on top. But I think that we just working on to make another step.
How big is the jump from the 24 bike he was riding so successfully last year to now being on the full factory 26 bike?
It's a huge step. I mean, we have to work on the development of all the areas of the bike and improve it, but now it's in our hands. I mean, we have a lot of instruments more to fit the bike on Alex, and I think that our priority is his speed. We've been working on that.
Of course, just Alex here as the full-time riders. For me, recuperation ongoing. What's the latest? Have we got a further update when we might see him make his return?
Yeah, we will receive from the next week. The doctor will be in the green light. I hope that we will be like a test for him just to try to understand in which condition we will be, but our target is
Yeah, of course, a new rule that was introduced last year, so if he gets the green light, the idea would be to do a test day with the MotoGP machine ahead of Brazil. Have you any idea where you might put that?
At the moment, not yet, we will think about, but I think that the best thing is to recover more until jump on the bike.
Thanks, Michele.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Gazini boss Michele Vicini. I caught up with Gazini boss Carlo Malini at Bangkok Airport as we were waiting for our flight up to Buriram earlier on this week, and he was just informing, just saying that the FEMA factor was a lot more severe than what they first anticipated. I think at the time they were quite confident that Fermi would be ready to start the campaign here in Buriram. Sadly not the case for our Mandalina Grand Prix last year. But yeah, hopefully fingers crossed for Fermi Aldeguer. His rookie of the season will be back with us in Brazil in 3 weeks' time. Marc Marquez has just climbed up to P5 with a 130.008. At 130s and 129s, it looks like Lewis Mark's having to work pretty hard for.
Yeah, the two factory captains, both line astern, both in first world facts on low 30s, 30.0 for Mark, 30.1 for Pecco Bagnaia. We're getting to see either of them do a 129 so far this morning, and Marco Bezzecchi is doing several of them, both before and after his crash. So we often saw last year, didn't we? We often said when Aprilia topped Fridays, and Marco Bezzecchi was being saying himself, and Pedro Costa likewise, oh, don't worry, the Ducatis wake up on Saturday. They're much stronger than they ever are on a Friday. We're yet to see the overwhelming evidence of that so far, that Ducati have got a bike and got a package that can beat Marco Bezzecchi today.
Feels like it's going to be a bit spicy, a bit tasty today in qualifying and in the sprint. Later on this afternoon, 13 laps will be the Tissot sprint at 3 p.m. local time, where we're expecting ambient temperatures to be around a scorching hot 33 degrees. Calling for the riders, it's going to be even hotter tomorrow. The race tomorrow over 26 laps will be at the same time, 3 p.m. local time, but 36 degrees. There's a bit of a heat warning in this part of northeast Thailand for tomorrow. But yeah, it looks like, I mean, this Costa, Alex Marquez, Morbidelli, Mark, Agura, Bagnaia, Martin de Gian Antonio in this practice 2 session. There is Agura. We spoke about Zarco being released again, so I think the top 10 yesterday. There was, I think, Agura in that category as well, because the 129.579 was good enough. That coming on just lap 4 of 20 from the Japanese rider yesterday. He didn't pay the penalty for a late crash at turn 7, which I think was down to a whole tyre. Got back to the mechanics. The trackhouse crew was saying last night, he got back and just said, well, that was a bit silly.
Yeah, a little bit unnecessary from his point of view, but I guess it goes to show how quick he ultimately was. But even with that late time attack, he was still through to qualifying 2. I mean, you look at the current top 10, it follows the pattern that we saw for much of yesterday and the test. It's the 5 Ducatis without Pirro, the 4 Aprilias and Pedro Costa inside the top 10. And the way the top 10's got it shaping up, it's Aprilia, KTM, Ducati, Aprilia, Ducati, Ducati, Aprilia, Ducati, Ducati. So the 4 Aprilias all find the top 8 with Ralph Hernandez now up there. The Ducati, they've got a genuine fight on their hands this morning in qualifying. If Ralph Hernandez can get through Q1, all 4 Aprilias look set to really fight it for the front 2 rows of the grid here.
Gunther Steiner's making his first full-time Grand Prix as the new CEO of Red Bull KTM Tech 3, because at the moment it's rather heavy going for his 2 charges. Vinales down in 16th place, just under a second off the best pace. That's only 1 place ahead of his teammate Enea Bastianini. Now we know how good Enea is. He's known as MotoGP's tyre whisperer, isn't he? So good at managing tyres, which is certainly pivotal around this Bullrun circuit. But once the game looks like Enea's going to be so deep on the grid, it's hard to imagine it getting anywhere near really the podium battle. He charged his way through the pack on numerous occasions from poor qualifying last year, but you have to be in Q2 to give yourself any kind of realistic hope of fighting for top 6 and upwards, which looks certainly like what the KTMs will be in the shape of a Costa.
Pedro Costa out of it as almost a bit of an outlier, as he's riding, you would appear, above the limit of that KTM in terms of performance. Outside that top 10, the next 7 bikes are all either Hondas or KTMs. They look quite evenly matched, and they're going to be battling for potentially 3rd, 4th row of the grid, with the Costa likely up ahead of them. And then it's the 4 Yamahas, 18, 19, 20th and 21st, with only Michele Pirro behind them. And once again, I have to give a shout out to Toprak. He's currently in 19th place. He's ahead of his teammate Jack Miller and Alex Rins, and within just 0.3 of a second of Fabio Quartararo, who we know is an elite level MotoGP rider. So Toprak had it doing as well as anybody could reasonably expect him at the moment.
Just to emphasise the point I was making about Bastianini a few moments ago. 7 times last year he started 20th or lower. He featured in Q2 in only 4 of 22 Grand Prix, and 21 for as far as the nail comes. So just not good enough. You have to be better than that. Have to be better than that. I think there's going to be a key area or a target area of improvement over the winter to try and improve those qualifying performances. How can we be going at the moment for the beast? How about the Yamahas? Well, fingers knees if you are a Wata faction fans, I'm afraid, because Fabio Quartararo has just taken the checkered flag. He's 18th. He's ahead of Razgat Dioglu. Fair play to Toprak. He's got Jack Miller and Alex Rins, established Yamaha stars, well-established MotoGP riders, of course, behind him. At the end of that session, Toprak Razgat Dioglu is only going to be 3/10 behind Fabio Quartararo. Lewis, this might not be the most competitive motorcycle. You can only get the best out of the package underneath you. And I think Toprak is doing a stunning job.
Yeah, he's keeping his head, and I think he certainly, as I said yesterday, come into MotoGP with exactly the right attitude, keen to learn, keen to follow where he can. He spent a bit of the Sepang test following this man, the world champion in MotoGP, of course Toprak the world champion over in Superbike. And Marc Marquez was, I guess, showing Toprak just what the level is in MotoGP nowadays. He also spent a bit of time at the test here last weekend following his teammate Jack Miller, understanding perhaps a little bit more of how best to use the Michelins. And I think that's the biggest issue that Toprak's got to try and get his head around in his rookie season, is he's learning how to exploit and get the best out of Michelin rubber, having spent all of his career on Pirellis. Of course, he'll be back on Pirellis next season in MotoGP, but until then he's going to have to understand how best to get over the current MotoGP rubber. And as you say, his current performance this morning, I think, deserves a nod of the hat to.
He's got a good tutor on board. He's got a good mentor trying to shorten this very steep learning curve. He said yesterday he's been having a lot of detailed discussions with Andrea Dovizioso, who was always one of the brilliant latest breakers in MotoGP. Dovizioso focusing on lots of discussions with Toprak about improving in braking. Toprak saying yesterday he's just too aggressive on the initial grab of the brake. Of course, also trying to adjust the car brake. Creating a front locking, that's the problem. So many different elements he has to try and get his head around in 2026. There's no doubting the talent. There's no doubting the commitment, his work ethic and his eagerness to learn. But yeah, as well as mentioned about keeping his head, I think Fabio Quartararo is touching on this as well. He said, I have to it's very, very difficult to, when you want to be running at the front and you're not on the most compacted motorcycle, but you've got to try and keep your head, you've got to try and keep calm, as it's fair to say. Acosta had a little bit of a moment going through turn 4. That's certainly not the optimum racing line going through 4.
That's what practice is for. Pedro Acosta, I guess, will be looking to bed some of the qualifying demons of 2025 as 2026 gets underway. Of course, only once last year we see Pedro Acosta on the front row of a MotoGP grid when he qualified second in Portimao. He then translated that into a podium of both the sprint and the Grand Prix. So Acosta, once he starts at the front, generally stays there.
Well, both factory Aprilias have had one tumble so far in Buran this weekend, but nothing to knock Marco Bezzecchi out of his stride. He won once again.
3 sessions out of 3 for Marco Bezzecchi. Pedro Acosta for KTM second. And Alex Marquez and Ayagura, 2 Aprilias in the top 4. Frankie Morbidelli, who we'll see in Q1 shortly, 5th from Marc Marquez. Raul Fernandez, another Q1 participant, and Jorge Martin. Pecco Bagnaia, who we'll see next, 9th ahead of Gian Antonio. And the first of the Hondas, Luca Marini. The Hondas all look flying astern, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th to 15th, with Binder between them. Maverick Vinales, Nea Bastianini, 16th and 17th for Tech 3, ahead of the quartet of Yamahas, led by Fabio Quartararo. Good show for Toprak in 19th, ahead of Miller and Rins. And McKinney Pirot, who, remind you, has a penalty to serve wherever he qualifies next, 22nd this morning.
Second then. So far, perfect in terms of P1. Here in Buran, he leads that practice session. Coming up next, for the first time in 2026, we are set to go qualifying. The fight for our first pole position of the season will be coming your way shortly. The Chang International Circuit as Marco Bezzecchi guns for his 3rd successive pole position on the factory Aprilia. We will see you shortly for Q1 and Q2 here in our season opener in Thailand. Good morning and a warm welcome back to Buran, and it is very warm. State of the least, ambient temperatures already around 30 degrees. It is hot and humid, but the wait is over. Today is the day, Sprint Saturday. We're finally back racing in MotoGP. That sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? Tissot Sprint over 13 laps will be lights out and underway in just over 4 hours' time. 3 p.m. local time. Before that, though, we're going to find out who is going to be starting from pole position in round 1 of 2026. Last year, Marco Bezzecchi was untouchable in our Q2 sessions as he rounded out the season with pole in Portimao, pole position in Valencia, and he converted both of those pole positions into dominant victory. He led both. So our first Q1 session of the campaign will feature Luca Marini, Maverick Vinales, Frankie Morbidelli, Raul Fernandez, Australian Grand Prix winner last year, of course, Pecco Bagnaia, double MotoGP World Champion, Fabio Quartararo, one of 5 MotoGP World Champions on our current grid, and Nea Bastianini, our 2 rookies, Diogo Moreira and Toprak Vazgafioglu, Jack Miller, Alex Rins, and McKinney Pirot in for the absent Fermin Aldeguer. You can see on the graphic there on the right-hand side, already through to Q2, Bezzecchi, who has led all 3 practice sessions so far here this weekend on the factory Aprilia. Although just a few moments ago, I'm sure you were tuning in with myself, Matt Bird, Lewis up in the comments box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane, the 27-year-old Italian did have a tip-off at turn 3. Didn't stop him, though, from leading the timing screens after he set a new all-time lap record yesterday, 128.526. Bezzecchi, Marc Marquez, Gian Antonio, Costa, Martin, Alex Marquez, Granmir, Babinda, Ayako and Joan Zarco through the Q2. Will Pecco Bagnaia be joining them? 15th he was at the end of play yesterday, back inside the top 10 this morning. Massive support here in Buran. If he is to be troubling the top spots in the sprint Later on this afternoon, Lewis, in the Grand Prix tomorrow at Bagnaia, it's an absolute must. It's essential he gets out of this opening 15-minute Q1.
He's been down this road before. 1 year ago, Pecco Bagnaia had to go through qualifying one in Buriram. He was successful and went on to qualify right at the front of the grid. He'll be hoping that that's what's going to transpire in the next 45 minutes or so, and hopefully he's going to, at his point of view, go beyond the next 15 minutes. What about Fabio Quartararo, one of the kings of qualifying in MotoGP in 2025? Can't even really dream at the moment of another pole position to add to the 21 he's already got in MotoGP. He will take Q2. I think he'd take the front 5 rows of the grid at the moment, given how it's shaping for Yamaha. He was 16th at the end of play yesterday, 18th at the end of this morning. At the moment, Yamaha look like they're going to be keeping the Kelly Pirro company at the back of this Buriram grid.
Fabio Quartararo had 5 pole positions last year and 10 front row starts. And some of those poles were just absolutely magic one laps. Yeah, it's real tough really to think he's going to get anywhere near pole position and the front row in the early part of this season. The new adventure course well and truly underway in terms of Yamaha's V4 powered M1. Look, Yamaha's 2027 line and feature this young man, Luca Marini, being heavily tipped maybe with a move over to Yamaha next season to take over his well-renowned and well-respected testing development skills. Poor old Luca was so close yesterday, wasn't he, to being out of the jungle, as it's so often known, this Q1 session. Marini 11th at the end of play yesterday. A 129.614 was not even 300ths of a second away from Johan Zarco's best pace. So Marini's certainly going to be a strong contender to get himself into Q2.
Rick Vignales also claimed to join the 2 KTMs that are already through of Brad Binder and Pedro Acosta. There hasn't been a massive amount of evidence so far, though. He, like Marini, was very close to making it yesterday. He did a 29.623. He was only 9 thousandths behind Marini. It was so close from Zarco in 10th backwards yesterday. There were 4 riders all within 700ths of a second of him, so we're expecting this Q1 session to be very closely contested. We remind you, only 2 advance to the battle for pole position.
Then getting set for his first Q1 session of the campaign. He's on the older spec, year-old Ducati GP25. Pecco Bagnaia eager to get on with work here in this Q1 session. Then green light clears at the end of pit lane, and we are underway then. Time attack's going to be fully engaged very shortly. Slotting in behind Bagnaia is his former factory Ducati colleague, of course, Jack Miller. Vital V4 experience to that new project.
You feel that if Yamaha are going to get some sort of lap time, they're going to need a tow of these first 2 crates, aren't they? Because that is where they really are hemorrhaging lap time, with the V4 not necessarily giving him the top end speed yet to rival the 4 other manufacturers on the grid. So I think Jack Miller's played quite a smart trick here to hope, in his point of view, that Pecco Bagnaia will tow him down from the start-finish line to turn 1, all the way to 3, and then all the way to turn 4.
Constant companion of Pecco Bagnaia, the 2022 and 2023 MotoGP World Champion, is his sister Carola there watching on. Jack Miller just going to look over his shoulder. There's a bit of a gap then back to the 2 Hondas. This is not a bad strategy and a bad tactic at all from Moreira, is it? Get behind another Honda, an experienced Honda rider as well. Luca Marini, this is his 3rd season on board the RC213 race. So Moreira just looking to pick up a few tips, a few trade secrets around this 4.55-kilometre Changi International Circuit. Are we going to get 2 factory Ducatis contesting for our first pole position of the campaign? Gigi Dall'Igna looking on to see what Pecco Bagnaia can deliver. He drops the rear light height with us. That's what on gaps coming out of turn 12. Here we go then. These are the first hot qualifying laps of 2026 underway.
And you would expect, from what we've seen so far this weekend, you're going to have to be well into the low to mid 129s to get yourself through into qualifying 2. 10th yesterday was a 29.5. Pecco Bagnaia, of course, he couldn't do anything better than 29.8 given the tricky conditions we saw yesterday. It looks likely, given what we've seen, it's going to be 2 from probably 3 here. Bagnaia, Morbidelli and Raul Fernandez, the 2 factory Ducatis, Safer Pirro and the 1 Aprilia in this session. They look the favourites as this Q1 session gets underway.
Just see men scrapping, fighting on that Yamaha M1 to try and keep tabs here with Bagnaia ahead of him. They power through turn 6, now right through 7. That's where Iagula had a crash late on in practice yesterday. Further back, just out of your picture, go Marini and Moreira. Those two on Hondas looking to join Dwanmir and Johan Zarco in our Q2 session. So we're going to pick up Bagnaia now. He's going to come into the sector, in the 4th sector, coming out through the 4th gear right-hander. Turn 11, of course, was at a part of the circuit now where he attempted the outrageous double overtake on the outside of Martin and Binder here 2 or 3 years ago. If he'd have pulled that off, it was going to be the overtake of the century, wasn't it? So where are we at then? Our first flying lap was a 1:29.590 from Pecco Bagnaia.
That is exactly the lap time that Johan Zarco set to set the 10th best time yesterday. So Bagnaia has a good first effort. I think that's pretty much on target. He'll need to get down to the low 29s to be anything like safe of a place in qualifying 2. And you saw the gap he put into Jack Miller. In the end, Miller did a 1:29.9, which is pretty good going given the Yamaha machinery he's on. Morbidelli looking to also get himself buried into the 1:29s and ahead of Bagnaia, and that's exactly what he does. A 29.513 for Frankie.
Fair play to Moreira. Absolutely brilliant by the Moto2 World Champion. Into the 1:29s for the first time this weekend. He's found on his first flying lap 4 tenths quicker than anything else he's managed so far this weekend. Mentioned it was a smart move, a real smart tactic to slot in behind Luke Marini. Get a reference, Marini's so experienced, head of his 95th MotoGP start. So many of them, of course, on the factory Honda. Moreira third, brilliant, 1:29.7.
Tactically utilised a lot in Moto2 Moreira, which did irritate some of his Moto2 rivals at times, saying, no, Dougio, go do it all on your own. But I can understand in this situation, as a rookie in MotoGP, why he'd want to get a reference and get the tips around the circuit. Ralph Fernandez down to a 29.1 on board the factory Aprilia, telling us that he's not necessarily too flash on a single lap. Well, a 29.1 is going to take some beating.
He's been saying throughout the whole of winter, yes, they can't get a tune out of a soft rear tyre. Well, they've clearly found something. They've been waving the magic wand down in Trackhouse. Fernandez then now leads a 1:29.196. Bagnaia has just improved on his third lap, down to a 1:29.3. Then it is the two Hondas of Marini, Moreira, third and fourth. Nothing really going so far for the two KTM Tech 3s. Bastianini down in 7th, Vinales 8th.
That stop for Frankie Morbidelli, he was pointing all sorts of directions besides forwards on the way into the corner. He didn't slow down too much. A 29 flat sees him attempt the head of Ralph Fernandez, and as it stands, Pecco Bagnaia is bumped out of the top 2.
Morbidelli said yesterday he felt like he had Q2 face as, well, how hard's he attacking, how hard's he pushing, drops down the right leg. Well, the bike went left, it kicked right, eventually it was wheels in line, he was able to get somewhere close to the apex at turn 12, and after all of that late swirling around on the brakes in the final corner, he did deliver a brilliant 1:29.090, which decisively at this phase has nudged Bagnaia out of the top 2. Bagnaia then now back in 3rd place. Ralph Fernandez looking to wrestle back top spot. Another good lap incoming from Ralph. It's the first 28 of Spring Saturday here in Thailand, and that has changed the goalpost. That has moved them big time. Fernandez now 0.3 of a second ahead of Frankie Morbidelli. Soft tyre problems on the track out of Aprilia. What soft tyre problems?
Problems solved, it would appear, for Ralph Fernandez. That is the second fastest lap time of the weekend, only bettered by Betzeki's lap record of a 28.5 yesterday. So Pecco Bagnaia has got a big job on here to make Q2. He's got to find a quarter of a second just to get up with Morbidelli, and over half a second to catch Ralph Fernandez. Moreira on a 29.4, that's a very impressive lap time. The 10th behind Bagnaia matching Marini. And then the first of the Yamahas, Fabio Quartararo on a 29.7. We have no time at the moment for Toprak. He clearly exceeded track limits. He did do a 1:30.3, but that got deleted.
Yeah, so still no time registered then for the Turk. Interesting to see what he can deliver in what's going to be his first qualifying session in MotoGP. Like already massive pressure on the shoulders of Pecco Bagnaia. So much glare, so much focus on him about whether he's going to be capable of rebounding and regrouping after that tough 2025 at times. Not too many highlights to look back on favourably in last season for Bagnaia, and he's going to have to find something really, really special in the second half of this Q2. Q1 in Q2. That's where he hopes to be destination-wise. At the destination of speed at the moment, it's Ralph Fernandez and Morbidelli in the pound seats.
take a 28, no question about that, for Pecco Bagnaia to find his way through. Getting ready to jump up, he's not waiting any longer, getting out there potentially with some clear track, no one to potentially follow or disrupt him. And well, these are a key 7 minutes. If Pecco Bagnaia genuinely is back, which Davide Tardozzi suggested he might be around about 7 days ago when we spoke to him at the Burram test, he's got around about 7 minutes to potentially prove it.
Yes, indeed. He's got Jack Miller for company once again as those two leave pit lane. Jack Miller's best effort on his first run in this Q1 session was a 129.834. So for the first time this weekend, Miller are finding a sub-19 second lap here. That 128.784 is going to take some beating, isn't it, in this session? That's a real impressive time by Fernandez. He's finally awoken in 2026. He was a little bit under the radar in testing, he was a little bit under the radar on the practice Friday. I guess it really matters when you find him a grid place and there's points on the ground. You've really got to show up and deliver, and so far he has.
I wonder if they're having conversations at Trackhouse as to whether to run again. I mean, I think he will. I think it's worth just being safe here because the pace is so hot up and down the grid. Remember here last year, Pecco Bagnaia did one run in Q1 and then parked it and decided to watch the final runs because he felt he'd done enough, which in the end he had. Bagnaia doesn't have that luxury 1 year one, but does Raul Fernandez expect two riders to beat a 128.784? I think safety first will be the option, but I'd be amazed if he gets knocked out with that.
Making Morgan beams of sweat on the forehead there. It is excruciatingly hot here in Burram. Then goes Bagnaia. We saw that sort of pensive face when he was watching Bagnaia so often throughout 2025. That is outlap completed. This is time attack mode. They're now locked and loaded for Bagnaia. Pause there briefly, let you hear a Ducati in full song at about 340 kilometres an hour down the 1 kilometre back straight. Now Bagnaia, oh, that was brilliant first sector. That well, it was a great time to ride on board with the Italian because he's absolutely nailed split one.
Oh, he was a little bit wide there by the looks of it through turn 4. How much time has that cost him? It's cost him the best part of 0.3 of a second. He's gone from a 1/10 ahead to a 1/10 in front. So already Bagnaia up against it. So he's got a 0.3 of a second gap to slot himself into between Fernandez and Morbidelli.
Just see how much time the Ducati takes out of that V4 Yamaha as well down that back straight. I mean, Miller's getting murdered, isn't he? I mean, that said, we know we're not going to find 10 kilometres an hour overnight. It's going to be a patient waiting game. Bagnaia then having stepped back fastest first, but it's going to have to go again on his next lap. Tracking him now on the run down to the first corner. Crucially gets this right, particularly the exit, just to make sure he's got a real good slingshot, setting himself up for some good drive and pace down the start-finish straight. Fabio Quartararo, surely he can't find a way into Q2. It would be a miracle if Fabio Quartararo got through. Then all eyes on Bagnaia then. What can he deliver on this 5th lap he's currently on now in this Q1 session?
Yeah, we're awaiting Quartararo through the second sector, and that's why we have to wait so long, because he's taken 9 seconds longer than he should have done. So his lap has gone away. Top Pratt on a side gets turn 3 wrong, having done another red first sector, and time is very quickly ticking away for the 2-time MotoGP World Champion.
Oh boy, is Bagnaia under the cosh right now. Look over his shoulder. Already head shakes in the 63 side of the factory Ducati garage. We've got just over 3 minutes of our opening qualifying session of the season remaining. Look at this. Bagnaia charging in too hot going into turn 3.
He knew already there that it wasn't stopping. See his foot going down to try and alleviate somehow the speed that he was carrying into the corner. Clearly too much of it. So he's going to get round now. He's going to have 2 more time laps to get this done. But of course, the best from that soft rear tyre, as they're already gone, he's going to be on the 3rd lap of it to try and improve. Raul Fernandez is still churning through the sectors and potentially matching his 128.7. He's cruising through the Q2 here.
Bit of a scrappy qualifying day in MotoGP so far. The triple World Superbike champion Top Rat Razgatlioglu, his best time, his best registered time, a 1:40.9. He's down in 12th place, 9.6 seconds behind Michele Tiro. Fernandez might not need to improve, but he's having a right good fist of it, isn't he? It's another 1:28 from Ralph Fernandez, his second of the session. This looks really good potentially for Ralph Fernandez, threatening those top two rows in Q2, a 1:28.988. Slightly slower than his session, topping 1:28.784. He's really found some serious pace on this Saturday morning.
Yeah, that is still faster than anyone else has gone in this Q1 session. Here is Fabio Quartararo. We're keeping an eye on Bagnaia too. Once again, a strong first sector, and he looks like he's still pushing, so it looks like he's got turn 3 right this time. He needs to get the remaining 8 corners right. A Q2 place rests on it.
Into 5, Bagnaia goes then. This is second gear, 90 kilometers an hour through here, up to third, about 140 clicks he's now before he banks it hard right through the third gear. At turn 7, up to about 175 kilometers an hour. On the brakes, back 1 gear into turn 8, second gear all the way through this section. He's gone wrong again. It's been another mistake then from Pecco Bagnaia. Wow, they cannot believe it. Down in the factory Ducati garage, Pecco Bagnaia is going to start 2026 pretty much as he finished 2025 with his head in his hands.
He's got one more shot at this if he's fueled up. Surely they've fueled him up to the checkered flag. It was through turn 8 this time. That's out of 7. Sideways again on the way into 8. And he just couldn't get the bike tipped in, just goes wide on the outside of the curb. He knew already that it was gone. So Bagnaia across the line with 50 seconds remaining. This is his last chance.
Now or never. He has not really, well, he hasn't since that 1:29.348 nailed a clean lap on this second stint. Moreira once again tucks in behind Marini. Marini at the moment in 4th place. 14th on the grid will be Luca. 15th on the grid will be Moreira. Look at some of the talent behind Diogo Moreira potentially on this grid. World champions Grand Prix level, Quartararo, Vinales, Jack Miller, Alex Rins, Bastianini is having another absolute shocker on the KTM RC16. He's going to be in line for qualifying 20 on the grid at the moment. Bagnaia is up through the first sector as Quartararo desperately tries to get the Yamaha stopped into the final corner. Fabio Quartararo currently in 6th place. Yellow flags are out in sector 2.
Down at turn 3, I think.
Bagnaia's going to have to roll out of it. He has. And that's it. Pecco Bagnaia, Frankie Morbidelli, who had just set the fastest first sector of this section, has crashed down at turn 3. There is Frankie Morbidelli. This bike has to be restarted behind the safety barrier, and that's going to put him under pressure for Q2. But Bagnaia is not going into Q2. A nightmare start of 2026 for the factory Ducati star.
13th on the grid for Pecco Bagnaia. Morbidelli down at turn 3, a corner where we already saw Bagnaia make mistakes earlier on. Morbidelli, I think, was behind Bagnaia on the racetrack, so that didn't impede Bagnaia at all. It was clearly something else. It was just another lap that Bagnaia did not get right, and he missed out by a quarter of a second.
Because it looked like Morbidelli had been able to keep the clutch in, and the rear wheel was still moving, so it was running.
Yes, last minute of the session, perhaps he's prohibited from rejoining, but either way, session was over, checker flag was out. Morbidelli can breathe at least. He is going through.
Wow, how many times did we say nightmare, disaster scenario as far as Pecco Bagnaia was concerned last season? Well, he's going to have a massive task on his hands to get close to the front from 13th on the grid in both the sprint this afternoon over 13 laps and the Grand Prix tomorrow. Some brilliant rides in that session. Ralph Fernandez topping it with an absolutely barnstorming 1:28.784, and massive kudos, huge performance by Diogo Moreira, 1:29.489.
This is another mistake for Pecco Bagnaia. This is coming through turn 7, and he's already there realised that it's not happening. But for 3 consecutive laps, Bagnaia just could not string the lap together.
Davide Tardoxi looking at the ground, sort of stomping around the factory Ducati garage. So impressed by Moreira. Absolutely sensational. He did deliver a 1:29 yesterday, a 1:29.489 yesterday. He was only 400ths actually behind Marini at the checkered flag. Fernandez did 2 laps in that session, which would have comfortably got him through to Q2. Brilliant performance by the Australian Grand Prix winner. He had a fantastic end, didn't he, for 2025. Going into those last 3 Grand Prix, he really ran Bezzecchi close in our season finale in Valencia. So despite the late get-off, Frankie Morbidelli flashing at turn 3, he's actually the first Moto3 faller of this weekend so far, is through into Q2, having ended that session in P2, falling back on a mildly damaging, I think it's fair to say, GP25 Ducati.
Places to crash. Turn 3 is one of the slower on the circuit. He once again front end unsettled. Again, poor Frankie Morbidelli did not cost him anything in the end. Of course, keen to ride that fight back to the finish because he'll want both available to him for qualifying 2. So we have one Aprilia and one Ducati that move through, and the Ducati that doesn't is this man, Pecco Bagnaia, the 63 P3 and 13th overall on the grid.
I have to say, I didn't see that coming at all. I thought Bagnaia had more than enough to get himself into that second 15-minute session. But once again, it's more frustration, more questions and answers really as far as the 29-year-old Italian is concerned. Tomorrow's main Grand Prix, he's looking for his first Sunday finish since the end of September. Didn't see the checker flag in the last 5 Grand Prix of the campaign. The 129.348, not good enough to get the double MotoGP World Champion through to our first Q2 session of the season. Bagnaia stuck down in 13th place on the grid. 15th will go Diogo Moreira. What a performance by the rookie, but Ralph Fernandez was phenomenal in our first Q1.
Underlining once again of how fast the Aprilias are this weekend. Ralph Fernandez with the second quickest lap of the whole weekend to take top spot in Q1. Frankie Morbidelli, despite a 4 late on, joins him in Q2. Bagnaia third and eliminated ahead of the Hondas of Luca Marini and Diogo Moreira. Top Yamaha Quattararo in 6th, which is 16th on the grid. Ahead of the Tech 3 KTMs and the other Yamahas. Top Frank Rascatioglu will start his first Grand Prix from 21st.
Well, don't go anywhere, folks, because coming up next, it is going to be an intense and dramatic battle for our first pole position of 2026. Ralph Fernandez through into Q2 as top man. Welcome back to the Chang International Circuit, Northeast Thailand, for the second year in succession. 22-round MotoGP World Championship campaign kicks off here in Thailand. Up next, after what was already a pretty explosive Q1 session, we are going to find out who is going to be starting our first Sprint and Grand Prix action of 2026. It's on pole position. Marco Bezzecchi set for history, no Aprilia rider ever. Marco Bezzecchi himself never has taken 3 successive pole positions. Pole in Portimao, pole in Valencia to close out 2025, and he's the big favourite, despite a crash in FP2 this morning at turn 3, to secure that 3rd successive pole after his brilliant all-time lap record yesterday, a 128.526 from Bez, which will see him in the hunt for pole, with some pretty stiff and fierce competition to overcome, led by reigning world champion Marc Marquez. Fabio Di Giannantonio's looked in great form all weekend so far. Pedro Acosta, Jorge Martin, Alex Marquez, who went from second on the grid here last year. Juan Mir, Brad Binder, Ayagura and John Zarco, those 10 were already through to Q2 yesterday and performing quite brilliantly in the earlier Q1 session, which concluded just a few months ago here in Thailand. Ralph Fernandez making it all 4 Aprilias through to this second qualifying session, and Frankie Morbidelli, 12 riders then battling for pole position number 1 in 2026. Morbidelli through despite a late crash in Q1 at turn 3. Packed grandstands as always then here in Buriram. So much hype, so much anticipation, so much excitement, so much expectation moving into our 78th MotoGP World Championship season. It's always a special moment, isn't it? The first battle for pole position in a new campaign. He's the favourite, Lewis, no question. All three practice sessions so far this weekend have been led by Marco Bezzecchi, looking in great nick to secure his third successive pole position. It would be his 10th in MotoGP, but he did have the crash at turn 3 this morning. What do we think? Anybody knock him off his perch?
Perhaps, as you alluded to there, perhaps the person that could knock Marco off his perch is Marco himself. Yesterday, Marc Marquez said that Marco is a clear step ahead of the rest, and even with that crash in pre-practice 2, still think that remains the case. Marc Marquez couldn't get himself into the 29s in pre-practice 2, of course wasn't focusing on pure qualifying pace. He certainly will be now. You just know the great Marc Marquez is going to produce something special, because he's been doing it for his entire Grand Prix career, and it is going to take something special to beat Marco Bezzecchi this morning.
It really is. It was a pretty dramatic ending to Q1 for Frankie Moore, but I think, thankfully, as far as the Italian team are concerned, he does join his teammate Fabio Antonio in this Q2 session. Despite a late slip up at turn 3, Jack's on the money. How's the repair job going, Jack?
Yeah, as you say, late crash at turn 3. The good news for the team, he was able to then ride the bike back, and the damage was pretty minimal. The squad have been able to swap the fairings across from his number 2 bike to his number 1, allowing Frankie the opportunity to go out with only one soft rear tyre, remember, at the beginning of allocation, to go out with his number 1 bike, but he set that pretty impressive lap time in Q1.
Thanks very much, Jack. Well, we know already we're not going to get a repeat of our Buriram 2025 front row, which was the Marquez brothers and Pecco Bagnaia. Unfortunately, the Italian not getting it out of that tricky Q1 session. 13th on the grid will be Bagnaia, starting in Buriram for the first time in the 2024. It's Jorge Martin, and we know that the Martinator always finds something special. Over one lap, he was still able to do so on the Planet Ducati for a good number of years. I think he's finally building that confidence and building that belief that he can do it now on the factory Aprilia, Lewis, and it's testament to how good this new Aprilia is. All 4 of them in this Q2 session.
And all 4 of them, I think, having genuine chance. I was already predicting potential front row challenges from Bezzecchi, Martin and Agora. I think we can now throw Ralf Fernandez into that mix too after that 1:28.7 he did in qualifying 1. So Ducati, who have so often started a MotoGP season as the reference, have a massive challenge on their hands here.
So here we go then, it's our first fight for pole position in 2026. Really looking forward to this first Q2 session. And Marco Bezzecchi maintain his iron grip on the P1 position here in Buriram. He has looked pretty much untouchable at times. He was 4/10 quicker than Marc Marquez yesterday. Only Fabio Di Gianantonio, the other rider, was able to lap within half a second of Bez as they negotiate their way through that tricky turn 3, which did catch out Marco Bezzecchi in FP2 this morning. Marquez, though, second fastest yesterday, despite still not perhaps feeling completely at home on top of that new Ducati EP26. Maybe the right shoulder he injured in the big Mandalika crash at the end of last season, still not completely fully recovered. Drained of a bit of energy and fitness after he had a nasty stomach bug in the Buriram test here last weekend, but he was our pole setter here last year. You can never, ever write off the 93.
Marco Bezzecchi certainly isn't. He still thinks Marc Marquez is the favourite this weekend. Perhaps we might be able to have a definitive favourite by the end of this qualifying session. Marc Marquez has not done a 1:28 so far this weekend. As you saw there on screen, he did a 28.7 to take pole position last year. A 1:28.7 will not cut it today.
1:28.7 was the best pace from Ralf Fernandez in the earlier Q1 session. So that is out laps completed. We are now in full time attack mode here in Buriram, and it's Marquez that's leading the field. Marc, that is of course on the bright red factory Ducati. He has got the 2 factory KTMs of Acosta and Binder for company directly behind him. It's brilliant in Q2, as mentioned at the back end of 2025, was the Marco Bezzecchi. Untouchable in qualifying in Portimao and in Valencia, then untouchable in both Grand Prix. He led the last 52 laps of 2025 with Marco Bezzecchi. So where's our reference time going to be? Marquez then Victory to get you onto the left-hand side through fourth. Very nervous, but second as he ran on the curve on the outside of fourth. Short, sharp burst of acceleration into the left-hander of five.
He's got some KTM company right behind him, and the fastest rider through the first two sectors, as we're tracking them through, is Pedro Acosta, who is right behind Marc Marquez. Bezzecchi also with a very good second sector, but there is very little to choose between them.
That's directly behind the 93 on the 33 factory KTM. A relief, I'm sure, that Binder just threw into Q2. It didn't happen very often last year. 17 Grand Prix, he didn't get out of Q1. We saw what it meant to his teammates when he came back in, having set the 8th best time yesterday. It was almost like a celebrating pole position. Here we go then. Here are our first three times going to be in this session. It's Marquez leading home Binder and Acosta, and it's Acosta with a 129.063, which moves the provisional pole.
Watch this Martin lap. Martin's quicker than Bezzecchi through the first three sectors. Bez does a 28.9 and matched by Martin on a 29.0. It is an Aprilia 1-2.
First 128. What an opening salvo that is then. Got Marco Bezzecchi grade away into the 128. The 128.914. Only three riders so far this weekend. Bez, Mark and Ralph Fernandez have been in the 28s. That is a some statement performance by the factory Aprilias. First and second. Acosta then on the front row in third place.
Three Aprilias in the top five at the moment. Igor's fit on a 129.419. Ralph Fernandez has just put his first lap on the board on a 29.5, but surely he's saving his one remaining brand new soft tyre for later on.
He was really pushing the front there, wasn't he? That second going through turn 5, up by a 1/10 once again though. A 128.784 got Fernandez out of Q1. A 128.526 has been the best time we've seen so far this weekend. Acosta on the money once again through sector 3. Challenging here, potentially top spot. He only had one front row start in the whole of 2025, did Acosta. I was going to say, sure, he's not going to send it on the inside of Mark on the brakes into the final corner, but he's used Mark as a brilliant reference here on this current lap. Over the line we go. Acosta marks 4th. Acosta stays in third place.
Yeah, how much was Acosta held up there? He didn't want to barrel up the inside of the rider. We think he's going to be teammates for. As Bez does a 28.652 now. Not as fast as he went yesterday, but he's now a third of a second clear of his teammate.
Yeah, the two fastest times so far here this weekend in Burram have been logged by Bez, who just looks like the real deal, doesn't he, in terms of championship contenders in 2026. What about Ralph Fernandez then? Hard on the brakes now on one of our 4 Aprilias in this Q2 session. Into turn 12 he goes, 11th at the moment. This is going to be pushing up potentially to the front row if he's nailed that ball sector. It has, up to P3. We have an Aprilia lockout of the front row of the grid here. Bezzecchi leads away with our one and only 128 laps so far. Almost 3.5 clear of Martin. Ralph Fernandez quickest in Q1 and now on the front row.
Clear message has been sent out here from Nawale to Borgo Panigale. Ducati, what have you got? Because Aprilia at the moment have got the clear legs on them. I make it with that Martin lap. 4 of the 5 fastest laps we've seen this weekend now have all been set by Aprilias. We've seen 2 128s from Bez, a 28 from Fernandez in Q1. Marquez did a 28.9 yesterday, and now we've had a 29 dead from Jorge Martin. Aprilia at the moment have the legs on Ducati, no question about it.
They really do. I mean, they've never had a podium here in Burram. Ayagura's 5th place in that stellar rookie performance here 1 year ago is Aprilia's best ever Grand Prix result here in Thailand. This circuit used to be kryptonite for the RSGP. Some of their well-documented overheating issues from back in the day. Aprilia riders were just happy to see the checkered flag, let alone be fighting at the front. But well, this is just dreamland. This is fairy tale stuff as far as the Nawale factory are concerned. Marco Bezzecchi then after the opening run leads away. Martin and Ralph Fernandez are on the front row. Acosta's 4th. Fabio Di Gianantonio, who's looked in great nick all weekend, is 5th. The second largest stand right now, this is going to chop and change of course, would be featuring Alex Marquez. Marc Marquez on pole here last year, going in search of what would be his 75th MotoGP pole position. He's down in 7th place. He's opening on a 129.274. Mark's going to have to dig deep and find something super special here, Lewis, because he needs over 4/10 of a second really to threaten the front row.
Yeah, it's a front row that's going to be, I guess, a hard ask for Marquez at the moment. So we've got Aprilia's first, second, third, KTM 4th here with Pedro Acosta. So the first Ducatis are 5th, 6th and 7th. To Gian Antonio, Alex Marquez and Marc Marquez, it would have been unthinkable a month ago to say that Marc Marquez would be starting the first Grand Prix of his title defence from the 3rd row of the grid. But that's currently where he's sitting with one more run to go. And you can see there on the change of direction from 10 into 11, the instability on that Ducati.
It's very, very rare that we don't have a Ducati featuring on the front row. I think it was at Phillip Island last year, first time in about 99, 100 Grand Prix, wasn't it, where there was no Ducati on the front row.
Aprilia have never locked out a front row in MotoGP. It's never happened.
The car really, though, can we say, is something of a big, big shock, because the Aprilia has looked absolutely phenomenal. Not just in the hands of Marco Bezzecchi, Roy Martinez. Well, you really have to dock your cap to the number 89 there. Well, that shot there is showing off the two fastest riders around this Chang International Circuit so far this season. I think we've all been chomping at the bit. We've all been really desperate, really keen to understand just what Roy Martinez' potential could be once he found himself anywhere near full fitness. We know the guy's blessed with so much natural talent, but it was a horror show in 2025 for various reasons, most of them being multiple serious injuries. He never rode the RGP last year anywhere near fully fit, but he is now, and Jorge Martin is showcasing just exactly why Aprilia wanted him so badly.
But it's Arnozzi there with a very concerned look on his face, and I don't blame him. Ducati are not used to this at the start of a MotoGP season. Of course, Constructors champions for the last 6 seasons. And at the moment, they're starting the season playing catch-up to the rampaging Aprilias of Bezzecchi, Martin and Raul Fernandez. Surely Raul Fernandez has got on more of his sleeves. Of course, he's only got one tyre to bring into this session, having come to Q1, when he did set a 1:28. 5 minutes of this Q2 session underway, and you feel like it's Aprilia's to lose.
Can anybody gate crash the Aprilia party here then in Buriram? Marco Bezzecchi then winding up through the gearbox. What's going through the mind right now? Massimo Rivola, Aprilia Racing CEO. He said, didn't he, at the back end of last season, we feel finally that we have a motorcycle in the current spec RSGP that is capable. We've closed the gap on Ducati, we've chased them down, we've hunted them for the last 2 or 3 years. Aprilia at the moment is the best motorcycle on the Grand Prix grid, no question about that. Can anybody there top of this top 3?
Martin, once again, he's being clever here on this outright. He wants the rear tyre of his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. He just got it inside of Tuan Mir into turn 6 because he doesn't want anyone between him and his teammate. Bez has a look behind him and will see his teammate on his own up the front, with Ayagura now up into 6th place. So we now have all 4 Aprilias on the front 2 rows of the grid. He gets ahead of the Marquez brothers. Marc Marquez now starts his lap in 8th place.
Bagnaia just going, why did I sign that 4-year Aprilia contract, which he supposedly got on the table for 2027 and beyond? Because at the moment, of course, we've said before, do not write off Marc Marquez. You write off the 7-time MotoGP World Champion at your peril. He always tends to find something right out of the top drawer. At the moment, certainly through the first sector, Marquez threatening that front row. Can he split any of the Aprilias? Has Marc getting on in that second split? He's getting on absolutely superbly. Well, this would be awesome. This would be so Marc Marquez, wouldn't it, if he was to topple Marco Bezzecchi. He's got about a 10th and a half in his pocket here, deep into sector 3.
Marquez has gone up into 5th place, so he's now the leading Ducati in the session. Watch Raul Fernandez there, who's coming towards the end of his lap. It could be an Aprilia 1, 2, 3, with Raul Fernandez potentially splitting the factory boys. Raul across the line then, he now moves up into 2nd place.
But it's all eyes on the reigning world champion. He's been here so many times in his Grand Prix career, 74 times already. He has claimed a MotoGP pole position, 8.687 from the 33-year-old Spaniard. just 300ths of a second away from Marco Bezzecchi, but the Ducati challenge is coming.
Yeah, the counter-attack is coming from Fabio Di Gianantonio too. He's now gone fourth. He's into the 20s now, so it's now Aprilia Ducati, Aprilia Ducati, Aprilia inside your top five as Marc Marquez now runs on into turn 3, so he won't be challenging Bez on this lap.
Yeah, Iron Guru also got sucked into the heavy braking zone into the 3. Further down after his crash late on in Q1 at turn 3, Frankie Morbidelli has finally just registered a lap time, a 1:29.553 from Frankie. Sees him down in 12th place, as you can see from the timing tower. Just over 2 minutes remaining. Do we have any late fireworks to be delivered here in its opening Q2 session of the campaign? Alex Marquez, of course, who started his breakout 2025 on the front row of the grid in second place, hasn't made the new GP26 his own, has he, at the moment, Alex? He's struggling, he said, for traction on gas, which he said last year was his real big weapon, his real strong point on what was then, of course, the GP24. Bezzecchi not done, just trying to make sure, consolidates that 10th MotoGP pole position, leaving nothing to chance here. Maybe he doesn't really need to be taking this much risk, but he won't know that. Still leading with a 1:28.652. Still firmly on course for 3 successive poles.
The difference was all made in the final sector, wasn't it? Oh, careful, Pedro. Make sure he's there all the way there of Marco Bezzecchi. Might have been a little bit distracted there on his way tonight. Clearly not. He's found a 10th of a second. Martin also improving, looking to try and get himself back onto the front row of the grid.
Second half of last season, I think we all got the impression that there was sort of a theme building. It was Marc Marquez versus Marco Bezzecchi in so many Grand Prix. Oh, he's gone down. Well, that's his second crash of the Sprint Saturday. Trail braking into turn 12. So he has been lightning quick. There's been nobody really to get close to Marco Bezzecchi. But there's been 2 tumbles, and that one has fouled him. That was a old impact, that was.
That's similar to the crash that Marc Marquez had at the test here last weekend, needing a bit of help to get under his feet. I think just collecting the air in his lungs once again, Meg. It was a heavy, heavy fall, Marco Bezzecchi. It's not going to cost him pole position, but another potential blow to the Marco Bezzecchi confidence.
Big old blow as well to his right elbow and his right shoulder. He slammed into the tarmac there. Well, he's going to have to walk to Parc Ferme. Yeah, that's shaking him up a little bit, that one. It was almost like the way he went down, slammed onto the ground. It was like a crash in the wet, wasn't it?
Oh, this is going to cost Ayagura, Gili. The yellows have just cleared. So this might just be in time for Ayagura to get himself onto the front of the grid and ahead of his teammate, Raul Fernandez. Those yellows cleared just as Agura was coming through turn number 11. This is turn 12, the final corner. Is Ayagura about to start from the front row of the grid in MotoGP for the first time? The answer is no. He lost half a second.
Well, that is why we have missed MotoGP so much. Over 100 days since our last Grand Prix action and Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. And it has been well worth the wait. What a Q2 session that was. Pedro Acosta, can he get himself anywhere back near that front row of the grid? No, only he's going to be 6 on the grid. So Marco Bezzecchi is going to start our opening Grand Prix of the campaign from pole position. For the first time ever, Aprilia has claimed 3 successive poles. First time that's happened in Marco Bezzecchi's career as well. But it has not been easy. A crash this morning in FP2 at turn 3, followed up by this real nasty front end washout. You can see him there, one finger on the front brake, trail braking into this real tight first gear, turn 12, the right leg banging, and just look how hard he's going to slam into the tarmac very, very shortly. You'll just see there the front was just tucking a little bit, and there it fully goes, and bang! Look, you can see the airbag getting activated as he hit the ground. That super slow motion replay doesn't really do justice to the sort of severity of the impact that Bez had there. He was a little bit slow to walk away from the scene of the crime, wasn't he? Let's hope he's just a few bumps, scrapes and bruises. He is lightning fast. Look, there's been a couple of warnings. He said when he was going through turns 5 and 6, did he really need to be pushing and taking that much risk?
Marc Marquez will be watching that and thinking, if I could put some pressure on Marco Bezzecchi, he is fallible. He's proved it twice already this morning with a crash in pre-practice 2 and a crash in qualifying. Clearly the reference, rider and machine this weekend Marco Bezzecchi and Factory Aprilia, because they have two on the front row of the grid, Bezzecchi and Ralph Hernandez. I think Marc Marquez will take a little bit of encouragement from what we've seen this morning.
Bez was back on the money, wasn't he? You just can't write off Mark. When it really, really comes to showtime, he's always there delivering. Struggling in that fourth sector, losing over a 10 knot. Yes, thumbs up from Mark to Fabio Di Gianantonio. Those two second and fourth on the grid. Stage, Aprilia were in dreamland, they still are, but at one stage it might actually lock out the front row. It's Marco Bezzecchi then that is on pole position. That's pole position number 10 in MotoGP for him. Marc Marquez qualifies in the front row in MotoGP for the 127th time. That's very familiar territory, isn't it, as far as Mark is concerned? Not so for Ralph Hernandez. That is only the fourth front row start of the 25-year-old's career. But that is some turnaround, isn't it? He struggled all winter long to get anything out of a soft rear tyre. Brilliant in Q1 to come through with a 128.784. It's actually, Ralph Hernandez was faster in Q1 than what he was in Q2. Both times that he managed in those two qualifying sessions would actually still put him in third place. Bodes well for a strong challenge from Ralph Hernandez. Gianantonio, Martin and Acosta are on row 2. Row 3 led by Alex Marquez, by Agur, Frankie Morbidelli. Row 4, Mia, Binder and Zarco. Said he was going to have to walk, unfortunately, to Parc Ferme. Lewis, a little bit battered, a little bit bruised, but looking clearly like the rider to beat.
And it's set up perfectly for this afternoon's Tissot sprint, 3 p.m. local time, 13 laps. The first of what might well be a catalogue of classics between Marco Bezzecchi and Marc Marquez. Is that potentially going to be the World Championship battle in 2026? Well, it certainly looks like it's going to be the battle in this afternoon's sprint.
Well, that has really whet the appetite, hasn't it, for the sprint this afternoon over 13 laps and tomorrow's opening Grand Prix of the season. Good job, cracking job by Martin. 5th place on the grid. Jorge's best qualifying of that fraught 2025 was 11th in Misano. It's been his best qualifying by a mile then on the factory Aprilia. That was a mistake on his last lap. I think if you'd have said to Martin coming into this first round, you're going to be on the second row, you're going to be just 3/10 away from pole position, just over a 10th away from the front row, I think he would have signed up for that, Lewis.
Given that we know he's going to get stronger, he's clearly going to get stronger through this 2026 season, and Aprilia might well have a two-pronged attack through this season. Marquez, I guess, congratulates Marco Bezzecchi and says, hey, I pushed you harder than perhaps you expected me to.
I bet Bez just said, no, you're still the favourite, and Mark, no, you're the favourite, mate. Those two have been jousting with each other behind the scenes. Yeah, well, he's got some battle scars. They'll get a nice new shiny Tissot watch once again with that brilliant 128.652. This was the dramatic ending then. Actually, what was a dramatic Q2 from Bez. Never really got that fully settled going in the final corner. Good running for round, you have to say, for the Italian and Aprilia is that it's walked away unscathed from that crash. That's the second time we've seen a factory Aprilia down at turn 12 this weekend. Jorge Martin tipped off the side of his RSGP there yesterday morning. Yesterday's 128.526 though from Bez remains the faster time on the weekend, as Pecco Bagnaia pours through some data with his factory Ducati crew. He was in this Parc Ferme here 1 year ago, but he's 13th on the grid. Ralph Hernandez, what a sprint athlete so far. Quickest in Q1 and on the front row, and rouse with Jack.
Oh, what a great Saturday morning that was. You had to do it the hard way, coming through Q1. You told us yesterday you were struggling in time attack mode, but clearly you found something overnight.
Yeah, of course, because now I am here for the team. Yesterday we had a lot of work because during the pre-season I don't really felt comfortable on the time attack, but today we changed some things on the bike, and I start to feel comfortable. I start to feel that I can do what I want. So yeah, thanks to the team, thanks to Aprilia, we are in a really good position, not just on the grid, also with the rain pace. We are ready, so let's try to enjoy like the last year.
Great lap, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, great lap indeed for Ralph Fernandez. Some turnaround here in Buriram for the 25-year-old on the number 25 Golf livery. Back out of Aprilia. He scored just 2 points in 4 Grand Prix previously here in Thailand as Ralph, 15th in 2022, 2023, and he's never scored a single point in 3 sprints, so it's been a bit of a bogey venue in recent history for Fernandez. He got so much confidence, didn't he? So much belief he injected into himself with that brilliant run into close out 2025, the win in Phillip Island, the fight for the win in Valencia. Well, top spot once again on the KTM was Pedro Acosta. 6 on the grid. What will slightly be worrying him is the fact that 4 tenths to pole position is a significant gap to close, isn't it? As Alex Marquez, yeah, that's not been the start of the 2026. Certainly Alex was envisaging, and I don't think many others too. He just hasn't quite hit that sweet spot, has he? With the new factory Ducati.
We'll have Ayagura and Frankie Morbidelli for company on the 3rd row of the grid. First Honda will be Mir in 10th. Marc Marquez then pushed Bezzecchi super close, but it is 2nd for the world champion. He's with Jack.
Mark, it's been far from the start of 2026, so just how far did you have to dig there to get it onto the front row of the grid?
So yeah, was tough, especially because in the first tire I feel not so good, and then I say okay, what's going on here? But on the second time attack from the first lap, from outing lap, I feel much better, and then yeah, I already attack in the first lap. I saw the lap time, and I say enough. The front row was the main target, and I thought, and it was that 28.6 enough for the third row.
Good job.
Thank you.
Marc Marquez saying that he touched wound it a little bit. Shows how brilliant Marco Bezzecchi's performance was in that session. Is a pattern already emerging in 2026? Are our 2 main title contenders going to be the factory Aprilia of Bezzecchi and the factory Ducati Marc Marquez? Of course, it's one of the early days. He hasn't really turned the wheel in anger in terms of race action this season. Those 2 had some pretty big battles in 2025. Marc Marquez was absolutely supreme last year in sprints. He won 14 of 22. Of course, he missed the last 4 through injury, so
An exceptional lap time to take pole position. The crash at the end, far from ideal, though. But
we know David Munoz does not lack his fighting spirit.
Yeah, bravery is his middle name, and David Munoz never normally backwards in coming forwards. The two grid MLAP machines working in tandem here. We've seen this right across the course of last year. Also this weekend, Eddie O'Shea could do a lot worse than to learn from the number 66 of Joel Kelso, who's had an abundance of poles and front rows before. Eddie O'Shea looking to try and improve on his qualifying performance. Kelso just looking over his shoulder to see who exactly it is right behind him. It's now Eddie O'Shea's to take over. These will be our first time laps. We've had a couple of laps in the 140s, courtesy of David Almanza. I wouldn't be expecting that straight out the crate here, but you are going to need to be around a 140.6, 140, 141.6, 141.5, maybe even lower, depending on track conditions. At the moment, the opening gambit from Eddie O'Shea, a 41.856. He's the Brit on top provisional.
That matches the best lap time he's done so far this weekend. Yesterday afternoon, Cruz says in second place. There are 10 rookies in total in this Moto3 class, and helpfully, to enable us to introduce them all to you, there are 5 in Q1 and 5 in Q2. The leading rookie of the road in this session is Cruz says, ahead of Munoz and another of our rookies, one of the last to be announced, in fact the last rider to be announced on the 2026 grid, the Austrian Leo Ramersdorf at Sitch 58.
Yeah, Adrian Cruz says will not be a name that perhaps is that unfamiliar to you guys at home. He did a whole host of standing rides, particularly at the end of last year, deputising for Noah Detfield on the bike that he would then go on to ride in 2026. Joel Kelso gets very, very close to the rear end of Eddie O'Shea. Both of the grid MLab Hondas on red sectors through the opening 2 sectors. You get the feeling that Kelso's maybe got a little bit more pace in the middle part of this circuit. He's looking to try and come through it. No, not this time. Eddie O'Shea holds momentum and position. Matteo Bertelli likewise setting fast first 2 sectors. We know Bertelli's got a pole in him when it matters, but this weekend has been very difficult for the Italian, who of course is still coming back from that horrendous injury he suffered after Kota last year in his own personal training.
And he's going for back-to-back Buriram poles, having taken pole position at the start of last season. His lap coming together pretty well. O'Shea still does lead Kelso as they go across the line, so this final sector might well have gone away a little bit for Joel. It has indeed lost a quarter of a second to his teammate, but it is currently an MLab 1-2.
That is exactly what Michael Laverty will be wanting to see. Munoz has got into the top 4 provisionally in P4, but I expect there's going to be a little bit more time to be had out there. We know the conditions of some of the hottest there have been all week though, so maybe perhaps that is going to be a limiting and in the end deciding factor. Rico Salmana goes 8th place at the moment. Munoz moves up to 5th, but that's still not good enough. Hakim Danish right behind him in 6th. Munoz needs to find about a 1/10 of a second on current times if he is to move through, but I'm still pretty convinced the times are going to tumble a little bit more yet in the next 9 minutes or so.
Slipstream down the 3 straights at the start of this lap will certainly give you a nice leg up to get yourself into Q2. There are straights between the start finish line and turn 1, a 1 kilometre first from turn 1 to turn 3 with a gentle left curve in it, which we call turn 2. It's not really a corner though in Grand Prix terms, and then the run up to turn 4 as well. Any kind of assistance down those 3 straights could add potentially or take half a second off your overall lap time.
Don't get me started on the first round about corner counting at some circuits. We have some discrepancies, at least to those of us who count 1 long continuous corner as of just 1 corner, not 3 different apexes and thus 3 different corners. But more on that when we get to Le Mans. Yeah, more on that when we get to Le Mans and Mazzano. 8.5 minutes to go as we look inside the CIP Green Power garage. That is, of course, Adrian Cruz, who at the moment is in the drop zone, if you could call it such. He is in 4th, and in the pits, everyone else coming into the pit to run strategy, of course, being favoured in Moto3, particularly at these shorter circuits they go to.
Yes, Munoz on a 42.196, currently sits in 5th place. He's been quicker than that this weekend. He did 41.3 this morning, so he'll be expecting much more on run 2. Ramersdorf's 42.3 though is a decent step forward. That's in line with what he did yesterday afternoon. Movie 7th ahead of Rico Salmella. You briefly touched upon him, Kiko, the 18-year-old Finn, first Finnish regular on a Moto3 grid for some 7 years. Unfortunately though for him, he has already been on the floor twice in his debut Grand Prix weekend.
Yes, one over at turn 8, I believe it was, on Friday, and he touched the white line, and one earlier right in front of our commentary position at turn 5 when he lost the front trail braking in. So it has been a baptism of fire for Junior GP, or now Moto Junior race winner, but it's all a big learning curve in 2026, and he's in that Tech 3 fold. Valentin Peroni has shown what can be achieved in that team throughout the course of 2025. Valentin Peroni already in Q2, of course.
Yes, Armella's been a regular front runner for a couple of years now. He's been on the radar of Moto3 teams for quite some time, but only now has he been able to fulfill the age requirement. Turned 18 a couple of weeks ago, in fact, as they talk tactics down at MLab Honda. Eddie O'Shea on the left, Joel Kelso nearest the camera there on the right. At the moment, it is going to the Michael Laverty master plan.
David Munoz opting and electing to stay out on track. He's got Hakim Danish as a reference. He's just about far enough away to build into his own lap at the moment. They're in the third sector. Danish at the moment just under 3/10 of halfway round. We're going to take them through the third sector now. It's in between turns 8 and 9. And as they come in, Munoz is on course to go to the top. So we know that David Munoz had a bit more time left in the locker. Hakim Danish is going to have to move out of the way very quickly here because he's got a very fast and hard charging 64 coming through. He does just right, gets into the pit lane. Munoz down towards the final corner, turn 12 here at Buriram. It has caught so many out before, not Munoz on this occasion. Let's see if the number 64 does go to P1. He doesn't. He loses a shed load of time, and I think that was between turns 10 and 11, Lewis, when it looked like Hakim Danish was just picking himself up to get into pit lane. It's fourth nonetheless, though, for Munoz.
Yeah, I mentioned how you'd like a slipstream, you'd like a rider ahead of you. It's a bit of a double-edged sword. In the first half of the lap, it's an advantage, but then you want that rider out of the way by the time you get to the second half of the lap. That's twice now in this session we've seen Munoz come across riders in the final sector and potentially lose time. At the moment, he does hold on to that fourth coveted place in qualifying 2, but we're expecting the lap time of 41.8 your current benchmark. But as you said at the start of the session, surely we're expecting mid-51.
And he's not going to get many more laps. I presume he's going to come in, change tyre and go for broke. He might get one flying lap. He's going to have to be quick to get round and get in and get changed and get out again. So David Munoz, he likes putting a bit of pressure on himself, never finding it easy, is he? But he's in these top 4 positions at the moment. Elliot York, our pit lane reporter, staring on in the background as we look at Hakim Danish, who's going to go out now and hopefully for him try and get himself up into those top 4 places. Eddie O'Shea and Joel Kelso, though, with less than 5 minutes remaining in the box seat for MLab.
Yeah, we were introduced to Hakim Danish late last year, made that debut and set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix on his debut in Malaysia. Of course, a regular now with the MSI squad. Fair to say it has been a difficult pre-season for the Malaysian. Difficult for everybody because the Portimao test was completely washed out by the rain as some tempers get frayed further back. But then Danish had a big crash at the Jerez test, which also set him back.
He did indeed. So Danish not coming into 2026 with the most ideal preparation. I can already hear Simon Cravar's pencil being sharpened up in the steward's room over a bit of dawdling. It was offline, but still they were all doing it. 4 minutes to go as they come through the final corner, and now we're at the crunch time of the session, Lewis. One other factor, we haven't seen it yet, yellow flags.
And yellow flags, one crash, and that could potentially impact, because the Moto3 field generally, they're almost like journalists in a paddock. They all stick together in case they miss something. So they're all sticking together on the racetrack. But one crasher rider at the front of this group will scrap the lap for around about 10 riders up behind them. You can see Joel Kelso not too keen giving his sitting second to lend any assistance to anybody.
The times are going to tumble, though, I'm sure. So if I was Joel Kelso, I know he doesn't want to give assistance to anyone, but he's not going to have much more time. He might get 2 laps in, depending on how much he pushes here, but he should get 2 laps in by my reckoning. David Munoz has stayed out, so the number 64 is leaving it all out there on the track, and he's on 1 run, it seems, only 1 run. He's set 6 laps more than anyone else in this session.
Yeah, O'Shea right behind him is on an out lap, as is Hakim Danish, who has just left the pit lane as well to escape the gaze of Elliott, if nothing else, as we see Buchanan there getting it a bit crossed up underneath our Drocan into turn number 5, and they're all getting tripped over each other as they now try to make their way through 6.
Yeah, and I think that was Eddie O'Shea getting punted there at one point. You could see it from the drone. Someone came under Eddie O'Shea and it really knocked him right out wide, but I think that's because another rider, as you said, Lewis, Eddie O'Shea's on his out lap. Yeah. Someone else has got to come through. I think it may have been Vitali, because look at Vitali's lap time. Sarmella's another one. That third sector's cost a load. Adrian Cruz is one who's 5th and pushing to get in that top 4.
Yeah, everybody in this group has had to check up. We've had the red sectors all turned grey in sector 3, so nobody at the moment is improving, and is O'Shea going to potentially find himself in a little bit of trouble? Buchanan threw the shot immediately. That's Vittani on the outside of Patelli. It was Vittani who got stood up, and behind him there was a big moment for Salmela, who narrowly avoided crash number 3.
Yeah, I take it back. It wasn't Eddie O'Shea. It was the Buchanan machine, I think, that got absolutely picked up. Great save by Rico Salmela. He didn't make a hat-trick of crashes, at least on the opening 2 days of his Moto3 career.
The Finns are a strong rallying country, aren't they? So I guess they're used to going sideways. Salmela certainly was on that occasion. Here he is for the 27. He is it's his idol is one Casey Stoner, in case you're wondering why he's running that particular number.
Finish, but not finished just yet. Less than 2 minutes to go as he comes up the inside of Nicola Carraro and now slots himself right in behind Eddie O'Shea as they come out to turn 3. Matteo Bertelli's off to the right-hand side, comes back onto the track now. He's got Hakim Danish, I believe, right in behind him. So Rico Salmela, we've seen him, he's had pace, but he hasn't been able to string it all together. Can the Flying Finn really do something and get into Q2 in his first Grand Prix weekend? This is where it all got a bit tight last time around. The two KTMs are running line astern, and that's Adrian Cruzes, who's getting off the racing line and looking to try and slot in, and he slots in right in front, I think, of John Kelso at that time.
Oh, the Boe KTMs are now side by side. Buchanan trying to ride right on the outside of his teammate Moodley. He got it done. So Moodley's lap looks like it's gone away, but Buchanan looking to make a dart for a Q2 appearance. He's now finds Zembatani, who sticks out of the way, and Danish has now caught this group, having left the pits late, and he's now on course for Q2.
And David Munoz and Leo Ramastorfer are right in the wrong place. Munoz does get out of the way. Ramastorfer, I think, will be a bit slow through this section, but we'll see. Down towards the final corner. All of this group are going to get one more final flying lap here to try and give themselves the best opportunity to move into the top 4. Let's take them across the line this time. Buchanan, P1 provisional. Then it goes to Kelso. Salmela goes second. Buchanan third. Eddie O'Shea, as quick as I can speak, first back to fourth, and he's now the rider in the drop zone. Bertelli is out, and David Munoz is out as well at the moment. Provisionally, it's all over for the 64. He's got 1 lap left.
At the moment would be 20th place on the grid for David Munoz. Now, we know he gets his elbows out when the red lights go out on a Sunday, but that's probably further back than he would prefer to start. Buchanan getting it all wrong into turn 3, so he will be third at best.
Good to keep out of the gravel, though. So Cormac Buchanan, third at best, and of course, it could all change. Adrian Cruzes, Hakim Danish on personal best, section best for Eddie O'Shea in 4th place. Just over half a tenth. Lewis covering 1st to 4th. It doesn't get much tighter.
Danish not really with the advantage of any sort of slipstream there. There was a gap up ahead of him to the group up ahead. In fact, he was caught by the rider behind. That rider is Bertelli, whose hopes of back-to-back for pole positions look like they are slipping away as he sits in 5th place.
They were slipping away, I think, on Friday as well, when he gave himself this kind of jungle atmosphere to try and come through in Q1. Bertelli at the moment is 5th, and with 2 grey sectors, it's not going to go very far from there. We look at Hakim Danish, who's 8th, but just 12 thousandths off. We take him through sector 3, but it's just an absolute mess. But not for Danish. He's found 2.5 tenths more than everyone else. 2 tenths, 1 sector to go. Munoz is right there as well. The 64, both are on course for provisional pole. Eddie O'Shea may well be having his heart broken. Cruzes leads the charge. Final corner with his chicken legs hanging out there. Down towards the line. Is there going to be any change, Danish? Oh, well, not pole, but provisional P1, second for Munoz, so he's got the job done, and you can see what it means to the MSI empty helmet squad. First for Danish, Munoz second, Kelso does salvage something for Michael Laverty's on the squad in 3rd, and Salmela, fantastic in 4th, unlucky for Buchanan and Eddie O'Shea.
Credit to Munoz there, held it together, given that he stayed out on 1 tyre through the entire session and found a 41.5 on his last lap to edge out Kelso and Salmela, and that moment, that run on into turn 3 on his last lap did cost Buchanan a Q2 place. He was punted back to 5th.
I tell you what, the times did drop, but only at the very front. Hakim Danish with a 41.4. I think Kelso's lap time, he did marginally improve it, but didn't drop below a 41.8. Salmela fast at the end. Hard luck for Cormac Buchanan. It looked like he'd done it all the hard work and had got himself into P1 right in the right point of the session. Eddie O'Shea likewise a bit frustrating it's going to be for Matteo Bertelli. I make that down 21st on the grid for tomorrow, so that's a disaster for last year's pole sitter at the circuit where he took his career first pole. Cruzes, Ramastorfer, Carraro, Moodley and Zenmatani not quite able to go with the charge for the top 4.
Mitani did set his best lap of the weekend, or his best lap than he did yesterday, a 42.6. That's 10 slower than he went this morning, but quicker than he went in practice yesterday, but not enough to lift him from the back of the grid. We will see his teammate, though, another rookie and one of the more exciting rookies at the tech we have on the field. Vader Pratama coming on track shortly in qualifying 2. Danish, Stella, showing that in total there will be 7 rookies amongst the 18 battling it out for pole shortly.
Not a bad opening roll out of pit lane when push comes to shove in qualifying. Then for the rookies of 2026, I've got to say David Munoz will be relieved. I'm not sure he'll realise exactly how late he left that.
Left it late, but he got the job done in the end, as did Hakim Danish. A 41.4 for the Malaysian sees him go through the Q2 ahead of David Munoz. It's Joel Kelso and Rico Salmela. Look how tight the margins were. 3rd, 4th and 5th. Buchanan on the wrong side of that, as was O'Shea. 41.8's not enough for them to go through, but Teddy 7th in that session ahead of Cruces, Ramastorfer and Carraro. Ruche Mutli, Zen Batani completing your 12 in qualifying 1. Hakim Danish, the 13 through to qualifying 2. The battle for the first Moto3 pole position of 2026. It's going to be box office, and it's coming up next.
Qualifying 1, the first qualifying 1 in the Moto3 2026 title charge is in the books, and our first flying 4 to graduate are confirmed. Hakim Danish, David Munoz, Joel Kelso and Rico Salmela will be joining this illustrious charge to see who can get the first pole position of 2026. Here in the company of myself, Kiko Giles, Elliot York down in pit lane. To my left, we have Lewis Sotheby, as always, and it is going to be an absolute corker. The weather is absolutely scorching. That's going to make for a red-hot Q2 in Moto3. David Almanza has been red-hot in 2026 thus far, not out of the top 3 in any session so far. Alvaro Carpe, Valentin Pirelli, Max Keelan, Marco Morelli and Scott Ogden join him. The top Honda was Hayden Rios, Vader Pratama, Adrian Fernandez, Ryan Oriarte, Ryusei Yamanaka, Guido Pini, Casey O'Gorman and Joel Esteban all going for pole, with Danish, Munoz, Kelso and Salmela joining them in what is an 18-rider shootout. It is going to be dramatic.
It always in Moto3, why we love it so much. Qualifying 1 was certainly frenetic in the closing stages, as about a dozen riders fought it out for one piece of tarmac. We now have 18 of them going for the front 6 rows of the grid. Matteo Battelli, last year's pole sitter, already eliminated from the action in qualifying 1. This qualifying 2 session, we have all of the pre-season championship favourites, in addition to some very exciting rookies. 5 already through, with a couple joining them after graduating through Q1.
It's fair to say one of the most impressive rookies across the course of the weekend so far has been Vader Pratama. Jesus Rios was particularly impressive because I think it was surprising more than anything else yesterday on in practice. But it's that kind of established guard that are still ruling the roost at the moment in Moto3. We have got Max Keeles, who is here for the first time. He's leading the charge along with the likes of Valentin Pironi, Guido Pini and David Almanza, who's been fastest. But can Vader Pratama swing a surprise? Well, let's think we can get down to the Honda Team Asia box with El. What have you got for him, El?
Yeah, you certainly can. Hiroshi, great speed. You could have first time in 2026. We'll come on to Vader Bratama very shortly. Just quickly, on Zen, I know he struggled a little bit with the feeling this weekend. What was he debriefing there to the team after Q1?
Well, for us, we have a two new rookies in the Moto3, so looks them Mitani is quite motivated, but a bit struggling in this weekend with this track. On the other hand, his teammate Veda Pratama, he's quite relaxed and he's quite performing well, better than what we expected. Yesterday he ended up 8th position, and now he goes directly to Q2, so he's doing quite well. So let's see in the qualify session, everybody is quite tiny and there's not so much difference, so small mistake can make big changes. So let's see how he can perform in the qualifying.
How impressed have you been with Vader, his adaptation to Moto3? He's obviously a very exciting talent. We're all excited. Indonesia is, of course, very excited. But what have you seen so far that's got you guys excited? Straight to Q2, a great job done so far.
Well, Veda is quite fast rider. He won the Idemitsu Talent Cup in the 2 years ago. So he has talent, he has speed. He just needs more experience in the high level championship. So well, we try to give it the best support of school, and we see race by race. I think he can be closer to the top.
Thank you, Hiroshi. Good luck for the session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to Hiroshi Oyama. Thank you, Elliot. We'll be back with you very shortly, I am sure. They're not drilling anything into Ryusei Yamanaka, not at least on camera, but they are cooling him down. It's warm out there, Lewis. Temperatures well in the 30s. It is properly warm to be going out and doing a real third time attack bite of the cherry in 2026.
Yamanaka's probably had enough drilling already for one winter because he had surgery on his little finger at the end of last season, which is why we didn't see him in the last two Grand Prix. Yeah, very hot conditions, the hottest of the weekend. The rain that certainly impacted on Moto3 practice yesterday afternoon looks like it's disappeared for the time being. So we've got a pure dry Moto3 qualifying session coming up ahead, which will feature this man, Valentin Peroni, one of 4 rookies last season who take a pole and a podium. Pole, of course, for him back in Misano last year, and sounding super confident about his prospects this weekend. Yeah, he really is, considering he's only been here once, which was last year, and it was his debut, so it was, you know, not really anything you can read into. On another note, how impressive has his teammate been, Nico Salmela, and that leads me to my next point. Valentin Peroni has a teammate to work with. The KTM family all work together, so they may well be sitting in the pole position, literally and metaphorically, as we go green then for Moto3 Q2. David Munoz, you can just see that he's just got a little bit of a limp as he gets on towards the bike. He's walking like he's a bit stocky, that's for sure. Tissot Gorman, center of shot, the number 67, Adrian Fernandez right there as well, who is your most recent new Moto3 Grand Prix winner, of course, from Valencia at the end of last year. We have some Scottish fans there, in addition to some Argentine support there, but Valentin Peroni as the Liquimoli Dynavolt David Racing Team, we should call them. Yes. This is Almanza and Munoz leaving the pits together with the Tech 373 of Peroni and Amara Carpe behind them. 12 KTMs and 6 Hondas. This 18 rider Q2 Team David, and if the points tally from the stewards' rooms anything to go by, also your team's champions in the eyes of Simon Crafar this year. So last year David Almanza picking up a fair few. David Munoz, need we say more? Didn't want to touch on the subject, but Team David, as it's going to be known now, the number 64 of Munoz, the 22 of David Almanza, they also get a chance to work together, and that's not bad for Munoz. He could probably do with an Almanza reference given the 22's pace. Well, it was at that very corner we were just watching it through turn 2 where Munoz punted Luca Lanetta into next week and ruled him out of the race when there were yellow flags already waving at turn 3, which saw him cop a ride through penalty next time we saw him. In glorious isolation though, funny that, they've given the Moto3 field have all stuck together. They've left the pre-season red hot championship favourite all to himself out there on the racetrack. Max Quiles doing his own thing on his first visit, of course, we should remember, to Buriram.
Missed last year due to the age limit. It's a great point you made, Lewis. He is basically still a rookie at this point, I suppose you could say. He doesn't really know where the ins and outs and the intricacies of this Chang International Circuit, 4.4 kilometres in length and around a 1 minute 41 lap time, or if you're Max Quiles or David Almanza, perhaps a little bit quicker, if that's what the form book shows. Quiles, you mentioned it in Q1, on his own, but that of course means he doesn't have the slipstream, and there are 3 big straights here at Buriram. There's also a small one from 7 to 8, and also down towards the last corner you could do with something. So Max Quiles, let's see what he's got straight out of the crate here on his first flying lap. Jorge Martinez Aspar watching on as the latest talent comes through the Aspar ranks. Quiles, one of the pre-season favourites, but we know Moto3 doesn't always follow a form guide.
No, there's very little form guide to really draw upon in Moto3 when you've got 12 bikes all going for the same corner. You know, last lap battle. I think you're right to suggest that the pace we should be expecting in this Q2 session is a low 41. If we get into the 40s, given the hot conditions, then they really are going some. Quiles' first effort is a mid 141, a 141.613, which is roughly on line with the pace they were doing in Q1 moments ago.
Yeah, a couple of tenths quicker perhaps for the fastest rider in that, of course, but nothing really to write home about straight out of the box. Marco Morelli, his teammate, is coming round now. Got Joel Kelso tucked right up behind him. Of course, Morelli did do some appearances for the Grid M-Lab squad last year. Now finds himself under the watchful eye of Jorge Martinez Aspar. It is an Aspar 1-2, but of course we are just getting going in Q2 at the moment. We pick up Joel Esteban, and this is Vader Patama with the bright pink number 9 and 3 bright red opening sectors to this lap. Carpe is over 3/4 of a second up, 3 sectors in. Let's take these 2 across the line. Esteban's first opening lap sees him go up into 4th, but Patama with a 141.4. That really is a match for what we've just seen in Q1. So straight down to business for the Indonesian.
Fastest lap he's done this weekend for Patama, but Carpe might be about to set the fastest lap of the weekend. We've only had one rider in the 140s. That now becomes 2 of 140.518 for Alvaro Carpe. By far and away the best we've seen so far.
That is an absolutely belting lap from Alvaro Carpe. Made his full-time debut here last year and was straight onto the podium. Now he's gone straight into provisional pole. Adrian Fernandez has just done a 140.9, and now he's in the 140s. He's probably thinking, well, that must be P1. Not quite, Adrian. You've got a little bit more work to do. Vader Patama completing that provisional front row as it stands. Brian Uriarte, we haven't really spoke about him. He's gone up into 4th. That's 5th as Max Quiles' second flying lap comes in, but it's only a 41.1. Good enough for 3rd.
Now making sure he stays well out of the way of Yamanaka, who was behind him on the MSI KTM. That's only a 10.5 off the all-time lap record from Carpe, the reigning champion, Jose Antonio Rueda, in a 40.3. Yes, last year in practice, as Patama, who's certainly all action on board that Honda, isn't he? And at the moment, he's certainly pleasing his team manager, Hiroshi Oyama. He might not be showing it.
Through turn, this is 9, then 10, and then the kink of 11, the run down towards turn 12. Patama has just lost a little bit of time here. He's a second off, so it's not a lap to be getting too excited about, but in 4th place, that is something to be getting excited about. Guido Pini, as you can see, has just come up on the bottom of your screen, 6/10 off 3 sectors round. He's in the final sector. I think he's in the final corner. They're going to come to the line, but right now, up into the top 5. Hakim Danish goes 14th. David Almanza, he's yet to set a fast lap time. He's just coming through the final sector. Let's see what our fastest rider of the weekend thus far is able to do. Across the line, straight in to P2, and that is his fastest lap time of the weekend too, a 140.841.
We now have a KTM 1-2. 2 KTMs and a Honda on the front row. 2 KTMs, or a Honda and 2 KTMs, should I say, on the front row, and it switches on row 2. Quiles, Patama, Pini is your second row at the moment. Uriarte then back down to 7th place. Morelli will be pretty pleased with that in 8th. And Scott Ogden, front of your picture, having shone in the Jerez test, currently sits at the back of row 3.
Interestingly, when we got down to the boxes before we went green on this, we saw David Munoz come out and sit on the bike. He's gone back in. David Munoz, no lap time set at the moment, so not yet heading out.
Kicked straight in at the end of his first time lap. Whether he's short on tyres, having done Q1 because he only did one run in Q1. He's going to be feeling the heat there, isn't he? With the fan in his face and the flannel to mop the sweat from his brows. Munoz, who I guess not only bike fitness but general fitness is still working his way up to optimal. So Munoz understandably feeling the strain here.
Given the awful weather they've had in Teston as well, what a way to come back. The last race he did was in Indonesia. Now he's in the... in the white shirt in the middle of the box. Of that Aspar garage, this is not the cleanest way to get your Moto3 qualifying Q2 to the checkered flag.
Yeah, it's Quiles who's trying to get out of the way. He wants the riders to go through. He doesn't want to tow this lot down these three straights at the start of the lap, but they've left him no choice. We've got Kelso there on the 66 up ahead of Max Quiles, and then the Leopard Hondas tucked in behind the championship favourite as Carpe looks like he's gone off at the exit of the first corner.
Yeah, and that's going to be really annoying for Carpe. He's going to have to be pretty nifty on this lap because he could still perhaps get one more lap in. These guys don't want to be bailing out and mucking around with each other too much in this one. You can see Scott Ogden again picked up there by Joel Esteban. That looks like it's Valentin Peroni, yeah, just trying to squeeze through it anywhere he can. 80 seconds or so to go. Max Quiles is in touch through that first sector, and he does have a little bit of slipstream provided by Joel Kelso.
That's perfect for the championship leader, although he's gone wide, the championship favourite, and Kelso now wanted to try and get back at him. He didn't go onto any green tarmac there. There isn't any on the outside of turn 4, so that's not a track limits violation for Max Kilos, who continues to push on.
Yes, and he now has clear track. Adrian Fernandez is another rider who needs to come through on Joel Kelso. Can't quite do so thus far. It's Fernandez's teammate actually behind him. Guido Pini's probably in the best seat because he's got Keito Goran behind him. A bit of clear track ahead of him as Fernandez pushes through on Joel Kelso. Look at David Almanza here in P2 with 30 seconds on the clock. David Almanza could be about to snatch pole position. He's nearly 2 tenths up through that third sector. He's at the top of your shot. Coming down into turn 12 then for what will be the penultimate time of asking if they all go for a second flying lap here. Quiles goes to the line. Does he improve? He improves in time and goes third through up into the top 5 goals. Joel Esteban, but it is David Almanza who has done a new lap record, a 1:40.088. Where on earth has he pulled that from? That is around 3 tenths quicker than Jose Antonio Rueda's lap record from 2025. David Almanza back into some kind of form we knew he was capable of, into KTM and into provisional pole. Checkered flag out, and as you can see, most riders bailing out of this lap here. So we may well be on for what is your current top 18 as your starting current top 18.
Yeah, not by a little either, by some 3 tenths of a second. Almanza breaks the lap record. There are also improvements there for Veda, Pratama and Munoz. Munoz is 5th, so at the moment pole and 5th for the Intact team. And Veda Pratama, who's improving again on this current lap, he's on course for a second row start on his debut.
And Almanza's not done just yet. He had to clear Jesus Rios there, who at the moment is your last rider in this top 18. The rookie who was pretty impressive yesterday, maybe just being humbled somewhat when push comes to shove in Moto3. Almanza's still trying to come through on Jesus Rios. I think Almanza's lap time will have gone away from him now. We take him through the third sector. He's 2 tenths off what he was able to do.
Yeah, Pratama's improving though. This could be close, this, for the front row of the grid, because Adrian Fernandez in third is 6 tenths back of Almanza. The estimation is that Pratama will go up 1 place into 5th. In the front of your picture then we have Harone and Danish. Danish, the moment down in 15th place, not improving. That's Ariarte Ogden, and behind him is Veda Pratama. Ogden looks to lift himself up to the 5th row of the grid, and 13th place. He's going to come across the line first. Ogden goes at 5 places. Pratama does go into 5th place. That is some going on his Grand Prix debut.
An absolutely fantastic performance from the number 9. Indonesian fans around the world will be cheering that one, and it's a round of applause down in the Honda Team Asia Camp 2. Fantastic job by Veda Pratama to go top 5. David Munoz, rescue of the day in P6, but it is his teammate with an astonishing lap record, a 1:40.088 on a Moto3 machine. David Almanza, your first pole sitter of 2026.
Third career pole for Almanza. Of course, previous 2 on board Leopard Hondas, which were not converted into maiden victories. That will be the task for Almanza tomorrow. Carpe and Fernandez will join him on the front row of the grid. Quiles in the end, not quite nailing that final lap, you have to say. He will start 4th ahead of Pratama and Munoz. That is a fascinating and tactilising second row of the grid. Yamanaka, Ogden and Pini is your 3rd row. Shout out too for the rider just at the back of the picture, Casey O'Gorman, on his full-time debut in Moto3, completing the top 10.
That's got to be the best performance by an Irish rider full-time since O'Gorman last year in his deputy rides, but in terms of full-time, I don't think we've seen that at all. So fantastic stuff from Casey O'Gorman on the 658 Squadron Corsa Honda. He's just ahead of Marco Morelli. That's a bit of a scalp for him. And Ryan Uriarte, another big scalp. Lots of questions of what if about the rider in 14th place, Valentin Peroni. This is what happened to Carpe. You can see the chatter, you can see the bumps, and you can see where Alvaro Carpe may have well saved himself, but did not save the lap, and that was just when we saw Lewis when he went off track in the background. That's what caused it.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he would have had Almanza anyway, because that 4 tenths of a second is some margin in Moto3 terms. That is an awful lot around a 4.5 kilometre 12-corner circuit. And for Adrian Fernandez, well, it is back-to-back front row starts, if you like, albeit 4 months apart. Took time, of course. He converted a pole position into victory, and Fernandez start 2026 the way he finished 2025. It's pole though for David Almanza and for Intact. Peter Ertels without
is Peter coming to annoy you again, but in a good way. David, what a performance from our man there to clinch pole position. Impressive again.
Yeah, I'm more than happy. It was incredible how David Almanza did it, and with 0-4 in front, it's amazing. And it's perfect that David Munoz is 6. I'm so happy for him. Under this condition, we can't be better today.
Congratulations, good luck with the races tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys, down there in pit lane. Elliot York will now be making his way over to Parc Ferme. 2 KTMs and a Honda on the front row, Lewis. Plenty to look forward to on Sunday. David Almanza, though, big question is whether or not he's going to convert it at last. He's been very fast on Friday, but Grand Prix on Sunday.
Well, he'll be safe potentially at the checker flag. If only I'd had a KTM all this time, I might have won before now. But it is, as you say, quite an interesting split of the manufacturers at the front row of the grid. 2 KTMs and a Honda, say, on the front row of the grid. 2 KTMs and a Honda on the second row too. 2 KTMs and a Honda on the third row. All-time lap record, as you can see, bottom of your screens, by the thick end of 0.3 of a second for David Almanza. Very nearly getting under the 100-second barrier in that Q2 section.
And that would have been something pretty special. Just over a quarter of a second quicker than Jose Antonio Rueda managed last year. Likewise on a KTM. So the KTM hooks up well round Buriram, does it? And 0.4 of a second over Alvaro Carpe. And we thought Carpe's lap time was pretty nippy when he got out the box and threw that one down. So Carpe, P2 on the grid. Let's see what he can do. Now, Jan Fernandez, your Grand Prix winner and pole sitter, of course, from Valencia. He completes that front row. He'll be happy with that. That's the top Honda. You have to go back to Patama after that. And then after that, it's Fernandez's new teammate, Guido Pini, down there in the...
At the risk of putting a spoiler out, so put your fingers in your ears if you don't want to have a spoiler what happened in MotoGP earlier on today. Adrian pulling up in the spot reserved for the Fernandez family in Parc Ferme.
Yes, and unfortunately, not to throw the spoiler away, but Augusto is not on testing duty this weekend for Yamaha. So I'll let you guys work that one out for yourself. You can just see David Almanza. He looks very chill and calm and relaxed. It's almost as if he expected to do so. He now trots over to where our camera position is. We're going to be getting ready to hear from your pole sitter very, very soon. But what an impressive display. And your car pit lane reporter just down there having a couple of words with him. Very, very impressive indeed. And we can hear from him now. David Almanza, 2026, starts from pole in round 1.
David, new team, new bike, but a pole position by 4 attempts and a lap record. What a weekend you're having so far. Talk to us how you did that.
Yes, I'm very happy with the start of the season. We do a very good lap. My feeling is very good with the bike and in the circuit with the hot conditions. And yes, we are ready for tomorrow the race.
Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Got to say, Lewis, we've seen it plenty of times. David Almanza has been fast on Friday and Saturday. He's yet to hook it up on Sunday, but that KTM seems to be working for him. Very, very impressive to get pole on your debut for a new manufacturer and in a new team, of course, as well. And that is quite a hard thing to do, particularly when you're working with people you've not worked with before.
And you have to say, from looking at free practice 2 earlier on this morning, more than just one lap that David Almanza can put in. His long run this morning, he did a whole run of 8 consecutive 141s. Now, that didn't put him all on its own, because the likes of Max Quiles in particular were also setting some exceptional times. So, no question that Almanza is going to have to work hard for it, but I think we're fair to say that this is the best opportunity of his Grand Prix career. Start number 43, the best chance that David Almanza will have had to fight for victory.
Fine, fine ride indeed. Crew Chief Stefan Kirsch will be very, very happy with that. Of course, Kirsch guided Pini to a pole last year. He's now not had to wait that long for this year. So Almanza straight in on the money. Let's have a word about Reda Patama, shall we, whilst he's on the screen. A 140.8, that is not slow at all. He was less than a couple of tenths off the front row. Very, very impressive debut for the Indonesian.
Indonesia, you have a new superstar. He is seriously special. We've seen it over the last couple of years in the Asia Talent Cup, of which he's a champion, of course, runner-up last season in the Red Bull Rookies Cup to Brian Oriate. A big beaming smile for Vader Pratama. I think he and Hiroshi Oyama can feel rightly proud of that one.
When you look down through the order, Lewis, I've got to say there's a good few surprises. We mentioned Valentin Peroni down there in 14th, a massive what-if story. Can he come through tomorrow?
Can, yeah. I think it's going to be a freight train at the front of the field. With those straights in the first half of the lap, it is going to be very difficult for anybody to break away at the front of the field. It's the team press officer there, David Pratara, is giving a high five to, and the team rightly giving him a great reception as he returns back to the box. And I have to give another shout out to one of the other rookies too, Rico Salmella, through qualifying one, out qualifying his teammate Valentin Peroni. It is Almanza though who takes a comfortable pole in the end by 0.4 of a second from Alvaro Carpe. Adrian Fernandez completes the front row of the grid. Max Quiles, the pre-season favourite, goes to the front of row 2 with Vader Pratama on debut and David Munoz on his return to Moto3 alongside him. Yamanaka 7th from Ogden and Pini on his Leopard Honda debut. Great run from O'Gorman to take 10th on an all-rookie 4th row with Morelli and Oriate next to him. Salmella 13th ahead of his Tech 3 teammate Valentin Peroni. Danish, another Q1 graduate to take 15th ahead of Kelso Rios and Esteban Buchanan. Made a late error in Q1 and potentially cost himself a place in Q2. O'Shea, Vatelli, Cruzet and Ramastorff for next up. Carraro 24th. Now good completed by Uche Nugli and debutant Zed Matani for Honda Team Asia. 26 will start tomorrow, but it's David Almanza who will start from the front. Moto2 qualifying is on the way next.
Just 2 more sessions to go until the first MotoGP sprint of the season. What a sprint it's going to be too. We're not going to give any spoilers away, but based on qualifying, we're going to have a scrap at the front of the field. That is for sure. Before that, the small matter of Moto2 qualifying to get through, and it all starts here with Q1. Like in Moto3, there are headlining acts coming up straight away in the first session, one of which is David Alonso, many people's favourite for 2026 title glory. Along with him, Elfmark VDS duo, Aaron Canet and Dennis Onju. The quickest to miss the cut yesterday, that honour went to Grassini's Alonso Lopez, who was only by 0.5 of a second. As you can see, the packed Buriram grandstand, it's only going to fill up more and more as we get closer to that 3 o'clock local time kickoff for MotoGP's first sprint of the season. You're in the company of myself, Kiko Giles, Lewis Sotheby to my left, and somewhere underneath all of us, Elliot York is traipsing up and down what is for sure a very hot and humid and warm pit lane. As I said, headlining acts right the way through qualifying one: Alonso Lopez, Joe Roberts, Danny Munoz, Johnson Undergorberg, Tony Arbolino, Dennis Onju, Luca Lanetta, David Alonso, Aaron Canet, Ian Furusato, Jose Antonio Ueda, Jorge Navarro and Alberto Fernandez. I'm not going to mention, unfortunately, become the first rider during a Grand Prix to be declared unfit. He was absolutely luckless yesterday. He fell in the rain at the end of yesterday's Moto2 practice and has therefore suffered a fracture of the 4th and 5th metatarsals on his right foot, and that is on top of Valencia's double arm break last year. It really has been a disaster for the 2024 World Supersport champion, and likewise our reigning Riders champions, Italtrans of course, who took title glory with Diogo Moreira last year. As I said, you in the company of myself, Kiko Giles, and Lewis Sotheby. Next to me, we wish Adrian Huertas well, but with one rider out of Q1 already, that means that the competition is a smidge better than it was or could have been.
Yeah, we have 13 riders then battling it out in qualifying one, but as you say, there is one clear standout on reputation in this session. It's the rather calm Colombian, as we see him in the box, David Alonso. He's had a few adventures over the course of the weekend. Quickest in free practice one, dropped all the way down to 22nd at the end of practice, caught out by a late rain shower, the same shower that caught out the Lucas Puertas, and the injury that he sustained when he hit that shower at turn number 1. And when he tried to rebuild his confidence and his weekend, Alonso then crashed this morning down at turn 9. So it's fair to say it's been a weekend of highs and lows so far for the pre-season title favourite.
Took fourth this morning at the checkered flag. He actually opened the accounts for 2026 yesterday with P1 in FP1, but then 22nd overall in practice. It was a bit of a disaster, a bit of a practice session to forget. We mentioned the rookies in Moto3. There's a couple that we should talk about in this session, Luca Lanetta being one of them. Not such a bad first opening effort from Luca Lanetta, but he didn't quite do the business in practice yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, he's been a rookie that I think has caught the eye so far. There are 5 rookies overall in Moto2. You'll see 4 of them in this Q1 session. Lanetta, for most of testing and for this weekend, has been the second best rookie behind Angel Taqueras, the sole rookie through the Q2. Lanetta on the Boscoscuro, of course, with the Speed RS team. And there are in total 4 Boscoscuros going in this qualifying 1 session. If Lanetta can get through the Q2, it would be a spectacular achievement because, as we often see in Moto2, there are Grand Prix winners and podium finishers galore, even in this Q1 session.
Yeah, it's going to be a real fight to come through Q1. If you thought Moto3 was difficult, I think Moto2 may well be one of the most unpredictable. We had a little glimpse in one of the garages right there who unfortunately have got both of their riders in here. The Altmark VDS lot, Aaron Canet, not adapting to the Boscoscuro at all. Dennis Onchu, of course, likewise, but also coming back from an injury hit second half of last year. So the Altmark VDS guys have got a lot of work to do.
Very different vibes from the 2 of them down at Mark VDS. Cadet, who I guess used to fighting for championships, fought for the championship for the last couple of seasons, expected to be a little stronger than this, had a strange looking crash in pre-practice one yesterday morning into turn 1. We didn't understand it watching it, myself and the commentary box. Neither did Aaron, who was on board the bike, as we now watch him leaving pit lane. Onchu sounds a little bit more positive. He was a few places ahead. He was 20th at the end of practice, 4 places ahead of Canet. And Onchu says, I'm improving every time I'm on track, not just in terms of his understanding of the Boscoscuro, but also his physical condition. We shouldn't forget, we didn't see him past August last year after he broke his left leg. But he says, we are not lost, and they can see the direction they need to go in. So for Onchu, it all seems a little more promising.
And Onchu, as we saw in the box, has 5-time World Supersport champion Keenan Softwoglu by his side. I think we can be expecting to see a bit more of Keenan Softwoglu for all matters related to Top Rack coming up throughout the Turkish superstars' first MotoGP season. The green lights and the green flags are out, so that means that Moto2 Q1 is underway. Alonso Lopez, the fastest rider not to make the cut, along with GP winner last year, Joe Roberts. So there's a big old fight to come through with a lot of heavy-hitting names. 1 incident, 1 yellow flag, 1 exceeding track limits, and you could find yourself rooted to a 7th row or worse, potentially, in Moto2 tomorrow.
And we're expecting low 135s to be the kind of pace in this Q1 session, potentially high 34s, because we have already seen the lap record broken in Moto3 this afternoon. That's Alberto Ferrandez, another of our 5 rookies. Of course, 4 of those rookies have come via Moto3. Ferrandez, a regular frontrunner in the European Moto2 Championship, and that has been a successful route into World Championship before.
It has indeed. You only have to look at, well, maybe not this weekend, but Fermin Aldeguer to see exactly who can come through from there. So keep your eyes on Alberto Ferrandez. He might not be lighting up the timing monitor as we speak, or as of this weekend, but I think he'll be able to work out sooner rather than later. This is Alonso Lopez, who comes through turn 3, the number 21, looking to try and move through as he starts his first flying lap. Comes through out of sector 1. Big old moment on the exits. Tell you what, before we get into the lap times proper, let's just head back down to pit lane. Elliot York is still beavering away. Who have you got for us this time, Al?
Yeah, I'm still with Nicky Io, gents. Importance from beating Nicky, obviously a big year ahead for your guys. Let's start with Jose Antonio Rueda. Obviously, we know what happened over in Malaysia, and this off-season has been difficult for him, but how's he feeling now ahead of his Moto2 debut?
Obviously, we still haven't tried so many days with him, and he's still struggling quite a lot with the big bike. Also, you know, the fitness, physical condition for this is still 100%. But I mean, I think it's still all positive at the moment, considering how bad the accident was, what could have happened. So I think it's all just positive at the moment. He's already on the bike. by day. It's all basically testing for us at the moment. He understands that he has a big journey ahead of him, but you know, we keep working and I'm sure that we will reach the top from this.
What's his feedback been so far on the bike? This weekend, obviously difficult conditions, a very short winter, couple of days in Jerez as well. So what's his feeling been on the bike so far? You just said there he's still struggling with his hand a lot.
I think the feeling is improving lap by lap. You know, every time he goes on track, he learns something new, he understands something new, he figures out something new. So I think you know, we just need time at the moment. You know, we keep working together, and you know, it's just about time.
And on the other side of the box, ahead of you, obviously Colin, a big year for Colin. He had an impressive latter half, let's say, of the season last year. We know that he wants to go on and win more races this year. Excited from our side, what's the feeling like within the box, what Colin could do this year?
I think the feeling has been really good. I feel, especially during the last part of the season last year, he did quite a big step, especially mentally. You know, he was still quite the feelings and emotions were quite up and down during the beginning of the season. He was maybe a little bit too excited sometimes, but I think he has matured a lot lately, and you know, somehow I feel that, you know, he's approached professional now. So I think this will help a lot, especially during the season, and we all know the potential he has. So we are confident about our fight.
Thank you, Nicky. Good luck for the sessions.
Thank you to Nicky Iyer. Thank you to Elliot York. And whilst we're talking about KTM and Red Bull, I suppose it does bring us on nicely to the other rookie who needs no introduction, reigning world champion in Moto3, Jose Antonio Rueda.
Nicky Iyer doing a very good job, better job than we could have, just underlining Rueda's problems. He needs time just on a motorcycle, never mind a Moto2 bike, given how little preparation he's really had for this season. And it's not the kind of process that you can really fast forward, unfortunately, for Rueda. So we're just going to have to be patient with the Moto3 world champion. I don't think any of us really doubt that he will get there, but it might take perhaps a third of the season before we see him near his best. How many Moto2 rookies have we seen over the years from Moto3 really struggle to meet the physical demands, and that's even before you consider the injury that Rueda carried into the season.
Jose Antonio Rueda is a smart cookie. He's going to work it out. He just needs time, and unfortunately in Moto2 there's not a lot of time that you do get, but every single time he does go out on the track, you just know he's going to be going a little bit better. The Tony Arbolino fan club is in full force. The number 14 has just moved up into the top three. It's been David Alonso, who's at the moment in P2. Dennis Onchu, your Grand Prix winner from Aragon in Germany last year, is P1. Tayo Furusato, who's been very, very quiet so far, is one of our other rookies in this session. He's the final one provisionally, moving up into Q2.
Yeah, that's a lap worthy of a shout-out for Furusato. Best that he's done prior to this point was a 35.8 in pre-practice 2 this morning. He's bettered that by 0.6 of a second when it matters most in qualifying. So that's quite an impressive start to proceedings this afternoon for Furusato. Here's another of the rookies who we were talking up earlier on, Luca Lanetta, 32 now, replacing his previous 58 on the Boscoscuro.
And I tell you what, this is looking pretty impressive as well. He's 3 sectors in and only 1 factor off. The predictor has him going in P4, but he's going in the pit.
Yeah, instead of that, Lanetta, I mean, unless he was only fueled up for the one-time lap, that lap that puts him fifth on a 35.2. But yes, at least he knows that the lap time is in himself and in the bike when he next goes out again.
Yeah, I'd quite like to see the faces in the box. They'll be about as puzzled as we are up here in the other box, the comms box. But fifth at the moment for Luca Lanetta. I find his way of working very, very impressive. He's obviously not on the Kalex, which is the favoured bike in this class. But for Luca Lanetta on the Boscoscuro, wouldn't be surprised to see him move through today.
Yeah, myself and Jack on our Gear Up show on Thursday caught up with Fabio Gian Antonio, who's very closely aligned with Luca Lanetta, and he's super impressed by the maturity with which Lanetta is approaching life in Moto2, having of course spent a couple of seasons in Moto3 with 658. Here is Tayo Furusato, who I guess is one of those who we have to put in the same category as Rueda, as a challenge to get up to the physical demands of Moto2, because he's one of the shorter riders in this Moto2 class. Furusato currently 4th, 1 place behind Tony Arbolino, who swapped Elf Mark VDS Boscoscuro for Fantic Kalex in 2026.
Yeah, a couple of riders moving off the Boscoscuro after they realised that they could quite repeat what Igor was able to do back a couple of years ago. Moving on to Kalex machinery, and of course the MSI squad entirely moving back to Kalex machinery. More on that in a little bit of time when we get into Q2. This is on to Van der Gerberg. At the moment, he is in 7th. He needs to find a couple of tenths if he's to guarantee his slot moving through into Q2. As you can tell, everyone is in the pits at the moment. There's no track action thus far. 6.5 minutes to go, and you can be guaranteed that when one rider goes out, the entirety of the Q1 field heads out too.
As you saw there with Zonta, a new colour scheme, new ownership for the RW squad in 2026. The Mamovan Idrofok, the RW racing team, who offer some Dutch orange for this season in association with their new ownership and title sponsor. If you are looking to count Zonta and his teammate Yumi Sasaki in Q2, they've now swapped the previous RW white for Dutch orange.
Yes, new team manager in Javi Martinez, a new sponsorship in there as well. Still Dutch though, all the less, so Assen will still be their home Grand Prix. And of course now, I suppose, is it going to be a special livery if they run it all the time with the Dutch orange effect on the side? We'll have to wait and see. But new team manager Javi Martinez coming in. He's had experience in Moto2's European Championship and is also the personal manager, I believe, of one David Armando. So not a bad day so far if you're Javi Martinez. Just 5.5 minutes left to go then in this session. Tony Arbolino rolls out with Jorge Navarro. Jorge Navarro, the sole forward of Clint Factory Racing Team Machine in this one, courtesy of Alex Escreech, who has been pretty remarkable, it's got to be said. He's already in Q2. Jorge Navarro doesn't look like really challenging that honour and claim today.
Now, Navarro was 27 yesterday and this morning overall, so he's got a bit of a job on to join his teammate Escreech in Q2. There are 3 riders for me at the moment who are under real pressure in the latter stages of qualifying. One is Paolo Pavesio, managing director of Yamaha Motor Racing, watches his Moto2 outfit get to work. 3 riders who I feel are under pressure. Aaron Kinnett in 8th. Of course, we're used to seeing him in Q2, but of course that's usually on a Calex. He's now on a Boscoscuro. Alonso Lopez down in 11th place, who's gone the other way. Boscoscuro to Calex, joining the Rossini team. And Joe Roberts down in 12th place at the moment. He did a 35.1 in practice yesterday and a 35.3 this morning in practice. A 35.9 so far for the American. And there are only one, well, there's only one rider, Navarro, behind him. Of course, Huertas this weekend already over.
Indeed it is. So Jorge Navarro and Joe Roberts, 2 riders who know how to get to grips with Moto2, really struggling at the moment. Likewise, Alonso Lopez down there in 11th place at the moment behind Rueda, who's in 10th. This is another rider who really shone in the appearances he made whilst deputising for the injured Denis Onchu last year. Danny Munoz finds himself replacing Diogo Moreira, so big boots to fill for the number 17. No pressure at all. I think the expectations for our reigning world champions Italtrans perhaps slightly tempered and relaxed for 2026.
Plus, they're already down to 1 rider now with Munoz on the 17. No question. I don't think anyone in this paddock is arguing against the viewpoint that he deserves his place as a full-time regular in Moto2. He's been a bit of a substitute for hire over the last couple of years in this Moto2 class. Of course, took the place of Denis Onchu at Io in the second half of last season and converted that into a podium finish back in Barcelona. So Munoz, much merited place on the Moto2 grid all time. But of course, there are several venues, including this one, that he's seeing for the first time.
Yeah, never been here at Buriram. So Munoz, perhaps we're not getting the best indication of exactly just how fast he's going to be. He really likes the tracks that seem to have little grip. Expect Barcelona in May to be another one where he was on the podium last year for Danny Munoz to come through as he continues to not just adapt to Calex machinery, but also the updated Calex machinery and his new team as well in Italtrans, but they know exactly how to get the title wrapped up. You only have to watch back the highlights of 2025. Munoz comes out the final corner. This lap is looking pretty good if he can keep it all tidy, and he does. Moves up into the top 4, 3rd, and just under a 10.5 away from Onchu's time. So Munoz, whilst we're waxing lyrical about him, obviously turning up the heat with 2.5 minutes to go.
Oliver second covers the top 6 at the moment. It is super close. So it is in Moto2, and that could be added for the 7th day here of Alonso Lopez, who's potentially on target to get himself ahead of Onchu. And that could potentially push David Alonso closer towards the dreaded dotted line, and elimination in qualifying one, which would be a major shock, probably not an embarrassment for Alonso if that was to happen. Here is Alonso Lopez, who does go into 4th, but he just slots it behind Alonso and Munoz. So it's now Onchu, Alonso, Munoz and Lopez, your top 4 as we enter the final 2 minutes.
Lopez 15th yesterday, narrowly missing out on a Q2 slot. We did have a shower, so it could have all changed anyway, but really, Alonso Lopez, you'll be expecting to move through. I'll tell you what, Alberto Ferrandis is on a real interesting lap here.
Behind Alonso.
And he's got a good reference down into turn 12. As you mentioned, Lewis, he's got the 24 Moto3 World Champion to have a good look at. Alonso, does he improve his time? No. Ferrandis does, but doesn't really improve in position. Stays 10.
35.5 for Ferrandis, the 35.7 this morning, so he's put his best lap of the weekend. Alex De Angelis on the right there, former Moto2 Grand Prix winner, who celebrates his birthday on Thursday. And so far, he's getting plenty of positive presence from the teammates of Ferrandis, Guevara, who we'll see shortly.
Been waiting to say it all year. I know it's not very long, but at least there's 154 on a Pramac Yamaha this season. Danny Munoz comes to the line. This could be really impressive. Does he go P1? Of course he does. A 34.896, fastest time of this session so far, and into the 34th. That is his best lap of the weekend by a decent distance.
So now Lopez back down to 4th and Alonso to 3rd. David Alonso is only safe at the moment by 64 thousandths of a second. That's the gap between him and Arbolino, 3rd to 5th. Aaron Canet, who we're trying to pick up, he's the second of the Marquez Boscaros. Unshu was completely sideways coming through 10, so he's not necessarily giving his teammate the best possible reference up ahead, but Canet needs every bit of help he can get by the looks of it. This is surely not going to be enough to get him into the top 4.
Not at all. Canet is going to be out here. It's going to be a personal best. He's still out for second off. That puts him 9th. We need to be picking up David Alonso is just there. We go right on cue. Just coming through turns 9. We'll flick it left here at turn 10. Then it's a flick right through the flat out kink of turn 11. David Alonso heads down towards this final corner in the final sector. He is in 3rd place at the moment. Not a lot to be splitting him from elimination in the opening section. Checkered flag is out, so it's this or nothing. David Alonso doesn't improve, loses time in that final sector. Looked like he got it all a bit squirrely on the exit. So now David Alonso has done what he can do. It's not in his hands anymore.
Yeah, he's now got a nervous wait for the next minute and a half or so to see if 2 riders can beat a 135, 141. And David Alonso could be punted out in squad position. Canet is on target to potentially do it. He's a 10.5 up for the halfway stage, trying to drag a lap time out of his ill-behaving Boscascuro.
I think he's stuck right up behind his teammate Onchu. Arbolino's got 2 red helmets up as well. It really needs to come through on Dennis Onchu. Did he do it to turn 8? Oh, they've cost each other time. Onchu, well, nice to meet your new teammate up at turn 8. Canet had to make that pass. He had to force his way through. Dennis Onchu not impressed by the number 44 Valencians misdemeanors. Well, we'll have to wait and see whether it does anything. It's going to be very touch and go if Canet can squeeze through here. He would if he holds that margin to the line. Arbolino likewise trying to come in but can't. Rueda, I tell you what, Canet has. He's moved into 3rd. That pushes Alonso down to 4th, but everyone has taken a checkered flag, so David Alonso can bring the side to lead. But Aaron Canet has just about saved his own skin. He will be having a conversation, I'm sure, with Dennis Onchu.
Yeah, they're both through, but they wouldn't exactly follow the master plan there, did they?
Yeah, they're both through. Whether or not they are done with each other after all of that remains to be seen. At least Canet can go to Dennis Onchu and say, well, I made the move and we're both through to Q2 anyway.
Let's try and get another replay of that. Whether Onchu just jumped out of the way or whether Canet gave him no option, we might see when we get another look at that. But the rider will be breathing the biggest sigh of relief after all of that. Is David Alonso. Bosco's got over the line about 3 seconds after the checkered flag came out, so potentially Aspar timed it slightly wrong and he missed one final lap. Alonso squeezed through by 29 thousandths of a second.
That was tight. It would have been rather embarrassing, as you quite correctly said, Lewis, if David Alonso had not made it through. It was at this corner where Dennis Onchu was getting the old heave-ho right there. He's wheeling now, but he wasn't wheeling a lap ago, I can tell you that for sure. But he's second anyway, and he's still topping the team. Canet in 3rd, Alonso 4th. Danny Munoz, as we saw in the boxes a moment ago, is leading the way. But it was very, very tight. Alonso Lopez misses out on Q2 graduation, just like he missed out on automatically getting there yesterday. Who else have we got down there? Luca Lanetta, not bad. First effort for him in qualifying there in 6th. Arbolino Well, he's going to be disappointed with that. His 2025 woes continue another season. Purasato ahead of Van der Gurvo. Jose Antonio Rueda in 10th place ahead of Joe Roberts. Way down the order. That is just not really acceptable for a Grand Prix winner down there. Alberto Fernandez and Jorge Navarro, the only two behind the American.
That is the major shock, I think, of that Q1 session. Roberts down in 11th. He'll start 25th of the 27 that start tomorrow's Thai Grand Prix. And a polite round of applause for David Alonso. Hey, no one will remember that he was only 4th in Q1 if he takes pole and wins the race tomorrow. But in the end, the job's just about done.
I was just about to say, let's get the box in the Mark Phoenix carriage, and they weren't talking. I think Onju went straight to his seat, didn't even glance over to the other side of the box. So Aaron Canet maybe not getting on too well right out the gate, but they'll be all right later on.
Yeah, Aaron Canet had a job to do, and that job was done in the end by squeezing through into Q2. 1:34.8 though for Danny Munoz, sees him breeze through. That lap time would have put him up inside the top 10 yesterday. Munoz quickest then from the Altmaier with the S2O of Denis Untitled and Aaron Canet, who both moved through the Q2. David Alonso also advances by the skin of his teeth. Alonso Lopez Smith ahead of Luca Lanetta, who will start 20th on his Moto2 debut, ahead of Arbolino and Purasato. Van den Gurvo 9th ahead of Jose Antonio Rueda, who in the end came within 3/10 of making it through the Q2. Joe Roberts 11th ahead of Alberto Fernandez and Jorge Navarro, who can only go forwards, having qualified in 27th place. So on a weekend where there hasn't been much good news so far for the Untitled Trans team, they have some in Q1 with Danny Munoz quickest. The battle for pole in Moto2. The first of the year comes next.
Just one more session stands between first from right now until the first green lights of the season in Spa as a race is concerned. The MotoGP sprint in exactly 1 hour will be underway in the company of Lewis Sotheby to my left and Matt Burt, who will be taking over the hot seats here in just a few moments' time. Before that, we have to decide pole position in Moto2. I can tell you what a Q1 it was. Denis Onju just about coming through with teammate Aaron Canet. Second and third for them. Danny Munoz led the way. David Alonso almost didn't make it at all, but does squeeze through by the narrowest of margins, just under 300ths of a second. He was the final rider to come through in P4. So who are they joining in Q2? Well, we'll be able to have a look at that very, very soon. But one of them is the highest placed returnee in the 2026 Moto2 field, and that is Manu Gonzalez, who has been absolutely flying. Manu Gonzalez under the existing lap record yesterday in practice, so keep an eye on the number 18. His teammate Senna Aegis is in there as well. But really, it is going to be an absolute riot to see who can take the first pole of 2026 in Moto2. More on that in a little while. I think we can hear now from Manu Gonzalez's team boss, El York. Who have you got now?
Yeah, we certainly can. Jürgen, great to speak to you for the first time this season. We saw Manu have some difficulties this morning on the front end, it looked like. Can you just explain what was going on in FP2?
Yeah, yesterday we had some complaints about the front. Even the lap time was impressive, so we tried another fork with another setup, and to him it felt really strange, not only the setup, and we have tried first another tire, but this was not the matter, so we are quite sure it was the front fork. They open it, they haven't seen any problem inside, but it could be also the setup. We have tried this in Jerez and it was quite good, but here is a bit unique, so now we are back to the yesterday's setup and we hope it's going well.
Yeah, you don't expect any more problems in terms of the front end then, because you've obviously swapped back to yesterday's setting. Overall, Manu, how's he feeling in general? He was confident yesterday, but also said he needs to find that front end feeling, so I guess that's what you were searching for this morning, but it didn't work.
Yeah, he's feeling overall quite good, but he asked for a bit more in the front, a bit more support, and that's why we tried this morning, and but now I said to him, you have to manage this, because it wasn't that bad yesterday, but his feeling overall is good, but it could be a bit better, to be honest.
And on the other side of the box, of course, Senna looks good again. A podium here last year, of course. I spoke to him on Thursday. He sounds confident again coming into this year. Obviously, 2 wins last year. A more confident rider, more experienced, and I imagine with both of them, you're looking for wins and a title charge this year.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that he has an incredible speed, we know, but sometimes he was not constant enough, and this is where we work for, because this is the last step for him. But for here, we are really looking forward, because this morning he did a long run and it was impressive. So let's hope for tomorrow.
Thank you, Jürgen. Good luck for Q2 just coming up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elliot. Thank you, Jürgen. Yeah, really, really exciting times, even if all was not too well earlier on this morning. We saw the graphic pop up, so let's just run through exactly who the runners and riders are in this one. Manu Gonzalez, by far and away the rider to beat so far up until this morning, when he had those problems that Jürgen Ling was just talking about just there. Alex Escrige, right on your screen. What a performance that was on the Clint Racing Team forward machine. Fantastic from the number 11. Ethan Guevara completing your top 3. Danny Holgado, Grand Prix winner last year, up in the top 4, completing that top 5. Mario Adji, so the Indonesians are flying, not just in Moto3, no spoilers, but also yesterday in Moto2. Senna Aegis, Ayumu Sasaki, Ivan Ortela, Celestino Vietti, Colin Via, Barry Baltus, Sergio Garcia, Angel Piqueras, the rookie moving through into 13th place at the checkered flag yesterday. Philip Salach in 14th place. So them, along with Munoz, Onchu, Alonso and Canet, it's going to be tasty and fighting out there, isn't it, Lewis?
Yeah, we saw in practice yesterday the top 14 that you just ran off that are into qualifying 2 automatically before we saw Q1 take place, covered by just over half a second. So we're literally going to be talking about 1 or 2 mistakes. If you miss your braking marker or you miss an apex by half a meter, that could cost you a row on the grid in the ultra competitive Moto2 class that we're looking at. David Alonso is through to Q2. Didn't exactly take the stress-free route through the Q2, but he is there. Manu Gonzalez, who looks the favourite when we all went to bed last night and had a shocking morning in FP2, has that potentially left the door open for Danny Holgado to start this Q2 session as our favourite for pole.
Danny Holgado has very exciting race pace as well, so we will have to wait and see. Senna Aegis can also put in a lap. What about the Boscoscuro as well? On that note, let's head down to pit lane. Elliot, where are you?
Yeah, I'm down at the Team RS, Speed RS, garage with Luca Boscoro. Luca, great to speak to you for the first time this season. We'll focus in on your box first. You've got an exciting rookie, Luca Lanetta. How's he feeling after Q1?
No, really well, because today, okay, stay out to the Q1, but it's only for nothing. And I think it doesn't matter where you start, but where you are arriving. And the job, many kilometers, and the job is good. I am confident to the future.
And Celestino on the other side, of course, with you for the second time this season, confident that you can make a step forward and fight for more victories and maybe fight for the title this year?
This is, I hope, normally, but it's many that won't arrive to the title. But yes, working well this winter, and I hope they make the good qualifying, and tomorrow one normal race. Only that.
And in terms of the bike, Luca, what's changed this season? What upgrades have you tried to make to, try and be more competitive than where that's now?
Make many new parts, but it's just a little different, because last year we win 5 races with 3 different riders, because the bike. The problem last year coming when change the tire, don't understand very well when change the tire. Only that.
Thank you, Luca. Good luck for the session.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I don't think any of us could have said it better ourselves up here in commentary. Luca Boscoscuro there giving you the insight to exactly what new items they've got, and also whether or not Celestino Vietti. I couldn't believe it when we were doing a class photo of 2026 the other day, Lewis, up here in commentary, when you came out and said that Celestino Vietti never a top 6 rider at the end of the year standing. Surely it's going to change this year.
Well, you'd like to think so. Of the Boscoscuros, 6 of them now, of course, down by 2 with the LSI team ditching the Boscoscuros that they won the championship with a year prior, deciding that they'd had enough of them last season. There are 6 on the grid now, and we have all of them now into, or 4 of them, should I say, into qualifying 2, doubling the quota after Ivan Guevara and Justino Vietti made their way through yesterday. The Martin Vs pair joining them in qualifying 1, and it certainly does look as if their best bets are Vietti and Guevara, from what we've seen in testing and from what we've seen in practice. Guevara, I think, is the leading Boscoscuro contender in his qualifying 2 session. He's been top 3 in every session so far.
Down towards that final corner as we get towards the first lap time is being set then in the Moto2 Q2, the opening Q2 of this 2026 season. Let's see what we've got. 34.8 from David Alonso. Now that will do just nicely. That's a bit better from it, isn't it, David? Across the line he goes. He's only 1,000 for the second quicker than Mario Aggi. You do get the feeling that it's not a bad opening banker, but there's going to need to be a little bit more time left in this one just yet.
National holiday in Indonesia if Aggi can get onto pole position, given where his speed's been in 2025. Gonzalez is opening at 10th, puts him into 5th place. I guess looking to try and rebuild a bit of confidence after a confidence-sapping FP2 session earlier on today. Here's one of the riders to watch, certainly the Boscoscuro to watch. Guevara goes into 4th place. Ivan Ortola no longer on a Boscoscuro in the back of the picture. He takes provisional pole on a 34.6.
We did say on Thursday as well, didn't we, that Ivan Ortola was going to be right there in 2026. A 34.693. That is just shy of 0.2 of a second quicker than David Alonso thus far. But we have over 10 minutes left remaining, so it can still all change. David Alonso at the moment making his way through down. This is where he crashed earlier. This is at turn 8. This is up on turn 9. So Alonso's got a bit of traffic. That's Mario Aggi. Is it coming through just in front of him? Yes, it is. And then it looks like Philip Salac, fast Philip Salac this year aboard the American Racing Team machine. So let's see what they can do. Down to this final corner, David Alonso not really in touch, is he?
Yeah, Holgado's leading this trade, and he might be about to join his teammate on the front row of the grid here. Alonso currently second. Holgado will be close to him. In fact, he's ahead of the ball at 34.625. Sees Holgado. Strong final sector for the 96. Takes him now onto provisional pole.
He found 0.3 in that final sector. He was 0.2 off, I'm sure, coming through the 3rd sector. So to find all of that, Danny Holgado absolutely laying down a gauntlet and a half. He's only, what, a 10th and a bit off of Manu Gonzalez's record lap time from last year, from yesterday, from practice. We'll get there in a minute.
Gonzalez does take 3rd place though now, so he's back where roughly he was yesterday in those 134s. So Holgado, Ortola, Gonzalez currently on front row. Salac, Aggi, Alonso is your second row. Suffice to say that will be the best qualifying of Mario Aggi's career. If he can hold on to 5th, he'll be his best by 7 places.
Mario Aggi did look very, very good at a couple of points last year, but of course he was injured and out for a little while. So Mario Aggi, we know he can be fast. It's whether or not he can be consistently fast right the way through the course of 2026. We pick up David Alonso, who is still hustling away on the Aspar Calex. This is his teammate Danny Holgado. We're switching between the two of them, and for good reason. Both are very much in touch. Likewise, Manu Gonzalez, who is, I think, just behind them, is he? Yes, I think he's just behind Alonso on track. He's coming through the 3rd sector in a moment's time. Danny Holgado down towards this final corner. The number 96 has already gone P1 when they make it back-to-back. Fastest lap of the profession. He does indeed, and drops into the 34.5. Great lap time from the 96.
Yeah, 10 for the second, which, trust me, in Moto2 is quite a lot. There's Max Quiles, their Moto3 hotshot, now watches on and cheers on one or two of the riders who I guess he's aiming to replace in that Moto2 team in 2027.
He won't be affording them for too much longer if there's no room at the inn, but all rumours believe that David Alonso will at least be moving on elsewhere. We'll have to wait and see. But moving on elsewhere up towards MotoGP, it should be said. We'll have to wait and see, though. Ivan Guevara, so far, so cool. Down in 10th. He knows he can go a little bit faster than that. That is for certain. He was in the top 3 yesterday. He's rounding out the top 10 as things stand with just under 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, that would be something of a surprise if he qualifies down there. The leading Boscoscuros at the moment, Vietti and Guevara 8th and 10th. Canet 12th, which would be quite a save, I think, for him, given how his weekend has been shaping up to now. No time yet for two riders, one of whom is the fourth Boston scorer in this session, Denis Untitled, and Alex Escridge, who came in at the end of his first time lap, as Holgado is giving it plenty to try and set a new all-time lap record. I think his hopes have gone on that lap.
Yeah, just on that one though, Holgado's got good pace. He was on course for 3 fastest laps there in a row, wasn't he? So most of the field, with the exception of Danny Holgado, are now in the pit lane. Danny Holgado makes it the entirety of the field now in pit lane. And just as I say that, Ethan Guevara means that it isn't the entirety of the field in pit lane. He starts his second run, 10th at the moment, as we've already said, for Ethan Guevara. I'm my best fan of Danny. I presume that
She likes Danny Holgado.
I think that's exactly what that means. So good to see that everyone's got a few fans, haven't they, in Thailand? Dare I say, even us.
Yeah, and there's a lot to like about Danny Holgado, we have to say, after what he did in his rookie season. Rookie of the year, of course, in Moto2. As we look at the sole remaining OnlyFans American racing rider in this session, that is Philip Salat, who made a very good start to the weekend. He was in top 3 in free practice 1, along with this man, Ethan Guevara, and this is a circuit. Of the circuits on the calendar, Philip Salat would probably put this towards the podium of his favourite on the calendar. Podium finisher here back in 2022.
Yes, and that was his first Moto2 podium as well. So happy memories for Philip Salat here in this part of the world. Denis Untitled wants to get moving, and he's got what he wished for. Denis Untitled down at the moment, and not with a lap time. That's probably why he's quite eager to get out.
Yes, he's not got any safety net now, having not done a lap time to this point, much like Alex Escridge, who we're still waiting to see back out on the racetrack. 5 minutes 45 to go. Here's Barry Baltus, 3rd in the World Championship last season. Of course, the sole Fantic rider remaining in qualifying after we lost Arbolino in Q1 at the moment. Baltus is starting at the head of row 5.
Aaron Canet it is who's next up to get the hurry up from the Elfmark VDS Pro. Let's see what he can do. He's rounding out the provisional 4th row as things stand, but Aaron Canet, having gone through via Q1, you already get the feeling that he may have done a bit of screen biting to get up to the top 12. We'll have to wait and see. Denis Untitled hasn't set a time, and neither has Escridge down there. So Escridge's still in the pits, actually. He's just heading out now.
Yeah, he's at the front of that train then, and he can't afford much faffing around on the outlap and trying to pick a rider to follow. He's just got to get on with this now, because by the time he comes back round to the start-finish line, he's going to have 3 minutes and 2 laps probably to really get his act together. As has Guevara, who will be surprised if he's down on the 4th row. He's trying to lift himself up, and with sector 2s like that, he's going the right way about it.
Yeah, not bad from the Boscoscuro. So he's finished last year on a high, starting 2026 on a high. Perhaps we'll have to wait and see exactly what he gets up to at the checkered flag. As you can see, both of the Aspar machines are heading out. That looks like a fresh tyre for David Alonso, confirmed from pit lane, and Elliot York that it is indeed a fresh tyre from David Alonso. Danny Holgado getting the plaudits from KTM test rider and part-time TV presenter Paul Espargaro there as well. 4 minutes of Q2 to go.
Here comes Guevara then, who's lost a bit of time on the advantage he gained in sector 2. He's lost in sector 3. But he was pretty good in sector 4 during practice yesterday. How good is he through this 4th sector? Is he good enough to take on to provisional pole? Not quite, but he does now move up into the middle of the front row. It is now an all-Spanish front row of the grid.
That'll do just nicely. Calex, Boscoscuro, Calex. So good variety at the front of Moto2. Look at Ethan Guevara. Oh, it's Celestino Vietti rides it like he stole it coming out on turn 3. Look at Ethan Guevara, just 1/1000th of a second. And talking of thousandths of a second, it's a 10th of a second up. If your name's Colin Vire, right on cue, the graphic appears. He's lost a little bit in that 3rd sector. We need to be picking up the Dutchman in the 4th.
Yeah, many have him as a real top for 2026, having pushed Diogo Moreira for victory in Portimao late last season in the IO squad that are addicted to winning Moto2 World Championships.
He's coming through in towards the final corner. Is it going to be enough to get him towards the front row of the grid? Colin Vire looking to try and make up a big load of places. He makes up 10 of them. That puts him at the head of the 2nd row. Good effort from Vire.
Once again, Guevara absolutely ripping up the 2nd sector. Can he get a bit of a better 3rd sector this time as Baltus shadows Untitled towards the final corner? This is Untitled's first lap of the session, which is why we're seeing personal best, but he's busy being overtaken by Barry Baltus, which is sending Untitled way offline.
And he blows it at the final corner. That's going to cost him coming down Australian straight as well. Baltus ready to go, 13th, 1-2 lap time on the board, but he only puts him 17th, so there's a lot of time still to be found. Keenan Softwoglu watching on, and yeah, probably not too happy right now. Inkan Guevara coming to the line. Let's see if he does another final sector to behold. Not this time, it went away from him.
He's got 2 more laps to play with. Senna Agius very quick through the second sector, as is Via. That's clearly the area of the circuit where Holgado is weakest, because a lot of riders are gaining on him through there, but we know that Holgado really did ace sector 3, which is about to come to a conclusion. So is Via able to maintain some sort of advantage as Agius follows Canet? Agius is right in touch with Holgado here, but we need to be following Via too.
Agius follows Canet. Agius rides Pillion with Canet. Agius comes through on Canet up the inside of the final corner. He had to make the move. He had to have a more pace than him. The Australian moving through 12th at the minute. Did it? Oh, what a final sector! Pulled him all out with a pass. Senna Agius, provisional pole. Now Jonathan watching on the left-hand side of shot. He'll be happy with that. Senna Agius pulls it out of the back proper with just over 90 seconds to go.
Via's looking to follow the same route, because he went up the inside there of what looks like Garcia into the final corner. Vietti's also launching an attack. So is Danny Holgado, and Guevara's not done either.
Red sectors everywhere here in Buriram. Vietti's lost a bit of time in that third sector. We're riding with him now through 11. This is coming down towards that final corner. Holgado has lost time. He's backed out of it, but down towards turn 12. Celestino Vietti is in touch here for a front row. Is he in touch for a provisional pole to the line? Vietti loses time, goes 5th. Yellow flags in sector 2. So that means lap times will be automatically cancelled. Munoz.
Guevara, I want to thank Guevara, who's ahead of all that. So he's now into the final corner in 3rd place. Is he finally going to get it right and get up to pole position? No, he splits Aegis on Holgado. Guevara back into 2nd.
Number 28 thousandths of a second adrift of Senna Agius. Whatever Senna Agius is doing in that final sector, he's doing it very, very well indeed. Yellow flags in sector 2, and that is a very beaten up Sergio Garcia on his return to full-time competition in the Moto2. That looks like it's down at turn 3, so that could be quite fast under braking. Leather's all scuffed up. Let's have a look what happened.
Yeah, it's cost the big group that were on their final flying laps and all set best first sectors. It was actually a scritch that went down, and they took the front tyre away from Sergio Garcia, so no fault of Garcia's, and a miserable qualifying session for a Screech who did not set a time.
Well, a Screech was also very, very fast yesterday at this same point of the day, so massive, massive shame for a Screech. He really could have done without it. The yellow flags are still out, and the checkered flag has just come out.
I'll tell you who's really suffered through that. Manu Gonzalez, who's down in 7th place, and of course no one's going to improve now with the yellow flags out. So Gonzalez nailed back on the 3rd row of the grid.
And look at where David Alonso is, Lewis. He's down there in 10th place. A disaster. He's only less than 3/10 off, but the margins in Moto2 are so finite, you can't afford to be 3/10 off in 2026. David Alonso, one of the big problems he had throughout 2025 was his qualifying, and now he starts 2026 in a lot better position than he started last year, but not much better than how he ended last season.
So it's a good news, bad news qualifying session for the intact GP squad. Manu Gonzalez back on the 3rd row of the grid, but a first career pole in his 51st Grand Prix start. He qualified 2nd in Australia last year, but for the first... time in his career, Senna Agius is a Moto... pole sitter.
And he's the first Australian pole in 5 years too. So solid job from Senna Agius. Is not quite the lap record that Manu Gonzalez was able to do yesterday, but if Gonzalez can't deliver, look to the other side of the box and you'll find Senna Agius. One big thing that Agius was perhaps criticised on last season, with the exception of here when he was on the podium, was his consistency. Well, he starts on pole to silence the haters. Let's get down to pit lane. Immediate reaction. El, who have you got?
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to speak to Jürgen Ling a lot this year. Jürgen, congratulations, Senna. What a lap time here. First pole for an Australian since Remy Gardner in 2021. You must be super pleased with that.
Yeah, of course. We know that he have a good the pace, but for one lap I wasn't that sure, but finally he did it. Was a bit lucky, but we take it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, not to give any spoilers away, but there's going to be some party on Saturday night for the Liverpool Dynamo Intact GP team.
They've got a lot to live up to, hasn't it, for that particular squad? Well, Guevara did get it together in the end. He keeps up his record of being top 3 in every session this weekend and can achieve one more. We'll be starting 2026 with a podium. Daniel Gardo for sure will be in the battle for victory. We saw his long run this morning. He's backed that up with a front row start. The 96 who was spent all of Valencia last year staring at the back of Ethan Guevara's Boscascuro. Could those two be in for another battle at the start of this season?
Yeah, I think we are going to have that kind of battle, aren't we? What a fine performance from Gardo, straight onto the front row in 2026. Guevara kicks up from where he left off. Aegis has shown flashes of brilliance before. He's right up there, but the rider in fourth is one of the riders for me, Ivan Ortola, right up the pointy end from the get-go this year.
Vietti and Vaya too will both be fancying at least a run at the podium from that second row too. Gonzalez playing catch-up really, given how quick he was yesterday in 7th place. This Moto2 Grand Prix has all the ingredients. We've had 2 seasons where we've had 19 and then 18 last year. Different podium finishes, a record 11 different winners last season, and Moto2 is not settling down in 2026 either.
Not at all. Celestino Vietti was one of those winners last year. He's on the middle of that second row, one of the riders who looks to add his name to the winners list this year, Colin Vaya. That's not confusing at all with Vietti and Vaya is next to each other on the grid for the timing tower at least. He completes that second row. Big scalps for Vaya. The names of Gonzalez, David Alonso, and likewise, you could also say Aaron Canet, because Canet got the race-winning pennant. In this class, albeit not on a Boscascuro.
Yeah, he I think will be quite relieved to be up in the front 5 rows of the grid. 15 for Aaron Canet is a bit of a save from how it was looking. A couple of shout-outs further back. Mario Acci in 9th, 3rd row of the grid. Best ever qualifying for him in Moto2. And also for Angel Piqueras on his debut in Moto2. 11th on the grid, only 4/10 off pole.
Special mention to Mario Aggi. That's a fine performance as well, up inside the top 10. He completes that 3rd row. Philip Salach, fast Philip as he is here in Buriram, in the middle of that 3rd row. But your pole sitter is making his way around Senna Aegis. We know how quick he is. You think he can improve perhaps on last year's podium, convert it to victory, Lewis?
Certainly on the evidence of today, I think he can. Yeah, the big problem I think he had last year, along with the consistency, as you mentioned, was getting qualifying right. We did see from Aegis on 10 of the 21 Grand Prix that he competed in last year. He was outside the front 3 rows of the grid. He certainly isn't this time. Yeah, for the first time, Senna, you'll be... a brand new Tissot watch around your wrist later.
Yeah, that'll look good when you're out about on Saturday night, right as we said. First Australian pole in 5 years. Last time it was Remy Gardner at the 2021 Styrian GP. That seems a long time ago, doesn't it? 2021, is it really 5 years ago already? Just to touch on a rider further downfield, and as we've already commented on his qualifying performances, perhaps not up to scratch. David Alonso, what's he going to be thinking already?
Well, for Alonso, he'll, I guess, be telling a similar story to his team as what we saw from him last year. On race pace, I don't think his race pace is in much doubt, but just cannot nail that perfect qualifying lap. If Daniel Alonso is to back up his pre-season championship favourite status, then he needs to improve on Saturday afternoons. Make no doubt about that, because he once again will start in the shadow of his teammate Daniel Holgado. Alonso, I think, certainly has the pace for the podium, but he's got to come from the front of row 4.
And can he bully his way through, though? That's the thing. It's tight in Moto2 this year. It was only small margins that kept him all the way down there. Any other time, really, 3/10 is not that bad.
Yeah, he's going to be relying a lot on his ability to get a rear tyre at the end of the Grand Prix, but the best fear for Alonso is from 10th on the grid, he might be a little bit too far back by the time that advantage starts to come into play. Teneragius, the 81 here this afternoon. He's going to swap his team cap for a Pirelli first place one for the very first time in his Moto2 career. Of course, we've already seen Teneragius victorious. It's the last one of those coming spectacularly in front of his home fans, of which they look like two of them at Phillip Island last year. Can he start this season the way his teammate started last, with victory in Buriram?
I think there's a few home...
How much?
Would be a
Grand Prix of Thailand, 44 races in 80. Punched across 5 continents, kicks off the Chang International Circuit. A short flight from bustling Bangkok. The first points in the bid to lift MotoGP's biggest laps in the sprint next live. It's finally time for racing. It's time for MotoGP. First MotoGP race to take place here in Thailand was all the way back in 2018. One of 8 Asian countries is Thailand to host a MotoGP race on 12 tracks in Asia in total, 12 turns, 4.55 kilometers, 12 turns in total, 7 right, 5 left. Pretty tight finishing, to say the least, in what are exceedingly hot conditions. It is hot, hot, hot as we return from our long winter break. 33 degrees approximately is the ambient temperature ahead of our first sprint action, our first race action in what feels like an awful long time ago. Up next, the Tissot sprint. We're going to see hopefully plenty of overtaking in this 13 lapper. This was 12 months ago. No brotherly love at this stage of the Grand Prix as Mark fired on the inside of Alex at turn 12. Hopefully back with a bang here in Buriram. Welcome one and all to the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. It has felt like an awful long winter An awful long wait for our first race action of the new campaign, the 78th season in the MotoGP World Championship. But here we go. We can, for the first time this year, say it is indeed time to go racing. It's time for the world's best riders on the world's fastest machines to put themselves against each other. Find out who will prevail at the end of a 22-round campaign, which will take us to the four corners of the globe. 44 races, 22 of them sprints, 22 of them Grand Prix, 814 points up for grabs, the first 12 of which will be decided over the next hour or so here at the Chang International Circuit in northeast Thailand. No more time for the nerves, no more time for the butterflies. It's now time for the real deal. It's time for business in Buriram as we open shop for the 2026 World Championship campaign in the company of Matt Burt, Lewis Sidbury. Always a pleasure to be talking you through all the action from the commentary box. We have the best seat in the house, as you do at home, ready for what we hope will be an absolute classic MotoGP World Championship campaign. Jack Appleyard is with us as always, back down in pit lane, bringing us great insight and great interviews from the heart of the action. The action which so far has very much belonged to one rider and one team. Aprilia Racing's Marco Bezzecchi has stole the show and stole the headlines so far here in Thailand. In this morning's Q2 session, despite a late crash at turn 12, the second of two stalls actually for the Italian on Sprint Saturday here in Buriram. He is on pole position for the third consecutive race. First time for Bez, first time that's ever happened for Aprilia. He did it all thanks to a 128.652. Nothing though to split Bez and our reigning world champion. The defence of the crown starts right here, right now for number 93, Marc Marquez. He's second on the grid, of course. Marc, the winner of the sprint and the Grand Prix here on his factory Ducati debut 12 months ago. A front row completed by Ralph Hernandez. Two Aprilias on the front row. At one stage we thought Aprilia might lock out the front row, but Lewis, awesome, fantastic, phenomenal, you say whatever you want. It's great to be back racing, but despite two crashes here on Sprint Saturday, clearly the man on your screens, Marco Bezzecchi, is the rider to beat.
Yeah, not that he wants to admit it, but he is the favourite coming into this first sprint of... Good afternoon to you all, wherever you're watching. This is the moment we've been waiting for since the curtain came down in Valencia in November of last year, to see MotoGP bikes line up alongside each other on the grid with the best riders in the world going head to head. And head to head might well be the key topic of discussion in this, because it feels like we are set for a shootout between Marc Marquez, the defending champion, and the form rider at the end of last season, the beginning of this season, Marco Bezzecchi.
Here he is, the reigning king of MotoGP, back on top of the throne. For 7 times now MotoGP World Champion Marc Marquez, he has been here in this situation, done it, got the t-shirts, got the trophies, but even for Marc, and all his experience, he'll be feeling those nerves, a few butterflies, as he looks to make a successful start to the defence of his title. This, of course, will be Marc's first competitive race action since the Indonesian Grand Prix in early October. Feels like a long, long time ago, of course, when he was involved in a season-ending anger with his current rival, Marco Bezzecchi. Perhaps still some doubts about whether the right shoulder he suffered, the injury suffered in Mandalika, is fully recovered, but he's certainly not slowing him down too much. Marquez goes from second on the grid. Ralph Hernandez, 14th at the end of play on Friday. A brilliant lap of a 128.7 to lead Q1. His Q1 time actually for Raul was faster than his Q2 time, but for just the 4th time in his MotoGP career, Fernandez flying away from the front row. Lewis, can he stick his nose in the battle?
I think he might be, actually, because, of course, we have to look at Ralph Hernandez through very different lenses now in 2026. Of course, now a Grand Prix winner with Trackhouse victorious in Australia last season, he now fully believes that he belongs at the front of MotoGP. A pretty cunning at Marc Marquez from all angles, I think, in this Tissot sprint, because Jorge Martin here from 5th on the grid is also going to potentially have something to say. Of course, he is the sprint master in MotoGP, but Marc Marquez here this afternoon could potentially tie Jorge Martin for the most ever sprint wins. Martin leads it 16 to 15, so Martin potentially looking to preserve his record this afternoon.
50% of the top 8 of this Thai Grand Prix grid have rolled off the production line at the Noali factory back at Aprilia's base in Italy. Agura completing their quartet in 8th place, and we know the sort of brilliance that Agura's capable of delivering here in Buriram. A sensational debut here for Trackhouse Aprilia 1 year ago when he was 4th in the sprint, 5th in the Grand Prix, which eventually turned out to be his season best finishes in both. Completing what is a very strong second row is Pedro Acosta on the factory KTM. Acosta qualifying in 6th place. Fabio Di Giannantonio leads that second row, and he is certainly one rider more than capable of taking this fight to Bezzecchi and Marquez this afternoon and tomorrow. He has had great race pace just off that front row by 400ths of a second. One Italian flying on the Ducati GP26. You can't sadly say the same for Pecco Bagnaia.
We thought that we'd turned the page on Pecco Bagnaia's struggles of 2025. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of a hangover from last year's issues for the two-time MotoGP world champion. Again, slightly unfortunate, but also just at the wrong part of the racetrack at the wrong time yesterday in practice when rain was falling. Bagnaia didn't get the best of the conditions, nor of himself, which put him in qualifying 1. And of course, it was qualifying 1 that featured the aforementioned Ralph Fernandez and Frankie Morbidelli. One of those 3 was going to have to miss out. In the end, it was Bagnaia who starts from the 5th row of the grid. And we know that the sprints weren't exactly his strongest discipline last year.
7 sprint podiums so far for 27-year-old Di Giannantonio, the last of which came in our last sprint to close out 2025 over in Valencia. 2 riders on that second row going in search of their first sprint victories. Pedro Acosta's amassed a whole bunch of sprint podiums himself, 11. He was also on that Valencia sprint podium last November. And those 2 really start to pick a fight with Bezzecchi and Marc Marquez. Further down the grid, our 3rd row is Alex Marquez in 7th, ahead of his factory GP26 debut for VK8 Brazilian Racing. Agura and Morbidelli along your 3rd row. Heading row 4 and leading the Honda charge, 2 Hondas are actually on that 4th row, is Joan Mir, the 2020 MotoGP world champion. He filing a best of 129.385 this morning. The second of those 2 Hondas on the first 4 rows is Johan Zarco in 12th place. It's Brad Binder in a HRC sandwich on that row 4 in 11th.
Yeah, it looks like Honda are going to be in that battle with potentially some of the KTMs and perhaps the tail end of the Ducati Aprilia battle for the lower sprint points here this afternoon. Reminder, if you're new to MotoGP, points down to 9th place in the Tissot sprint. 12 for the winner, 9 for second, then from 3rd down to 9th, they counts down 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1. So for Joan Mir from 10th, he has to try and get forwards into the points and potentially look for better opportunities tomorrow. It looks like Honda have got the 3rd or 4th fastest motorcycle at the moment, perhaps 3rd fastest if you discount Pedro Acosta, who's put that KTM up on the 3rd row of the grid. Brad Binder on the 2nd of the KTM. To see between those Hondas that made Q2.
Might not have been able to start in Q2 early on this morning, but Diogo Moreira certainly caught a few eyes on his debut in Q1. It was some qualifying performance by Moreira this morning. He will go from 15th on Pro Honda LCR. He was only 400 per second actually behind the vastly more experienced Luca Marini. Behind him on the grid, MotoGP world champion Fabio Quartararo. Yes, we know that the Yamaha currently is having a bit of a woeful introduction to life full-time on its new V4 powered M1. Maverick Vinales, a Grand Prix world champion. Jack Miller, a MotoGP race winner. Alex Rins, a multiple race winner across all 3 Grand Prix classes. So too Enea Bastianini, and world Superbike champion Toprak Vazgat Lioglu behind Diogo Moreira. 15th on the grid, looking for a bit of a free home Grand Prix boost as we head back to Brazil for the first time in 22 years, in 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, spent a lot of time trying to learn from other riders as Diogo Moreira. He's a bit of a sponge. We've seen a lot in Moto2 when he won the World Championship. He would spend a lot of the weekend up behind other riders looking for potentially some trade secrets. And he certainly got the best out of him, 7th in qualifying to get himself on the 5th row of the grid as we now seen perhaps the slowest and the prettiest moved all weekend. They've struggled to keep up with Marco Bezzecchi so far this weekend, but this is now the slow fuel eco cruise to the grid to make sure that they don't use of that crucial fuel that we're going to need.
You hear 1 year ago, no points last year, 16th at the checkered flag in the Grand Prix, 14th over the line in the sprint. 2025, it was a pretty injury-ravaged campaign, wasn't it, for the Spaniard? He missed 8 Grand Prix injured after suffering that nasty left shoulder injury in a wet Q2 in Germany. Only the second time in 11 years in MotoGP, Vinales closed out a season without a single podium. The only other one being his rookie season with Suzuki back in 2015. He's going to be in the podium fight at any stage here this weekend in the sprint or the Grand Prix. Well, he's going to be having to produce something really, really special. Vinales goes from 17th on the grid.
His teammate, one row ahead of his teammate Enea Giannini, whose qualifying problems from his first KTM season also persist. He's only got Toprak and Michele Pirro behind him, so their best chance of some points is likely to come tomorrow in the full-length Grand Prix of the 26th lap, which also comes away at 3 p.m. local time. We're a quarter of an hour away from 3 o'clock and the start of the 2026 MotoGP season in baking hot conditions here in Buriram. And the heat has all been put on by Aprilia so far this weekend. Ducati, it feels, for the first time in several seasons, start the season with a real battle on their hands.
Here comes Marco Bezzecchi then, losing to pole position, the 10th of his MotoGP career, 6th time he's been on pole for Aprilia, the first time in his MotoGP career he's starting the season on the front row of the grid. It's been a stunning weekend so far, hasn't it, for the Newali factory. All 4 machines inside the top 8. We'll let you just run through the grid yourselves back at home. While we're picking up with Trackhouse boss Davide Brivio, Ralph Nunn's in the front row, and I do it down in 8th. 4 teams inside the top 8, Jack. Big expectations.
Yeah, as you can see on that front row of the grid, as you just pointed out, Ralph Fernandez up there once again. Davide, this isn't something new to him now. We saw from the back end of last year, qualifying on the front row, fighting at the front of races. How important is that experience going to be going into this one?
Yeah, I mean, Raul did a great job today because he woke up in the morning and said, I have to get to the Q2, and then actually managed to be in the first row. I think these type of things are important. At the end of last year, we were talking to him and saying, you have to get used to stay maybe with the top group. And so now, let's say, he has a little bit more experience. Like, you get to know also who you, for instance, he said this morning, oh, I've never been in a race with Marc Marquez. Let's see if we can do that. So in order to learn and to understand more. So, I mean, starting from the first row, of course, it's worth to try and see what's happened. He's in a good shape. And I didn't expect him to be so advanced because during the testing and yesterday, he was not fully comfortable on a bike. But this morning, we made some small improvement and yeah, it worked.
I imagine that feeling is almost the opposite for I, who is probably a little bit further back than where you expected him to be. What can he do from the third row?
Yeah, a little bit disappointing because he couldn't put everything together. For sure, I mean, we were 28.7 in the test and whatever, so there was clearly the potential to do much better, but just it didn't work during the qualifying session. And we have a good pace, of course. Starting 8 is more difficult, but I think we can try to have a good race. The pace is there. Let's see.
Thanks, Davide.
You're welcome.
Crucially, the pace has been there for Igo. There'll be a teeny disappointment. Half a second slower he was in qualifying this morning compared to that 28.7 he delivered in the test. The 28.7, and he repeated that from last weekend. Would have obviously put him on the front row of the grid. Nevertheless, let's look at the positives for the 25-year-old Japanese rider. It is only the 4th time in his MotoGP career he will start inside the top 10. 3 times to qualify inside the top 10 here in Buriram 1 year ago. Qatar, Catalunya. Don't discount Agura. As Rodrigo pointed out that he has got good race pace, so we might see him charge through. Pedro Acosta, well, how many times have we said this over the last couple of years? The leading lights and carrying the hopes of KTM on his shoulders, going in for this season opener in Thailand. The Spaniard goes from 6th in the grid. Let's get the thoughts of his crew chief, Paul Trabatten.
Yeah, great to be joined by Paul. So often I've talked to you, Paul, about the fighting spirit that Pedro's got and how often he illustrates that. Is that what it's going to take today from the second row with the Ducati's in really is showing such strength so far.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like all the fans and everyone else knows, the character of the boy has not changed this year, I can tell you. So he's in a really good place mentally. We've had a very good winter together. He's put everything on point, no silly mistakes. He's been working really hard. We've got to take our times when it comes, you know. So the start of the season, we don't win anything here, but you can definitely lose something. So we really want to just try and put a really good, solid weekend together. And I know when the lights go out, the monster will return for sure, but I think he's in a good place to handle it.
Thanks, Paul. Have a good one.
No worries, mate.
We are awaiting to awaken the Acosta monster then very, very shortly, over 30 laps of the sprint. And of course, we are so excited. We welcome to MotoGP finally. But like it's been a long journey to get to this level. The top rank rounds Gaffioglu, but a moment of history beckons for the 29-year-old Turk, the first Turkish rider ever to race in MotoGP. At the moment, it certainly doesn't look like he's got the tools at his disposal to be fighting where he wants to be. This is very much a big learning curve for him, gaining experience of Michelin tyres, getting experience of the light MotoGP bikes, but it feels like to have 300 horsepower in his right hand. He looks pretty relaxed, looks pretty chilled, as has a little bit of a pre-sprint debrief with Alex Rins, those two 19th and 21st respectively on the grid. Regardless of results, Lewis, it is just amazing to see top rank Rams Gaffioglu here in MotoGP to test himself against the very best on planet Earth.
Yeah, he brings genuine star quality to MotoGP, and you have to admire the bravery to come over here, because as you saw there on screens, only 3 previously have done this, come across as a reigning World Superbike champion and thrown themselves into the shark tank that is MotoGP. And I think Top Rakker's done a very solid job so far this weekend. I know it might not look it to many just looking at the pure situation of him starting 21st on the grid, but to qualify 10th behind Alex Rins, 3/10 behind Jack Miller, and half a second behind Fabio Quartararo, who's probably the fastest rider in the world over a single lap, is no mean feat. But what can Ducati do then? Are they the underdogs coming into this Tissot sprint with Marc Marquez starting second? Davide Tardozzi's with Jack.
Yeah, it's a great point, Lewis. Not often do we get the chance to say ahead of a race that Ducati and Marc Marquez are the underdogs going into it, but is that the case going into this, Davide?
I think that is the case to collect points. Marco Bezzecchi shows and Aprilia, because there is another Aprilia on the photo, looks very fast on this racetrack and on the last part of the track before. But yeah, the main is to collect points, first of 44 races, so we are looking to the championship to collect points, because I think that Marco will be very, very tough too.
The huge surprise of the morning was the performance of Pecco. We thought that it was a new Pecco, the old Pecco, that had returned after what we saw in pre-season. What happened?
It happens that in the last 2 flying laps he makes 2 mistakes. That's why he was red and red on the first 2 splits, and then make mistakes, and it can happen. But we know that Pecco's fast, shows that during the winter test. So we are confident, and again, he's the first of 44 races. So we are confident, and we'll see.
Thanks, Davide.
Thank you.
It is a long season. First 12 of 264 points available on sprint Saturdays to be fought for over 13 laps. We just saw there Diogo Moreira, first Brazilian in 19 years to appear with MotoGP, going all the way back to Alex Barros, 2007, proof that dreams really do come true. The dreams of this moment, his MotoGP race debut for so long. Well, there's been so much pre-season focus on the brilliant performance of the Aprilia RSGP with Marco Bezzecchi on top of that motorcycle. So far, it's been a stunning for a round. Bezzecchi leading all 3 practice sessions on pole position. Can he do it in the sprint? Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Massimo Rubio.
Yeah, that's the big question, Bertie. As you say, it's been perfect so far this weekend, fastest in every single section, but these are the ones that count, Massimo. How is Marco feeling ahead of it?
It's okay. Maybe a bit disappointed for the last corner crash, but at the end they didn't change the grid order, so it's a warning that is maybe useful to keep the brain on, you know, when you start battling in the first battle of the season. So the speed is there, but never say never, because Mark is just there. I mean, still I think Mark is the first candidate.
And it's been not only a great day for Marco, but for the entire Noali factory. 3 bikes in the top 5, 4 inside the top 8. It looks as though you guys are here to fight and compete this year.
Yeah, that is the thing that I like the most, and the big rewarding to the Noale factory job. I think all the people should be quite happy of what has been done. Maybe everybody thought that 126 was a transition year, but that's not true. I mean, we all want to get the last one of the fastest biker ever, so
let's push it. Thanks, Massimo. Good luck.
Thank you. Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Massimo Rigli. Massimo, he is far too savvy to be writing off Marc Marquez, the 33-year-old Spaniard then, looking to be just a second rider in Grand Prix history to win 8 MotoGP titles. Victorious this year, he will tie Italian icon Giacomo Agostini. It's very good reason, not just because of Marc's back catalogue throughout his career, but last year in this format on Sprint Saturdays, there were only 4 rounds: Silverstone, Misano, Indonesia and Motegi, where Marc Marquez started the sprint and didn't win. Of the 14 rounds he participated in a sprint, he cleaned up, he won the lots, and it was a big platform for him to win last year's World Championship. You can't write him off. Never, ever, ever, Lewis, underestimate 93.
Once the red light shuts off and there are points and prizes up for grabs, Marc Marquez summons something extra, as all the greats in motorcycle racing and in general sport do. When the pressure is on, when the big moments turn up, the best show up. But for Marc Marquez, he will certainly be looking to, at the very least, make Marco Bezzecchi work for this. And having already seen 2 mistakes from Marco Bezzecchi today, and Marc Marquez potentially force Marco into a third. This could well be the title battle throughout 2026. We could be talking in Valencia in November of a season of Marc versus Marco. The first chapter is just a few minutes away.
Marco Bezzecchi, 4 times a sprint winner in MotoGP. His last success in Phillip Island in Australia. Some final words of encouragement from Davide Tardozzi. I'm sure the message is loud and clear. The message crystal clear to Marc. This is just one of 44 battles you're going to face in 2026. Let's just make sure we see the checkered flag. There's nothing crazy. We don't need to be taking the unnecessary risks at the early part of the season. But this is Marc Marquez. He's all in for the win, isn't he? Every time he throws a leg over a motorcycle, it's just his natural instinct. It's his DNA, born to win. Back to winning ways he was last year, of course. Crown World Champion, emotional scenes up in the Motegi Mountains at the Japanese Grand Prix last September. But this is a new story, a new chapter. He's got to summon more motivation. He climbed all the way back to the top of the mountain last year. Now he's got the big target once again on his back. First time Marc comes into a season as the defending champion since 2020.
I don't care whether it's race 1 or race 44. Marc Marquez will be well aware that having seen Marco Bezzecchi top every single session so far this weekend, FP1, practice, FP2 and qualifying, just what kind of psychological blow Marc Marquez could strike if he can upset, and it would be an upset to beat Marco Bezzecchi today.
Roy Martin, 28-year-old Spaniard, started his weekend with a crash at turn 12. The rest of his weekend has gone rather swimmingly. First time we've seen Martin qualify on an Aprilia inside the top 10. He goes from 5th place on the grid. We know Jorge, a past master in the sprint format when he was on a factory Ducati. Fabio Di Gianantonio felt like he made too many mistakes in his last 2 flying laps this morning in Q2 to get himself on the front row. But if you delve deeply into the lap-by-lap analysis in every session so far this weekend, Gianantonio has caught the eye. He has got, without any question, podium potential. Could be a medal around the neck of the Gianantonio at the end of this 13-lap sprint.
Its first primary goal will be to try and clear Raul Fernandez on the first lap. If, as we're expecting it potentially to be a battle between Bezzecchi and Marquez at the front of the field, if Gianantonio's going to go with that, he needs to clear that Trackhouse Aprilia that starts just over to his right on the front row of the grid.
riders always get that unique feeling of butterflies in there. I'm sure the fans feel the same. I know we feel the same here in the commentary box as finally we get to go racing once again in MotoGP. Our first front row start of 2026 features two Aprilias. Third place, Ralph Fernandez on the Trackhouse RSGP. Starting the defence of his World Championship from second on the grid is Marc Marquez. But having dominated the weekend so far, can Marco Bezzecchi continue that domination as we get set to race now? First sprint of 2026. Of pursuers in the chasing pack, led at the moment by Aprilia star Marco Bezzecchi, who will fire away from pole position in our opening round of 2026. The Aprilia rider has been supreme so far here at the Chang International Circuit in Thailand. Led all three practice sessions, and for the 10th time in his MotoGP career, he will start from pole position. Marc begins the defence of his title from second place. Baking hot, scorching hot conditions here. We're grateful for a bit of cloud cover to give us a little bit of a shelter from what are punishing, energy-sapping conditions. Bezzecchi has had a couple of blips. It hasn't all been plain sailing so far this opening Grand Prix weekend. A crash this morning at turn 3, and he ended qualifying, which he did end up on top spot on the floor at turn 12. Ralph Fernandez may be a surprise name on the front row of the grid. Two Aprilias on the front row, four Aprilias in the top 8. Keep an eye on Fabio Di Gianantonio and Pedro Acosta, 4th and 6th on the grid. They've shown great race pace all weekend. What can sprint specialist Jorge Martin do? A best ever 5th place on the grid for the factory Aprilia team. Alex Marquez, 7th on the grid. Second he was in both the sprint and the Grand Prix here last year. As you just saw there on that graphic, a win in this upcoming 13-lap sprint for Marc Marquez. 16 sprint winners with Jorge Martin as we complete our opening warm-up lap of the season. The testing has been completed, qualifying's been completed, all the prep work, all the hard work on and off the track now is finished. Time for the talking to stop, time for the action to start. Who is going to strike the first big blow in 2026? Will it be Marco Bezzecchi, who has looked in commanding form all weekend? And Marc Marquez repeat his dream factory Ducati debut of 12 months ago, when he won the sprint and won the Grand Prix here in Thailand. Here we go then, we've got the green flag that's cleared at the back. The rides are being held here for a little bit longer than what they were hoping for. The green flag's cleared some time ago. Marshall Lowe does walk away at the front of the grid. Riders primed and ready. We're going to go racing in 2026. It's lights out and we're racing in the sprint here in time of a brilliant launch by the factory Ducati reigning world champion Marc Marquez, who tops it out on the brakes with Marco Bezzecchi from pole position into turn one. Marquez then leads here early doors. Ralph Fernandez holds on to third place. Alex Marquez had a really good start from that third race, but Alex is going on the inside of Fabio Di Gianantonio from 7th to 4th.
And Marco Bezzecchi looking to try and attack straight away on Marc Marquez, but can't get through. Contact there between Alex Marquez and Di Gianantonio, and Di Gianantonio is livid with that.
Well, Digi has been right touch line. More contact between Alex and Zarco. Further down the field, that punts Alex off the circuit on the exit of 3. Great start by Alex Marquez, but super scrappy since.
And the winner out of all that was Pedro Acosta, who's through into 4th. He's cleared Martin on the first lap, and looking at Vinales by the looks of it on the KTM up in the background.
Everybody jostling for position, of course. We've not seen them in competitive race action since the Valencia Grand Prix. They're all trying to blow off a few cobwebs here, aren't they? Marquez it is though that leads halfway around this first lap. They're coming in now to sectors 3 and 4, where Marco Bezzecchi has been so good, and he is proving it right on cue. Bezzecchi hits the front for the first time. He's through on Marc.
And Marc couldn't launch a counter-attack. He thought about coming back on the inside, but he was unable to. Ralph Fernandez will now look to attack Marc Marquez. Acosta and Martin. Antoine Mir of the Honda right with them.
Alex Marquez will briefly 4th, finally going on the brakes in the turn 3. Slips all the way back down to 18th place. Antonio here, as Marquez goes on the inside. That's really aggressive on the inside from Marc Marquez. He does take the lead. Pedro Acosta further back, dive bombs Ralph Fernandez for 3rd.
And Martin and Mir on the rock behind. Agura's up into 7th place ahead of Brad Binder. So the damage for Alex Marquez. He completed that first lap in 17th place. Gigi is down to 12th.
Yeah, the big lose. Alex Marquez losing 10 places. Gigi losing 8 in terms of that grid place. Frankie Morbidelli had a poor first lap as well, down 9 from 9th to 18th.
Marc Marquez then leads Bezzecchi a little bit wide though. He opens the door for Marco Bezzecchi. There are 2 different lines, so Marc will now get the run out of turn 3, but Bezzecchi back in front.
Yoga Moreira came over the finish line and that first lap in 11. Brilliant first lap by Moreira on his MotoGP debut. It's Bezzecchi then now from Marc in 2nd place. Acosta closing up on the 93 ahead of him as they tip it left now through the 2nd gear, turn 5.
It's a brilliant versus Ducati versus KTM. A big battle going on for 4th between 2 more Aprilias. It's Fernandez versus Martin for 4th place. Fernandez back ahead of the 2024 world champion.
Yeah, I think Martin got through, didn't he, on the brakes in the 5, then just ran wide. That allowed Ralph Fernandez back through. Pecco Bagnaia. Marco Bezzecchi has his 3rd crack of Sprint Saturday. It's all gone wrong at the worst possible time for Marco Bezzecchi. He crashed this time in qualifying at turn 12 this morning, and he has dumped it out of the lead here in the sprint. Drama to kick off 2026 as Pedro Acosta now goes on the inside of Marc. He made that move on Ralph Fernandez to get on the podium on the last lap. He wanted a little bit hot. Marc dives back to the inside line, but Marco Bezzecchi's blown it here in Bullaram.
Well, I said before the sprint got underway, Marc Marquez's MO into this. Try and force Marco Bezzecchi into a mistake, and Marco obliged for the mistake on just the 2nd lap of the first sprint of the season. A gilt-edged opportunity now for the reigning champion.
He led all 3 practice sessions. He qualified on pole position. He was the massive, overwhelming favourite to win the first sprint of the season. What did Massimo Rini take the Jack 3 race? Never say never. This is MotoGP, and this is heartache for Bez.
And unfortunately for Marco Bezzecchi, that will sting all the way into Sunday's Grand Prix. Marc Marquez will not be able to believe his luck leading this sprint now on lap 3. It's far from a comfortable lead because Pedro Acosta is giving this a right good go on the KTM.
Plan A completely unravelled there for Aprilia. What a battle this is as well now for the bronze medal here in this opening sprint between 2 Aprilias, Ralph Fernandez and Jorge Martin. How many times have they already passed each other in 2.5? That's real good battle. That's keeping Joan Mir interested as well for his 3rd place. The factory Honda rider picking his way through the field, 10th on the grid. He's up to 5th. Moreira now up inside the top 10 on the brink of the point scoring place. Superb by the Brazilian.
Although he's already been given a track limits warning after 2 laps, so he needs to heed that warning as Acosta once again closes right up behind the world champion into the final part of the lap. The other big winner in these early stages is Pecco Bagnaia, who was having a good sprint, and there weren't many of those last year. He's up from 13th into the points in 8th.
Yeah, Marc took his ride on the circuit at 1:30.076. That was exactly 2 tenths ahead of Acosta in 2nd place. Well, an early present here in this 2026 debate to be tied with Marc Marquez. Marco Bezzecchi, well, he blinked once this morning, then he blinked twice, and he's blinked a 3rd time. 3 crashes in one day. That's inexcusable at this level.
Yeah, whether it's it's an unforced error or a forced error by just the sheer weight of who's behind him, the red blood champion Marc Marquez. Either way, it's no points to Bezzecchi. There was someone up in the background there at turn 3. I think it might have been Miller who lost the place to the recovering Alex Marquez, who's now up into 13th. It won't be long before Alex Marquez is back with his best mate Didier again.
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of love lost between Didier and Alex Marquez after their turn 3. This was where Pedro Acosta briefly got through on Marc on that real tricky braking zone, trail braking with a lot of lean angle into that first gear turn 12, just running that little bit hot. That's a good glare to his right hand side, gets a baseball at the side of Marc's factory Ducati. So Pedro Acosta led that sprint for about what, 5, 6, 7 metres. At least he can say he led it.
And we're fully expecting those two to be Ducati teammates next season. So is Pedro already just trying to send a little bit of a warning shot across the bows at Marc Marquez. He is not letting Marquez get away with this as they now come into the final corner to complete lap 4. So we're approaching 1/3 distance in this sprint, and it's a 29.9 plays a 30.0. Not a lot to choose between the two Spaniards up front.
Marc first and only rider then so far in this sprint to dip into those 129s. First rider in those sub 90-second laps. Just look how low that Ducati was sitting with the engaged rear eye device to lunge out of that first corner. That slingshot then through that kink of turn 2. The advantage between Marc and Acosta in second place was just over 3.5 tenths. This is Ayagura's starting to make his charge through. Just picks up Juanmi on that long run down into turn 3. So Agura, who's come from 8th on the grid, now up into P5.
Not sure anything will console Massimo Riva at the moment, but if he had the accurate consolation, he's got a Pugliese running 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment. Fernandez, Martin and Agura underlining what a package they have underneath them, which will pile on the pain for the lost gold medal which surely Marco Bezzecchi has thrown away today.
He's been P1 in every session so far today, but he's also in every session been on the deck, and that's crucial. Big mistake. Nobody's going to console Marco Bezzecchi. He will know more than anybody that he's dropped the ball big time there, hasn't he? Big time. Further back down the field, we're looking at a battle between Marini and the Gian Antonio. A battle which the Gian Antonio will feel he should not be engaging in right now because his podium hopes were pretty much ended with Alex Marquez's aggression down into turn 3. Didier has picked himself up into 10th. This, of course, is the battle for the final point scoring position.
The stewards haven't had any sort of look at that, so they're clearly satisfied that there wasn't any foul play there. It was just a first lap, first corner sort of incident. I have to say, looking further back, the Yamahas are going pretty well. Top tracks towards the front of them. So look, in 3rd and 4th at the moment, Alex Marquez does go in hot and runs Didier off the road. We also see a couple of KTMs going wide, but you can understand why Didier is rather cross of that, because it was not his making.
Yeah, I think Alex was mindful of maybe having contact with Agura, just heading on Ralph Hernandez rather, and they just slightly picked up, and then of course Lucas on the outside was Didier with nowhere to go. Well, this is going to be a tough conversation, isn't it, as Marco Bezzecchi trudges to the back of the factory Aprilia garage. We said when he crashed this morning in FP2, we said in qualifying, when he's been upright on that Aprilia this weekend, he's been pretty much untouchable. He's been lightning fast. But when all's said and done, his Saturday will show nil plat, and that's the most important stat. You've got to be in it to win it, and he's not.
And Ducati, this backs up what Davide Antonozzi was saying, both to Jack and clearly to Marc before the sprint got underway. Marc, whatever you do, just bring home some very solid points. It's a long season. If you can minimise the non-scores, it puts you in a very strong position.
Lewis, I'm sure we know how Massimo Riva operates. I'm sure that was the same message to Bezzecchi. Look, Marco, yeah, we know you've been absolutely awesome so far this weekend, but your practice pace and pole position counts for zip, mate, if you don't get the job done. I'm sure the message to Marco was like, look, just let this sprint come to you. We don't need to push too hard too soon. Seemed to fall on deaf ears, isn't it?
Yeah, when the visor went down and the red mist of the battle came in, Marco Bezzecchi did make the mistake. Big head shake there from Marc Marquez coming out of turn 1. And is Pedro Acosta now going to start to pick up some slipstream and some encouragement behind the 93?
Pedro Acosta has never won a sprint. Still chasing that elusive first Grand Prix victory in MotoGP, and the twitch there wasn't there for Marc as he was starting to lean that factory Ducati into turn 3. And they go full power, then full throttle, then now on this long run to turn 4. They'll flick it left now, 3rd gear through here, about 180 kilometres an hour, and a little bit more. Yeah, here's Acosta then, riding the ripples on the outside curve there, closing in a little bit here on Marc, isn't he? Further back, Ralph Fernandez looks like he's safe and secure in third place at the moment. He's 1.4 seconds ahead of Jorge Martin. Fabio Quartararo, the latest rider to pick up a traction this morning. Points at the moment for Martin Agura, Mia Binder, Bagnaia and the Gian Antonio, who's finally, after that run-off at turn 3 on the first lap, helped by Alex Marquez, is back in the point scoring places.
Pedro's getting a run at Marquez here. He's good in this final sector. 37 behind 93. We've already seen Pedro Acosta attack Mark once into turn 12. He's now going to attack for a second time. Pedro Acosta up the inside of the reigning world champion, and he forces him out of the way.
Shark attack incoming, and this time around, is it a successful attack? Can he hang on? Oh, they go side by side. This is the action we have missed. This is why we love MotoGP. Marc Marquez got the slightly better drive as Acosta ran a little bit wide, compromised his exit, being so aggressive on entry. This is what we've waited for. Acosta versus Marquez. What did Paul Trevathan say to Jack Pre-race? We're going to awaken the monster. The monster has awoken up and arrived here in Burram. Pedro Acosta going toe-to-toe. The clubs are off here. Marquez versus Acosta in our opening sprint.
Nobody's been waiting for this longer than Pedro Acosta. So much frustration for him over the last couple of years in MotoGP, watching riders who he feels he's superior to take victories. Whether Marc Marquez is superior to Pedro Acosta, we might find out in the fullness of time. But this is the first genuine head-to-head at the front of a race between the Spaniard who currently dominates and the Spaniard who wants to replace him at the top.
A painful watch. He's trying to put a brave face in it. He cracks a smile. A little bit of a cheeky wink from Marco Bezzecchi, and then intimating yet tomorrow is another day. He gets to live to fight another day. But Pedro Acosta, Ryan Gurley's just set his personal best up of the sprint. He's got down to 1:30.354. That was 3/10 quicker. And the Marc Marquez, we know that Marc was losing the lead at turn 12 from Pedro Acosta. There's a replay, unfortunately, of Bezzecchi's premature bath here in Burram. But it is Marc Marquez that has the advantage, not by much at all, about what, a couple of bike lengths. The Ducati gets off that final corner really well. It just has a much better traction, the better drive for it compared to that KTM.
1 point worth making though, if this is close on the final lap, Pedro Acosta did lead over the finish line there, even if Marc Marquez got him into turn 1. The finish line here in Burram, as I'm sure you're all aware from the first couple of races here when Marc Marquez won them at the last corner, is right on the exit of that turn 12. So if Acosta can stay with Marc and potentially launch right into the final corner on the final lap, he might just be able to beat that Ducati to the line.
That's how we look in the commentary box as well. We can barely watch. This is MotoGP at its best. It's why we've been waiting 3 long months for moments like this. Marc Marquez, though, once again, just showing the genius talent, showing the mercurial talent. There's doubts about whether that right shoulder he's so badly injured in Mandalika is fully recovered. Last weekend, he was having to climb up his sick bed just to ride his GP26 in the test. Yeah, here he is, starting the defence of his crown, just like nothing's happened in the winter, like it's just been a normal routine with the boy. The guy is just pure class.
And he's not one to make excuses either. No matter how poorly he was feeling at the test, he didn't make a big deal out of it. And no matter how much pain he might be in, he's not going to make that any sort of excuse, as we're on board with another former world champion, Jorge Martin. Now looking back at Agura, this is an all-clear battle for 4th, and Agura looks like he has the superior pace right now.
You can still see there in the picture-in-picture shot, Marc Marquez again darts away, just gains those crucial few metres. We're giving that little bit of a breather, that little bit of buffer back to Acosta in that second place. Ralph Fernandez has a very comfortable, at the moment, 3rd place locked in. Of course, for just what will be his 3rd ever sprint. About 1.3 seconds back of Acosta. Here comes Agura going on the inside of Jorge Martin. Aprilia, just a little bit further up the road though. Marc Marquez pushing a little bit hard into turn 3. He does drop back across the nose of Pedro Acosta.
But Acosta's now right behind him. Acosta now, look, the 37 behind the 93, right in the front of your picture. Marc definitely went wider than anyone would want to go into turn 3. I said earlier on there are various lines through there, but neither of those were the line Marc Marquez was on.
That continues to get a little bit scrappy. They'll keep Ralph Fernandez very interested, potentially waiting to pick up the pieces behind Marquez and Acosta. Of course, there's a real fascinating subplot to this top 2 battle, because it looks like the rumour mill not very too often off the mark. Pedro Acosta will be Marc Marquez's factory caddy teammate in 2027. What a mouth-watering prospect that already proposes to be. Now, Acosta, we know how good he is in this 9, 10, 11 section. We know how good he is on the brakes into this final corner. He's going to be close enough to strike again on Marc. Marc leaves his braking as late as he can. Acosta just goes with the full block pass. That's not going to work out. That's 3 times now, isn't it, that he's passed Marc Marquez at turn 12.
Well, Marc Marquez is going to have to talk about the widest Ducati he's ever ridden into that final corner of the final lap. If Pedro Acosta is anywhere near close to the rear side of that Ducati, he is coming through.
This is it. You've got to get stuck into Marc. You know, he's one of the most aggressive riders in history. Well, you've got to fight fire with fire. Give as good as you get to, and that's exactly what Acosta's doing. Trying to ruffle his feathers, trying to break his rhythm. This time around, Marc, it's all pretty neat and tidy on the brakes down into turn 3. And it looks like, well, certainly coming out of turn 12, that the Ducati just hooking up a little bit better on gas as we charge now down towards turn 4.
Agora has passed Jorge Martin out of picture, so they're now 4th and 5th, but it's now a Trackhouse 3-4. Martin is now 5th. He's around about a second clear of Joan Mir in 6th. So as far as Martin is concerned, he looks locked in for a fairly safe P5 now.
Loving this, absolutely loving this. This is going to go all the way down to the last corner, isn't it? Marc versus Acosta. Two of the most naturally gifted riders I think we've seen in the modern generation. Acosta continues to pile the pressure on Marc here. Well, we're coming in front of one of the big stadium sections. He can almost reach out and grab the rear arrow on Marc's GP26. Surely there was another raid, another attack coming from the shark. And now he's trying to take another big chunk out of Marquez into this final corner. He levels Marc in the braking zone. He's got the inside line. Marquez can't turn in. Who can pick up the throttle better? Who can get the drive good? Acosta once again just about holds it over the line, but Marc powers back through.
Acosta, is he going to try again into turn 1? But once again, Acosta did lead Marc Marquez over the finish line. I think Pedro Acosta might know now that's what he's got to do on the final lap. He's behind Marc Marquez. He's just going to try and nail him into that final corner because the finish line is right on the exit of it.
In fact, Scafioglu's MotoGP debut has ended in the gravel. The top has gone down in the final corner at turn 12. Let's hope he's okay. You can't, though, can you? Take your eyes off this battle at the front. What a way to start 2026 in MotoGP. Marco Bezzecchi dominant throughout the whole weekend, crashing out the lead on lap 2, and it was a present for us neutral because it's left us with this tantalising battle that surely will go all the way down to the last lap. Yeah, there is Scafioglu crashing out at the final corner. Whoa, that is fighting fire with fire. Joe Acosta, he's an uncompromising character. Around the outside going through turn 7, you just can't do that. Elbow 12 leads knee now into 8. Acosta leads here, lap and a half to go, and an instant classic sprint.
Acosta going for the element of surprise. Surely not even Marc Marquez would have seen that move coming. So next, Marc who has to go on the attack.
Wow. This is just pulsating MotoGP at its very, very best. Who is going to come out on top in this epic battle? Marquez comes from a long, long way back. Slow zone bar back. Incredible. Pedro Acosta gets pushed out to the car park almost. Marc Marquez super aggressive on the inside. How many times they passed each other in that final corner? Final lap on the way. We don't want this to end. We want this to be 130 laps, not 13. But Marc Marquez then now leads by, let's just check through the first sector. What his advantage will be.
Second.
Wow, half a second. Rafa Fernandez could still take a silver medal here. Unbelievable.
That was a clear message from Marc Marquez. Stay behind me, Junior. Those might be teammates in the future. We're talking about the current Marc Marquez and to many, the next Marc Marquez. And Pedro Acosta put firmly in his place there by the reigning world champion.
This was such a late lunge. Marc came from so far back. The stewards are going to have a look at it. Costa got a real big nudge. He's looking there to see where Rafa Fernandez is.
Well, big call for Simon Crafar and the MotoGP stewards to make here because we are on to the final lap. Marc Marquez is going to take the checkered flag first there to Pedro Acosta, but we might not have heard the last of this.
MotoGP, we love you. Marc Marquez has to drop one position. Marc Marquez then on his dashboard has to drop one position. That's it. That is it. Pedro Acosta is going to be the first sprint winner of 2026. It will be his first sprint win. A major talking point. Controversial maybe, the drop one position. Yeah, he's doing it. He's going to slot into second place. Pedro Acosta, and it is that will take victory in our first sprint in 2026. It was an all-time classic. What a way to start MotoGP in 2026. The greatest motorsport show on earth is back and some. Back with a bang here at the Chang International Circuit. That was 13 laps of absolute, pure, unadulterated tension and drama. That sprint had absolutely everything. If it was your first time watching MotoGP, well, welcome. Yeah, that was just off the scale, sensational.
Welcome back, MotoGP, back with the biggest of bangs. Marc Marquez, on the bike at least, didn't appear to have any complaints. He heeded the message, he dropped a position, he shook hands with Pedro Acosta, who, in sprint terms at least, is a MotoGP winner at last. And Pedro Acosta leads the MotoGP World Championship for the first time in his career. The Shark has arrived.
The Shark has shown its teeth in round one here in Buram. Crew Chief Paul Trevathan said it's time to awaken the monster. There's a monster talent that Pedro Acosta is blessed with. That sprint just had everything. It was edge of the seat drama from start to finish.
What's this move? Mark at the moment, that's why.
Massive moment going into 5. Acosta had no choice. Acosta had so much better corner speed after the big mistake there from Marc Marquez. Where do you even start to cover off what we have just witnessed? That has to be the best sprint we've ever seen, without any shadow of doubt. Second place for Marc Marquez, the world champ. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Toros. We're off to a lie down, Jack.
Davide, only one talking point. Was that penalty fair in your opinion?
I think that we saw a lot of this kind of overtakes. Marc didn't touch Pedro. He didn't went out of the racetrack, so I think that is unfair.
He said on the grid beforehand, Marc needs to understand it's 44 races. That completely went out of the window. Because it was Pedro, because of what's to come next year, was that in his mind?
Well, I don't think that they are intelligent guys that want to win races. So both Marc and Pedro knows exactly this kind of job, and I think that will be absolutely not a problem. And I am sure that Pedro in the opposite position will do the same.
Thanks, Davide.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Davide Tardozzi. Marc Marquez, as we saw on track, has taken his medicine. He's taken his punishment. Interesting to see what Marc thinks of that last corner drama, because Davide Tardozzi was pretty clear in his mind what he thought. We said, didn't we, that was going to be a controversial call to kick off 2026, and Davide Tardozzi clearly feels like that was harsh.
And I think where I certainly agree with Davide Tardozzi is that I don't think Pedro Acosta would have been any different had the roles have been reversed. These are two ruthless, cutthroat world champions who will do whatever it takes to win. Marc Marquez did everything he could, but credit Pedro Acosta, who did not give him a moment's rest, and he is rewarded with his first gold medal.
Well, we have just watched the world's fastest gladiators. Are you not entertained? That was something super special. The perfect way to start 2026. Wow, just wow, speechless. That was just stunning. Stunning. It had everything. Drama from lights out to checkered flag. Some of the best 13 laps you'll ever see. What an advert that was for MotoGP. And this is great sportsmanship. You know what, Marc has always been one to dish it out, but he's always been one to take it as well with some grace. He won't like it, he'll be hating it, but it will be stored, and it'll be like, next time, pal, you're going to get it back.
Yeah, but he's made his point, hasn't he, Marc Marquez, today, with the move on its own. He certainly made Pedro Acosta clear what was going on there, discussing it. Now you can see Gigi Dall'Igna and Marc Marquez debating it. Marc Marquez now doesn't look all that happy with what happened. I'm sure Jack can't wait to put the question to him what Marc thinks of that. But I guess what Marc will think about when he settles down later on is Marco Bezzecchi scored nothing today and Marc scored 9 points.
I think publicly, Mark gracious in defeat.
Yeah,
privately, he's seething. He does not like to lose. As we mentioned, second to Marc Marquez, first loser. That is it. Now, he will say that there was no contact. Stayed on the racing line. He stayed on the road. Sort of think back to the Bastianini Martin incident, don't you, later on in Mazzano in 2024. That will be, I'm sure, brought up. Well, said it in commentary. It was going to be a big talking point. It's going to be a controversial moment already in sprint 1 of 2026.
The first chapter of, I think, many in the years to come in the Marquez Acosta story.
Oh dear. Right, okay, let's just try, shall we, and reflect and regroup. There's a high pressure penalty
potentially
under investigation, we have to say at this stage, for Jorge Martin, which will be pretty unfortunate. Martin took the checker flag in fifth. He could get an 8-second penalty if found guilty, which would drop Jorge Martin outside the points scoring places. Where do you even start to talk about a rider who had a front row seat for all the drama was Ralph Fernandez, third in that sprint. He is with Jack.
What a performance, what a way to start 2026. You were in Q1 this morning, you finished Saturday on the podium. Can you believe that turnaround?
Not really. I think it is, as I told you this morning, in qualifying it was for the team. The team and Aprilia make together a super good job. And today I feel super good with the bike. Normally with the soft tire on the sprint, I don't really like it, but today we make a good job. Anyway, for tomorrow will be a very long race. I managed, because I saw the gap with Martin and I, so basically I just enjoyed the show with Mar and Pedro. It was fantastic, and when I was close to them, maybe for tomorrow we can find something on the straight, because especially in first sector, second sector, we lost a lot of time. But anyway, I'm happy we started the year super well. So this is the first time also that I start the MotoGP championship with points on the first race, so I'm very happy.
Brilliant performance, well done.
Thank you.
That was a mega performance by Ralph Fernandez. All the chaos unfolding ahead of him. Marco Bezzecchi crashing out the lead. And then all the late fireworks with Acosta and Marc. He was actually only half a second away from winning the whole thing. Unbelievable. What a turnaround it has been for Ralph Fernandez. This was what Davide Tarlozzi told Jack. Marc didn't touch Pedro. He didn't go off track. I think it's unfair. I'm sure Pedro would do the same. My memory immediately goes back to Mazzano 24 in the Grand Prix. Enea Bastianini went part of the factory Ducati team at that instant on the last lap with Jorge Martin. This one is going to run long into the night. This is going to be trending already, I'm sure, globally on the social media. What to expect? Marc Marquez is one of the most aggressive racers in Grand Prix history.
They're racing for a sprint win ultimately, aren't they? Marc Marquez has won 2 previous Grand Prix at that corner in not too dissimilar circumstances. Andrea Dovizioso in 2018, Fabio Quartararo in 2019 have been on the receiving end of that. Pedro Acosta, in many respects, the contact you could argue happened because Acosta desperately didn't want to let the corner go and tried to ride around the outside.
You know what?
Racing.
The good news, folks, is we've got another 43 races so far this year. Wow. Gigi Dall'Igna there just congratulating Pedro Acosta. They know just the supreme talent that Acosta is blessed with. That's why they're potentially making one of the big moves in the 2027 rider market. Marc Marquez on the brink of re-upping with Ducati for the next 2 years. Well then, really looking forward, really eager to understand the thoughts post-sprint of Marc Marquez, the reigning world champion. Second here, and he's with Jack.
Mark, an incredible race to start the season, but a hugely controversial one. In your opinion, was the penalty fair?
My opinion, race direction decide, so just I follow the rules.
And in the race itself, the battle with Pedro was an intense one.